Chapter 3600. Upon hearing the other party's words, Yi Xian's heart instantly sank. Since the other party knew that he was the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son, then they obviously knew that he was Prince Xian as well. Regardless of whether they knew all three identities of the invincible war god, Linghu Young Master, and Netherworld Young Master, Yi Xian was only concerned about Prince Xian and his identity being exposed. However, it was already a big problem. He did not have the ability to kill Old Ghost Zhan Tu and Ancestor Wu Mei like he did to Old Ghost Zhan Tu and Ancestor Wu Mei, forcing them to swear a Dao oath not to reveal his identity. In other words, even if he were to successfully escape today, Yi Xian would still be in a precarious situation. The secret of his identity would most likely be leaked out by the Heavenly Legacy clan. This was a matter for the future. In fact, to him, the most important thing now was to find a way to escape. Of course, he had the ability to jump through interstellar coordinates and ignore the void imprisonment. This was very mysterious. Yi Xian still could not understand how the devouring system did it. He could only say that the human technological pioneer who created it, Xing Bo, was really too monstrous, too abnormal. However, if he were to leave now, Yi Xian was truly unwilling. If he wasn't able to save those dozen or so demon cultivator imperial uncles, then his secret alliance with the demon cultivator race would be wasted. Yi Xian felt uneasy in his heart. He felt a sense of guilt that he had made a promise to others but had not done his best. After all, to the demon race, such an opportunity was really unprecedented. If they did not succeed this time and did not see hope, they could only be completely hopeless. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Yi Xian immediately made up his mind and made a decision. No matter what, since he was already here, and since the matter had been exposed, then he had to try even if he had to force his way out. After all, with the two trump cards in hand, the interstellar coordinate jumping ability and the headless infant corpse, even if he did not succeed, Yi Xian's own safety was completely not a problem. Yes, when he thought up to here, his heart was caught off guard by this sudden and unforeseen event, and his mind that was almost in complete chaos finally calmed down slowly. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on his face as he looked at Old Devil Wen Xing and said, "Based on what you said, it seems that you started to suspect me when we were in the Devil Dweller Star region. Otherwise, do you think this old man is so concerned about you only for those 8-eyed silver crystals or 9-eyed golden crystals that you brought out from the desolate ancient cage? This item is indeed precious, and this old man only has a few in his possession. Even a 9-pupil golden crystal is only one. However, comparatively speaking, this old man is more interested in how you were able to obtain so many top-grade multi-pupil consciousness crystals. It's not that this old man has never been to the corpse pond, but the fortune there is not something that can be obtained casually. This old man has entered several times, and only once has I encountered a corpse flame explosion in the corpse pond and obtained a 9-pupil golden crystal. But after you entered once, the entire corpse pond was empty. Moreover, almost all the descendants of the desolate ancient creatures in the corpse pond died. This is definitely the rhythm of the heavenly Tao I clone in the desolate ancient cage being alarmed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be so generous. You were able to alarm the clone of the Eye of the Heaven Tao and empty the entire primordial cage. This obviously shows how terrifying the secrets you possess are. Otherwise, it's because you brought out some sort of extraordinary precious treasure from within it. If that wasn't the case, why would this old man fake his death? It's a pity that you have the means to conceal yourself from the heaven measuring spell. I originally wanted to fake my death and follow you secretly, but I lost you in the end. I had no choice but to return to Tianji City temporarily and wait for an opportunity to plan this matter again. I didn't expect that fate would make a fool of me. Today, you are actually the young clan leader of the Tianji clan. You have personally delivered yourself to me. It is truly the will of the heavens." As these words entered his ears, Yi Xian's heart could be said to be violently shaken again and again. This old fellow's water was indeed not ordinary deep. In Yi Xian's heart, his level of mystery had already caught up to Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and Mad Mosquito Emperor. He was definitely ranked third. As far as he knew, not just anyone could enter the ancestral land space of the Devil Cultivator easily. Even the Devil Cultivator experts would only enter once every 100 years. However, Old Ghost Wenxing had personally gone in to investigate after he left the desolate ancient cage. He had learned about the void of the cage, including the corpse pool. Everything was going on. In addition, he actually knew that the void was a desolate ancient cage. He even knew about the 9-pupil golden crystal and the secret of the primeval heaven's eye clone in the desolate ancient cage. Oh right, he clearly knew the heaven measuring technique. The first time Yi Xian had heard of this kind of secret divination technique was from Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. The latter also knew this technique. Could there be some mysterious relationship between the two? The so-called heaven measuring technique, Yi Xian had previously checked in the system database of the devouring system in his body, but there was no result. Now it seemed that this secret technique was indeed extraordinary. The two existences who had mastered it, one was Old Devil Mosquito Butcher and the other was Old Devil Wenxing, were both mysterious in Yi Xian's heart. In terms of degree, Yi Xian could not help but feel that the top 3 figures were unfathomable. How come I don't know all these things? Wenxing, you need to give me an explanation. Just as Yi Xian was still digesting Old Devil Wenxing's words, Di's doppelganger on the other side of the sculpture suddenly spoke. His gaze had already turned to Old Devil Wenxing. His face was gloomy, revealing a strong sense of dissatisfaction. He had just casually spoken a few words to Old Devil Wenxing, who was hiding at the side. He didn't expect that it would lead to so many words. The amount of information revealed was so great that even he couldn't help but be surprised. Faintly, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Today, Old Devil Wenxing was a little too talkative, somewhat different from usual. Everything has not been confirmed before. Naturally, it is useless to say more. Faced with the doubt of Di's doppelganger, Old Devil Wenxing smiled lightly and then changed the topic. Back then, the holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe, who was later known as Prince Xian, was the first existence that I could not deduce with the heaven measuring technique. But I did not connect everything that happened later with him. Later, when I continued to deduce the deaths of young Master Linghu, young Master Yuming, Xiaofeng, and others, as well as the sudden appearance of Baofeng Sha among the younger generation of my tribe, the result was the same. There was a mysterious power that concealed it. Only then did I manage to connect all of this to Prince Xian while I was extremely shocked. In this way, I gradually saw the truth and learned about this series of identities and amazing connections between people. Chapter 36:01. After hearing Old Devil Wenxing's words, Yi Xian sighed inwardly. Originally, after killing Ancestor Wu Mei and forcing Old Devil Zhan to swear a Dao oath not to divulge the secret of his identity, this matter was temporarily resolved. He could still quietly make a fortune and continue to live a stable life like before, compared to obtaining a period of time to grow rapidly. But now, it seemed that this situation was about to come to an end. Apart from Ancestor Wu Mei and Old Devil Zhan too, Tianji City now had a comprehensive understanding of the secret of his identity. Old Devil Wenxing already knew that he, Prince Xian, young Master Linghu, young Master Yuming, and Baofeng Sha were the same person. How could he not link the invincible war god, who is still tormenting the human clan's camp, to Yi Xian's doppelganger? If Yi Xian was left in Tianji City today, they might not immediately disclose this matter to the outside world. But once Yi Xian successfully escaped, there was no doubt about the result. In a fit of anger, Di, and Old Devil Wenxing would definitely publicize this matter as soon as possible. At that time, Yi Xian would be in big trouble. It was needless to say how much trouble the invincible war god had caused in the human clan's camp. And the two identities of young Master Linghu and young Master Yuming had offended nearly half of the top forces in the 3 major planes. The identity of Baofeng Sha was even more extraordinary. He was obviously a fake, but he actually got to the high position of young master of the Tianji clan. This was simply intolerable for the Tianji clan. This time, The wanted list of the first universe was likely to reappear in the world. Although the ultimate source of these identities was Prince Xian, who was the legitimate prince of the immortal dynasty, he had caused so much trouble outside. Putting the Tianji clan aside for the time being, the various races of the second universe were all in the Federation. They were allies. How could the immortal dynasty account for this? Moreover, there was also pressure from the human clan's camp. In this case, even if Yi Xian was a real prince, the immortal dynasty would not hesitate to give him up. Not only would they not protect him, but they would also join forces with the forces of the other planes to suppress Yi Xian, cleaning up the family. In the blink of an eye, the three universes had become enemies with the entire world. If Yi Xian was alone, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. Even if all these forces sent out Star Lords, Yi Xian had the ability to jump through interstellar coordinates. As long as he didn't make any major mistakes, he would be safe. However, the same could not be said for Triumph City. Everyone knew that those were Yi Xian's subordinates. Naples and the others had long been branded with Prince Xian's brand. If all the top forces of the three universes were to launch a punitive expedition against Yi Xian and were unable to capture him, it would be unavoidable for them to vent their anger on Triumph City. Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher was mysterious, but no matter how strong he was, could it be that he could protect the entire Triumph City by himself? In short, this time, Yi Xian was really in big trouble. It seems that you are also aware of the serious situation you are about to face. Seeing Yi Xian frown and remain silent, Old Ghost Wenxing explained to Di Yi's avatar beside him. Then, he looked at him again with a smile on his face and said patiently, "Just based on the trouble you have caused with your identities, there is no place for you in the three universes. There is no place for you to stand. And as far as this old man knows, you are a person who values friendship. Even if you have a mysterious escape method that does not fear the top forces of the three universes, what about Triumph City? What about the Xinyuan family? All the forces and existences that have been related to you will be implicated. The three great planes are close to each other. The joint attack of all the top forces is not a joke. Your only way out now is to cooperate with our Tianji city. This old man does not want your life. For a peerless monster like you, the value of living is countless times greater than directly killing you. What this old man wants is the peerless secret on your body, the secret you found out from that ancient cage, or some supreme treasure you brought out from there, compared to your own life and the lives of all the people related to you. This old man wants everything. Although it is extremely important with your temperament, it should not be so difficult to make a decision, right? 3 minutes. This old man will only give you 3 minutes to consider. After 3 minutes, either surrender or you don't have to leave. Even if this old man can't make you stay, I will definitely send the Tianji clan's army back to flatten Triumph City and annihilate the Purplish Warbler family. All the people and things related to you will be erased from the world. You know, if the Ji clan is determined to do this, with the power of the entire clan, it is still completely possible. Yi Xian's heart sank once again. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. Hearing Old Devil Wenxing's meaning, he was afraid that he really would not let go of Triumph City and all the people and things related to him. At this moment, a violent rage suddenly surged in Yi Xian's heart. Just as he was about to explode, he glanced at Di's clone on the other side of the sculpture, who still had a gloomy expression and seemed to be thinking about something. His heart suddenly moved. Then, he forcibly suppressed his anger, pretending to be indifferent as he shrugged his shoulders. He turned his head to look at Di's clone and lightly sneered, "What a big tone! You actually want to use the power of the entire Tianji clan to retaliate against this old man." Hee, Old Devil Wenxing, I see that you're not a robot. In other words, you don't even count as a member of the Celestials' legacy race. But now, in front of the Celestials' legacy race patriarch's clone, you're speaking as if you're the master. You're using the power of the entire Celestials' legacy race. Could it be that the Celestials' legacy race has been enslaved by you? This is really a huge secret. Presumably, after this news spreads, it will really shake the three great worlds, the universe's planes. At that time, the entire Tianji clan will lose face. The dignified overlord of the first universe has been reduced to an old man's enslaved clan. I'm afraid that countless people will laugh their heads off. Yi Xian's original intention of saying these words was to sow discord. After all, even if Old Devil Wen Xing had a close relationship with the Tianji clan, his words at this moment were still a bit excessive and overbearing. However, what Yi Xian never expected was that after he said these words, Di Yi's clone, who was standing on the other side of the sculpture, did not show the slightest bit of shame or anger. Instead, he looked at him with a strange expression. That expression was simply like looking at an idiot. Yi Xian was very confused and subconsciously turned his head to look at Old Devil Wen Xing. The expression on this old guy's face was actually the same. Strange. This scene was too strange. Could it be that they were a pair of exceptionally good friends? Their relationship was so deep that Di Yi could ignore the entire clan? Chapter 3602. You don't even know what the relationship between the two of us is, and you want to sow discord. What a joke. Seeing Yi Xian being defeated, Old Man Wen Xing raised his head and laughed proudly. Haha. I can't tell you too much, but you just need to know that Di Yi and I have you in us. We can't be separated and are equivalent to a whole. That's enough. You have me in you. You have me in you. They can't be separated and are equivalent to a whole. Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. He cursed his bad luck in his heart. Could it be that he really met a pair of good friends? One was a life form of flesh and blood, and the other was a mechanical life form. They could actually get together and make gay feelings radiate everywhere. Probably in the 3 universes, only these 2 disgusting people in front of him. There's no one else like this guy. However, whether the truth was as he thought in his heart or not, one thing was certain, and that was that he wanted to use this method of sowing discord to create a rift between Old Man Wen Xing and Di Yi's doppelganger. From there, they would be in chaos internally and would have no time to care about other things. He looked at it. After the 2 old men heard his words of provocation, the contemptuous and mocking expressions that appeared on their faces at this time had already clearly explained all of this without a doubt. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed that he could not make plans in Tianji City for the time being. After leaving this place, he was about to face the most serious situation, and there was no way to avoid it. But now is not the time to worry about these problems. The urgent matter in front of Yi Xian was how to try to rescue the dozen or so demon emperor uncles in the imperial prison on the Tianji Road. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps he could still buy a little more buffer time. As long as Tianji City was completely in chaos, the Tianji clan would have no time to care about other things. Even if the truth about his secret identity would eventually be leaked out, there would be some time for Yi Xian to plan ahead and make arrangements in advance. Now that he had failed to sow discord between Old Ghost Wen Xing and Di Yi's avatar, he still had one last and only chance to do so, and that was the Imperial Prison. In the first universe realm, which was known as the Servant of 10,000 Races, although there were not really 10,000 races, there were at least 1,000 of them. Among these races, most of them had generations of important figures who were imprisoned in the Imperial Prison in the inner city of Tianji City. For example, there were still more than 10 generations of Imperial uncles from the Demon People royal family imprisoned. They were also the people that Yi Xian had come to Tianji City to rescue. But other than these 10 or so Emperor uncles, since they were already in the Emperor's prison, why couldn't they just release all of the other slaves? These are the royal family experts of the first universe's slave races. Among them, there were many universe almighties and even Star-Lord old monsters. Some of them might even have the strength and methods to escape from the Imperial prison. But they usually did not escape because they were tied down by their races, so they did not dare to do so. Otherwise, once they escaped, their entire race would be implicated. But if they could be persuaded to release the entire Imperial prison and let everyone escape, these people would most likely not miss this opportunity. After all, the law did not punish the majority. If 1 or 2 races were taken hostage and escaped, the Tianji race might be able to exterminate the entire race. But if everyone was released, would the Tianji race be able to exterminate all the races in the first universe? Back then, The reason why the Tianji clan could dominate the first universe was basically because they slowly swallowed and enslaved them one by one. At that time, the slave races in the first universe had their own camps. They did not realize that such a situation would occur in the end. The entire first universe was dominated by the Tianji clan. But now, after so many years of painful experience of being enslaved, the upper echelons of the various races in the first universe must have woken up long ago. Especially these hostages who were imprisoned in the imperial prison in Tianji City. They probably regretted their actions long ago. Of course, they could only blame their ancestors. After all, the hostages of the various royal families imprisoned in the imperial prison probably did not experience that chaotic war. Everything had happened tens of thousands of years ago. Although they had not experienced it before, for tens of thousands of years, generations of large races in the first universe had always been bearing the consequences of this. They just did not have a chance to resist. What Yi Xian wanted to do now was to light this fire, ignite the hope in their hearts, and arouse their desire to resist. When the time came, as long as the imperial prison was empty, these seniors of the various races would all return to their respective races. Would the various races in the first universe be willing to be enslaved? It was not that there were no races that had this kind of enslavement deeply imprinted in their bones, but there were definitely not too many of them. At least for Yi Xian, this was definitely a chance to disrupt the situation in the first universe, and the chances of success were quite high. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart began to pound wildly. His mood had been extremely gloomy before, but now he was extremely excited. If he could take advantage of this opportunity to disrupt the situation in Tianji City and even the entire first universe, then he would have really made a profit this time. Big. He had even inadvertently helped the demon race find the best opportunity to rebel against the Tianji race. At that time, they would definitely be the first to jump out and start a rebellion or secretly contact the various large races that had been enslaved in the first universe for many years. The situation would only become more and more chaotic. Under such circumstances, even if the truth about Yi Xian's identity was revealed by the Tianji race in anger, the pressure that Yi Xian would be under would be greatly reduced. The chaos in the first universe involved too many things. Even if many forces hated Yi Xian to the bone, they probably would not be able to find him for a while. Trouble, whether it was Yi Xian himself or Triumph City, they would all be given a period of time to rapidly grow. However, Yi Xian had no chance to enter the inner city of Tianji City, let alone approach the imperial prison. There were two powerful existences in front of him, eyeing him covetously. From the aura that Di's doppelganger and Wenxing's old ghost vaguely emitted, they were clearly two-star Lord Old Monsters. This made Yi Xian feel very depressed. He was not surprised by the cultivation strength of Di's doppelganger, but Wenxing's old ghost was too exaggerated. He had long expected that Wenxing's old ghost had been hiding his strength, but in his opinion, the old man was at most a universe almighty in the 15th realm. Chapter 36:03. Brat. 3 minutes seems to be almost up. Just as Yi Xian was excited by his sudden inspiration, and, at the same time, he was eagerly anticipating the arrival of Emperor, whose brain wasn't too bright and stubborn, old man Wenxing, who was next to the statue in the middle of the square, suddenly had a dark expression on his face. He began to urge her. Admittedly, your methods are indeed extraordinary. Even if you're facing a Star Lord, you might still have the ability to successfully escape. However, don't forget that this is Tianji City, and it's the core area of Tianji City. Just the outer defense circle is incomparably vast, and it occupies a part of it. In this small star field, countless stars are fixed starry sky fortresses. Even if you can escape from the Tianji Road, do you think you have the chance to leave unscathed when you're locked on by more than 10,000 fortress-level stars in that star field? Don't make a mistake. Cooperating with my Tianji race won't harm you. It's a win-win situation. Roar. Rumble. Netherworld brat. Get out here for this great emperor. Boom. Just as old man Wenxing finished his words of consolation, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out. Immediately after, An incomparably huge dark green skull appeared in the void above the Tianji Road without any warning. In a flash, it turned into a figure. It was the Yin Emperor that Yi Xian had been waiting for. Yi Xian wasn't surprised at all by his sudden appearance. Although there was something wrong with the old man's brain, there was no way he would be so stupid as to directly start shouting in the outer industrial circle of Tianji City. He had the netherworld body and was a Star Lord. In a situation where no experts of the same level were paying close attention to him, the possibility of him silently breaking through the outer industrial circle and the inner defense circle was too high. As soon as he appeared, he directly appeared in the sky above Tianji City in the core area. The current situation was exactly like that. The old man quietly passed through the outer area and descended in the sky above Tianji City. Yi Xian was overjoyed. In order to prevent Di's clone, an old ghost, when Xing from making the first move, he immediately shouted, Hey, isn't this Yin Emperor, Your Excellency? I didn't expect that this young patriarch would be summoned back to the clan to accept the title. Just as I arrived, you rushed over. It was because you left in the devil domain. Is it because you are in a hurry and haven't fulfilled your end of the bet? His purpose in saying this was naturally not to make Yin Emperor fulfill the bet. In fact, when Yi Xian made this bet, he didn't agree on what the bet was. However, these words were able to remind Yin Emperor who wasn't that smart. It made him remember that when Netherworld young master Yu Ming reappeared in Heaven's secret city, Yi Xian was guarded by him inside Expulsion's flagship, not taking a single step out. This old man's brain wasn't too bright, and he was stubborn. As long as he remembered this matter, even if Di's clone and old ghost when Xing both agreed that Yi Xian was the real Netherworld young master, Yin Emperor definitely wouldn't believe them. Instead, he would think that they had ulterior motives. This was because they were deliberately stirring things up to confuse right and wrong. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, this clone immediately snorted coldly. Dao friend, don't be fooled by this brat. He is Netherworld young master. That's right. If you don't believe me, wait until we capture him and search his soul. The truth will be revealed. Old Ghost when Xing also took over the conversation. Soon after, he turned his head to look at Yi Xian. His eyes flickered with a sharp light. This was clearly the rhythm of him about to make a move. Roar! You two old fools. You actually dared to deceive this great emperor? It seems that Netherworld Brat is indeed related to you. You didn't hesitate to turn a deer into a horse and sacrifice the newly conferred young master to protect him. If you don't hand over that brat today, this great emperor won't let you off. Just as Di's clone, an old ghost, when Xing finished speaking, the old monster Yin Emperor's furious roar suddenly rang out. He clearly didn't believe the two's words at all and directly came to a conclusion. He firmly believed that the two were protecting Netherworld young master. This level of intelligence was too shocking. Yi Xian was almost moved to tears. He shook his head and sighed incessantly. You old thing, don't pester us endlessly. Quickly leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for falling out and immediately taking action to suppress you. When Di's clone, an old ghost when Xing saw that old monster Yin Emperor didn't listen to their advice and firmly believed that they were in cahoots with young Master Netherworld. Di's clone, an old ghost when Xing immediately felt that they were in bad luck. Their expressions immediately became gloomy, and they ordered Yin Emperor to leave immediately. Roar! You two old things, do you think this great emperor is afraid of you? Immediately hand over that Netherworld brat. Otherwise, I will definitely tear down this Tianji city of yours today. Claw Netherworld transformation. With another furious roar, Yin Emperor's figure suddenly swayed and turned into a dark green netherworld fog that exploded. As it surged, it grew to a size of 10,000 feet in the blink of an eye. It turned into a dark green netherworld skull that was much larger than before, and its eyes were flickering with dense blood flames. It opened its mouth wide and opened its mouth. It opened its bloody mouth and directly bit down on the Tianji city below. Yi Xian's expression changed. Previously, this old guy only knew the first form of the Netherworld Claw. Yi Xian had demonstrated the second form, claw netherworld transformation to him. He didn't expect his comprehension to be so outstanding. In such a short period of time, he could already use this form so skillfully. However, this was even better. In any case, this old guy had already determined that he had nothing to do with Netherworld Young Master. No matter how much trouble he caused in Tianji City, he wouldn't take the initiative to pester Yi Xian. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian's figure rapidly retreated. At the same time, his aura locked onto Di's clone, an old monster Wenxing. He was on guard against these two old guys attacking him at any time. At this very moment, there were still about 100,000 Tianji clansmen prostrating on the ground with pious expressions on their faces. They were majestic and motionless, as if they had lost their souls. They didn't move at all. Damn it. Emperor Old Monster, you're courting death. Immediately disperse the clansmen and capture this fiend. Di's clone, an old monster Wenxing's expressions immediately changed as they cried out involuntarily. The former waved his hand, and the head-sized dark blue crystal at the top of the huge sculpture slowly sank down and finally disappeared. The latter leaped and pounced on the huge dark green skull that was pouncing down. At this moment, the 100,000 Tianji clansmen prostrating on the ground shook violently. They all came back to their senses one after another. They raised their heads and looked around blankly. They clearly didn't have any impression of what had just happened, as if a part of their memory had been erased. Immediately afterward, when they realized that danger was approaching, a large number of Tianji clansmen roared and retreated. Emperor was a Star Lord expert, and his aura was extremely powerful. Although there were almighty experts among the clansmen, they didn't dare to recklessly face him. Chapter 3604. Kacha, kacha, the sound of grinding machinery that made one's teeth ache rang out, and it was a loud sound. This was not the sound of a certain Heavenly Legacy clan member activating his mechanical fusion ability and starting a mechanical transformation with his mount. Instead, it was the giant dark green netherworld skull that swallowed hundreds of Heavenly Legacy clan members in one gulp and immediately chewed their bodies into a pile of scrap metal. It was a strange sound. Almost all the Heavenly Legacy clan members would try their best to pursue everything the humans had, such as taste, pain, and so on, according to their own strength conditions. From a moment they developed self-awareness from an intelligent robot, gained intelligence, and evolved into mechanical electronic life forms. All the Heavenly Legacy clan members no longer regarded themselves as cold machines. They longed to be recognized as humans, or at least to have a sense of touch that was not weaker than humans. It was a kind of perception ability. It was impossible to say whether this was an evolution or a regression. At least, for these hundreds of Heavenly Legacy clan members whose bodies had been swallowed by the giant dark green skull and were now being chewed into a pile of scrap metal. If they did not feel pain, perhaps even if their bodies had become a pile of intertwined metal alloys. The alloy was a waste, but its electronic consciousness might still be intact. As long as they turned around and changed their bodies, they would be able to become lively again. Right now, it was precisely because their highly bionic bodies had a sense of pain that was transmitted to their electronic consciousness while their bodies were being chewed. However, this kind of pain was so unbearable that it exceeded the limits of their electronic consciousness. Therefore, as a large number of mechanical grinding sounds came from the giant dark green skull, the electronic consciousness of these hundreds of Heavenly Legacy clan members instantly fell into weakness. In less than a breath of time, more than a dozen electronic consciousnesses were completely annihilated. As the patriarch of the Heavenly Legacy clan, even though it was only a clone here, he could still clearly sense all of this. After all, he was the strongest expert of this electronic life form race. There were clansmen dying in front of him. If he did not sense it, it would be too unreasonable. In the past, he was both shocked and angry at once. Every member of the Tianji clan was an incomparably precious resource in his eyes. The entire Tianji clan had developed for tens of thousands of years, but now there were less than 1 million clansmen. Just from this, one could see how much they were worth. It could be said that the massive Heaven's Legacy race would produce countless AI robots every year, but only a few dozen of them would develop self-awareness and evolve into true members of the Heaven's Legacy race. Now, hundreds of them had fallen in the blink of an eye. Just the loss of this moment alone would take 10 years to recover. Under such circumstances, how could he not be angry? Screech, old fogeying emperor, don't even think about leaving Heaven's Legacy City today. When Xing, join hand with me and suppress him. He raised his head and let out an incomparably shrill screech. Immediately, an incomparably majestic cultivation aura surged out of Di's body. His entire body expanded in an instant, and at the same time, a large number of limbs extended from his body. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into an alloy war god that was hundreds of feet tall. He waved the black battle blade in his hand, and his body rushed out like a beam of light from a star cannon. He shot toward the void, and in the blink of an eye, he began to fight with the giant dark green skeleton head that was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. On the other hand, although old fogey Wen Xing also had an angry expression, he immediately made his move. He directly rushed toward the horizon, but after 3 to 5 steps, his figure silently disappeared into the void. Not even a trace of his aura could be seen. This scene caused Yi Xian to feel a sense of alarm. It had to be said that these two old monsters were indeed not easy to deal with. They were too threatening. Old fogey Wen Xing's fighting style was obviously the same as his ruthless nature. He was like an assassin that wandered in the dark night and would not fight head-on. At this time, he must be wandering around the giant dark green skeleton head, waiting for an opportunity to launch a killing blow. The clan leader of the Heaven's Legacy clan, Di's clone, made Yi Xian feel like his horizons had been broadened. What the old guy had just displayed was clearly the ultimate secret technique of the Heaven's Legacy clan, the machine fusion ability. However, the machine fusion ability that he displayed was clearly not on the same level as the secret technique that Sha Baofeng, Emperor Xiaofeng, and the others had displayed. If what Emperor Xiaofeng and the others had displayed was only the initial form of this secret technique, then what Di's clone displayed was a more advanced form. If the former wanted to display this secret technique, he would have to fuse with a warship to transform into a mechanical blade or other mechanical killing weapon. However, Di's clone was even more direct. He did not need to fuse with a warship. It was as if his body was a warship, and he could directly transform. From a certain point of view, this could no longer be considered a machine fusion secret technique. This was clearly a machine's superpower that could transform infinitely. This was something that even Yi Xian could not do. This was because he did not have a true mechanical body. Whether it was the mechanical demon bug or the alloy war god, it was actually the life fortress that was transforming. Yi Xian basically did not participate in it at all. Whoosh roar! After Di's clone displayed his mechanical transformation, the black saber in the right hand of the alloy war god was clearly not a blade. Not only was it made of some kind of special alloy, it was very likely to be a primordial treasure. This was because Yi Xian clearly sensed a wisp of obscure primordial aura from it. The Tianji clan's path of evolution was divided into 2 levels. One was the continuous strengthening of their electronic consciousness, and the other was the continuous transformation of their own bodies. When the 2 were combined, it represented a comprehensive evolution of a life form. At the level of continuous transformation of their own bodies, they would do their best to use more powerful materials and magic treasures. For example, the black saber in the right hand of Di's clone was one such example. Its original form was a primordial treasure that had been refined by Di's clone through special means. After being refined into the body, its power was clearly stronger. At this moment, with a sudden swing, it directly cut a hole in the area below the right ear of the dark green skull. It gave off a crisp and ear-piercing sound, like silk being torn apart. Unfortunately, merely this strike was obviously far from being able to heavily injure the enormous dark green skull, and it aroused its ferocious nature instead. This old fellow's brain was originally not very bright. He was stubborn, impulsive, and easily angered. now that he had suddenly suffered such a huge loss. How could he be willing to let it go? A world-shaking roar came from the mouth of the dark green skull once again. Immediately after, the Een Emperor's furious roar instantly reverberated throughout the world. Roar! Old Ghosty, you actually dare to injure this great emperor? Oh, Chapter 3605. The Celestial Legacy Race's Patriarch Di Yi's doppelganger used a high-level mechanical transformation divine ability and instantly transformed into a 300-meter-tall humanoid alloy war god. All kinds of tentacles extended from his body, and one of them was actually fused with a primordial treasure-level black saber. With one slash, the saber landed right under the dark green skull's ear. A cut appeared on the right side of the skull. But it was a pity that not only was this attack unable to shake the dark green skull that was 10,000 feet in size, but it also completely stimulated Een Emperor's nether fiendish intent. After a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and earth, an angry roar suddenly came from the enormous dark green skull. Nether blood explosion, great art. Immediately after, the dark green skull's bloody mouth suddenly let out the despairing howls of a large number of ferocious race clansmen. Ah, crack, 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 crack. Countless shrill howls resounded, accompanied by cracking noises that were as dense as raindrops. Some were the sounds of flesh and bones being crushed, and some were the grinding noises of machines that made one's teeth ache. Through the enormous and terrifying mouth of the enormous skull, one could faintly see the remains of the Celestial Legacy Race clansmen flickering with electric sparks. They were currently rolling, intertwining, and even merging with the enormous bodies of the ferocious race clansmen. As the dark green skull's enormous bloody mouth continued to open, it was like countless duckweeds in a stormy sea, powerlessly rolling and undulating without end. Souls were born and souls were extinguished, and the cycle repeated over and over again. This was a kind of secret technique. To be more precise, it was a kind of evil technique that originated from the legendary Netherworld race of the Netherworld. Even though Yi Xian had a pure Netherworld body, he didn't know this kind of nether blood explosion great art. Only Een Emperor, who was a member of the Een Devil race, could slowly cultivate the trace of Netherworld inheritance in his bloodline until he finally relied on his own strength to revert his bloodline to its ancestor and reconstruct the Netherworld. Only then could he find the inheritance imprint of this nether evil technique from his bloodline. However, this was only a possibility. There was no doubt that although the old monster Een Emperor's brain wasn't very bright, he was still worthy of being the patriarch of the entire Een Demon clan. He was the only one in the clan who had relied on his own efforts to achieve atavism and reconstruct the nether physique. Even in the Netherworld race's bloodline, only a small number of existences could awaken the nether evil secret technique, and he was lucky enough to master it. At this moment, the hundreds of Heaven's Legacy race clansmen's bodies that were made from all kinds of top-grade biomimetic materials and alloys, as well as the bodies of the ferocious race clansmen that Een Emperor had captured, were all contained in the bloody mouth of the dark green skull that was tens of thousands of zhang long. It continuously chewed and gradually fused together. Once they were together, they could no longer be distinguished from each other. It was no longer possible to tell which was the alloy material and which was the flesh apart from this. The souls of the tens of thousands of ferocious race clansmen, as well as the damaged electronic consciousnesses of the several hundred Heaven's Legacy race clansmen, were also forcibly detained in the dark green skull's bloody mouth under some mysterious power of this nether evil technique. Moreover, they were strangely needed together. Not only was it the fusion of the living souls and electronic consciousnesses, there was also this kind of indescribable evil consciousness that was mixed with the equally evil and strange mixture of flesh and mechanical alloy. To put it simply, it was the flesh and souls of the tens of thousands of ferocious race clansmen, as well as the electronic consciousnesses and alloy bodies of the several hundred Heaven's Legacy race clansmen. All of this was broken and crushed, and in the end, It was forcefully mixed together to form a large chunk of incomparably evil and filthy unknown substance. At this moment, it was being chewed in the dark green skull's bloody mouth. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in the span of a breath. Before Dee's clone, who had just waved the black treasure blade in his hand and lightly injured the dark green skull, an old ghost Wenxing, who was hiding in the dark, had come to their senses. Everything had already been settled. A powerful and incomparably evil aura instantly spread out from the dark green skull's bloody mouth. It was incomparably valiant, and it was actually comparable to the old monster Emperor's cultivation. In fact, this aura faintly contained a trace of the old monster Emperor's aura. It was clear that he had merged a part of it. It was because of his primordial spirit. As this powerful and evil aura spread out from the bloody mouth, Dee's clone immediately cried out in alarm. Even old ghost Wenxing, who had always been hiding in the dark, took the initiative to reveal himself at this moment. His expression was incomparably solemn, and his aura was locked on to the dark green skull that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The head. There were even cries of alarm coming from its mouth. This is a puppet refining technique, and it is an incomparably evil secret technique. It should be passed down from generation to generation by the netherworld. Not good. Has the old monster Emperor gone crazy? He actually split off a third of his primordial spirit and merged it with this nether puppet, causing it to mutate and have the same cultivation as the old monster Emperor. Furthermore, it has the ability to grow and will continuously become stronger as the old monster Emperor becomes stronger. But as a result, the old monster Emperor's primordial spirit was damaged, and his path forward has been greatly slowed. This is simply draining the goose that lays the golden eggs. Although his current battle strength has become stronger, his future growth will be affected and restricted. Roar! That's right. This blood puppet has indeed made this great emperor pay a huge price. My path forward will be greatly restricted, and my growth will be slowed down. But all of this is worth it. As a majestic Star Lord, if I can't even kill my own enemy, what's the use of this great emperor's cultivation? And now, this great emperor has severed a third of the nether primordial spirit and merged it with this nether puppet, becoming one with it. We live and die together. If this great emperor doesn't die, it won't die. If it doesn't die, this great emperor won't die. Unless you have the power to instantly destroy this great emperor and my nether puppet at the same time, no matter which side falls, after paying an extremely small price, I will be able to descend again. Today, if you don't hand over the little nether brat, this old man will definitely cause chaos in the entire Tianji city. By the way, this old man's nether puppet is one of the most evil and filthy cloning secret techniques in the world. It was refined using flesh and the alloy body of the Tianji clan as the foundation. Therefore, all flesh and alloy are its nourishment. As long as it devours a certain amount, it will become this old man's cultivation realm. Because of its reverse nourishment, the lower realm will be able to rapidly improve. Then, let the darkness envelop Tianji City now. My nether puppet descend. Chapter 3606. This bloody, green thing was made of the flesh and blood of more than 10,000 members of the giant ferocious tribe and the alloy bodies of several hundred members of the Heavenly Legacy clan. It had been chewed and mashed together. Besides, it also included the souls of the giant ferocious tribe members and the electronic consciousness of several hundred members of the Heavenly Legacy clan. It was a mess, and it was all mashed together. Just the bodies of the 10,000 ferocious tribe members were already enormous. This meant that the inside of the bloody mouth of the dark green skull had the ability to fold space. Otherwise, the bodies of the 10,000 ferocious tribe members would not be able to contain them. However, at this moment, this bloody, green thing that made people shudder when it was spat out from the bloody mouth of the dark green skull and smashed down on the Heavenly Legacy continent. Its size was only around 10,000 zhang tall, which was about the same size as the dark green skull. It was much smaller than the flesh and blood of the giant, ferocious tribe members. Obviously, when the dark green skull continuously chewed on the bloody mouth of the dark green skull, it could be considered to have been refined. This was very normal, otherwise, it would not have been possible to manifest such a terrifyingly powerful nether skull. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. The bloody, green thing that was around 10,000 jong tall hit the ground of the Heavenly Legacy continent and then started to wriggle. This scene made people shiver. Some members of the Heavenly Legacy clan who hadn't retreated far away retreated in fright. They could feel a strong and extremely evil aura, which made their electronic consciousness shiver. They couldn't face it directly, without the slightest pause, as this huge blood-green object fell to the ground. After shaking twice, the huge blood-green body slowly rose up and finally stood up. It was a humanoid, 10,000 zhang tall, with a ferocious appearance. Its entire body was blood-green. It was hard to tell whether it was made of flesh or alloy. Although it could move like flesh, its texture was no different from the alloy of the universe. Its eyes were blood-red. Two long fangs jutted out of its wide, ferocious mouth. The joints and fingertips of its four legs were sharp claws that emitted a cold light. This was a monster, a nether prison evil puppet that would make anyone tremble when they saw it. Its body, which was filled with the texture of starry sky alloy, but was wriggling like flesh and blood, must have an incomparably hard attribute. The sharp spikes that covered all the joints and important parts of its body, which were incomparably sharp and even emitted a piercing cold light, must have an extremely terrifying penetrative power. In short, the nether skull was extremely powerful, and the aura emanating from its body was not weaker than any of the 3 Star Lords present. Moreover, there was an indescribable, monstrous, evil, and filthy aura. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he saw that. He even had a strong intuition that this terrifying blood-green netherworld puppet was even harder to deal with than Emperor himself. Yi Xian felt his scalp go numb when he thought about how it had only appeared because of Emperor's intense hatred for him, which was why he hadn't hesitated to cut off a third of his primordial spirit to refine it. He couldn't stay in this place for long. He had to take advantage of the fact that Emperor still didn't know the secret of his identity to quickly settle all the unfinished business and then quickly leave this place. Fortunately, with Emperor's madness and the appearance of this terrifying nether skull, both Di's clone and Wenxing's old man had temporarily forgotten about Yi Xian. At this moment, the faces of the two old fellows were filled with shock. Their gazes were locked onto the enormous body of the nether skull. Even the aura that had been spread out to pay attention to Yi Xian's figure had unknowingly relaxed. As for the 100,000 Heavenly Legacy clan members who were fleeing in all directions, even the dozen or so mechanical almighties who had the battle prowess of the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, were more or less done at this moment. They were all retreating in shock, and, similarly, no one noticed Yi Xian. Even if they noticed him, it didn't matter. They didn't have any memories of the previous conversation in their minds. In their minds, Yi Xian was still the new young master of the Heavenly Legacy clan. The opportunity couldn't be missed, and it wouldn't come again. Yi Xian immediately concealed his figure, and after making many turns, he finally left the central plaza of the Heavenly Legacy continent, which was at the center of the chaos. He rushed toward the main passage that led to the inner city of the Heavenly Legacy continent. Roar, screech, today every single one of you will die. My nether skull, kill everything. Let evil descend. Rumble. Just as Yi Xian's figure silently disappeared and then quickly left the plaza of the central region, a heaven-shaking roar suddenly came from the bloody mouth of the dark green skull that was formed from the Emperor's true body in the sky. The incomparably sinister blood-green nether skull below seemed to respond. It raised its head and let out a long and mournful roar, and its ferocious flames surged into the sky. Immediately after, as Emperor's crazy words rose again, the enormous dark green skull in the sky finally rushed out again and shot toward Di's doppelganger. On the ground below, There was a loud rumble that sounded like the mountains were collapsing. The blood-green nether puppet, which was also 10,000 feet in size, took large strides and waved its arms, running wildly towards the gloomy old ghost Wenxing. At this moment, the latter's heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. Old man Wenxing was good at stealth and assassination. However, at this moment, when the blood-green nether puppet's murderous intent locked onto the chi around him, Old man Wenxing suddenly realized that he could no longer hide his body like before. This terrifying existence that was refined using the evil secret technique of the netherworld lineage was both a puppet and a doppelganger. It had even merged with 1/3 of Emperor's netherworld body, so it clearly had some kind of evil power of the netherworld lineage. Old man Wenxing's secret technique of stealth and concealment was completely ineffective in front of it. Yes. Screech, Kachacha, waving his arms full of sharp thorns. Ming Hao, who was tens of thousands of meters tall, casually grabbed dozens of Heavenly Legacy clan members who were retreating in fright and held them tightly in his giant bloody ghost claw. Then it directly threw them into its bloody mouth that had 2 terrifying fangs. Immediately after, as it chewed, that kind of mechanical grinding sound that made the roots of one's teeth sour and scalp numb once again resounded through the void. Very obviously, these dozens of Heavenly Legacy clan members couldn't live. Not only could they not live, but their alloy bodies and electronic life consciousness were even turned into nutrients and resources that increased the blood-green nether skull's ferocious flames and made it even stronger. This scene fell into the eyes of Di Yi's doppelganger, who was fighting endlessly with the dark green skull not far away. This was the Heavenly Legacy City, the supreme holy land of the first universe. For tens of thousands of years, such a tragic and sullen scene had never appeared before. Chapter 36:07. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of grinding machinery came out from the bloody mouth of the blood-green nether puppet, and the dozens of Heavenly Legacy clan members disappeared in the blink of an eye. Dee's clone was infuriated by the scene. He raised his head and let out a long, mournful howl. 2 powerful auras rose from the depths of the inner city of the Heavenly Legacy continent. They were Di's other 2 clones. They were guarding the Emperor's prison and the Heavenly Legacy core in a secret place, respectively. However, he had summoned them all in a fit of anger. The auras of the 2 DE clones were also Star-Lords. They were extremely powerful, and they were rapidly approaching each other. The 3DE clones were all Star-Lords. Their auras were connected, and they instantly stirred up an invisible storm in the void above the enormous Heavenly Legacy continent. When he saw this scene, a bright light clearly flashed within the depths of old geezer Wenxing's eyes, and a wisp of an extremely deeply concealed scheme was revealed within it. It was as if Di's 2 clones had rushed over from the inner city of the Heavenly Legacy continent and left their original positions. This was something that he had been planning and looking forward to for a long time. However, this excitement quickly faded away. Looking at old ghost Wenxing's eyes, he could no longer see the slightest trace of it. At this moment, within the wide mouth of the gigantic blood-green nether puppet, the mechanical grinding sound that came from the continuous chewing finally disappeared. The alloy bodies of the dozens of Heavenly Legacy clan members, as well as the nourishment of their electronic life consciousness, made the color of the bloody green nether puppet's terrifying body clearly darker. It was evolving toward the dark green color of the huge skull that Indy's original body had turned into. The ferocious aura around his body had clearly become much denser. Soon, as the blood-green nether puppet approached, Old Devil Wenxing began to fight with it. On the other side of the Tianji Road Central Territory Plaza, Di's clone and the dark green skull that Emperor had transformed into were also in the midst of a fierce battle. At that moment, Di's clone didn't notice Old Devil Wenxing at all. However, there seemed to be a hint of dawdling. It was as if his mind was not here at all, and he was just blindly wandering around and fighting. Of course, he had always been good at stealth and assassination. Therefore, even if he were to use this method of guerrilla warfare, it would not arouse suspicion. Even when the other 2 avatars of DE came, Old Ghost Wenxing took the opportunity to retreat far away, thus escaping from the area covered by the power of the blood-green nether puppet's bloodline, and successfully hid himself again. Dee's 3 Star Lord clones shouldn't have thought too much. They wouldn't have noticed anything wrong for the time being. And this was also the plan that Old Ghost Wenxing was secretly scheming in his heart. At the same time, somewhere in the northern region of the Great Road that was extremely far away from the central region square of the Great Road of Tianji. This was one of the 6 main passageways leading to the inner Tianji city on the Tianji Main Road. The 6 main passages were located in different areas of the Great Road of Tianji and led to different areas of the inner city. Even the young clan leader of the Heavenly Fortune clan wasn't authorized to enter 3 of the main passages into the inner city. Only D.E., the clan leader, and a few experts of the older generation of the Heavenly Fortune clan were authorized to do so. As the young clan leader of the Heavenly Fortune clan, one of the 3 main passages that he was authorized to enter led to the level where the Emperor's prison was located. The passage that Yi Xian was going to the northern region of the Great Road of Tianji at the moment was precisely that passage. From there, he could directly enter the periphery of the Emperor's prison in the inner city, and then enter the real Emperor's prison from the periphery. As the young clan leader of the Heavenly Fortune clan, Yi Xian was authorized to enter the Emperor's prison in the inner city through the main passage of the northern region. However, his position as the young clan leader was only a name. Since Dee's avatar was already suspicious of him and planned to capture him at the coronation ceremony, it was naturally impossible for D.E. to give him the authority to match his position as the young clan leader. Therefore, Yi Xian knew that if he tried to enter the passage with his electronic consciousness as Sha Baofeng, he wouldn't be able to enter the passage in front of him. Instead, it might be possible for the former young clan leader, Di Xiaofeng, to enter. Although he had died, Di's doppelganger might not have revoked the authority corresponding to his identity so quickly. After all, regardless of whether it was Di or Old Man Wenxing, even though they guessed that Di Xiaofeng had died at Yi Xian's hands, they definitely wouldn't have thought that Di Xiaofeng's electronic life form was still completely under Yi Xian's control. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Yi Xian wanted to, he could bring any of the 9 people, including Di Xiaofeng and Sha Baofeng, back to life at any time. The Heavenly Fortune clan was an electronic life form, and its electronic consciousness was equivalent to the primordial spirit of the human clan cultivators. Yi Xian controlled their electronic consciousness as if he was holding the primordial spirits of the 9 human clan cultivators. He could inject them into the body of an intelligent robot at any time, just like the primordial spirits of the human clan cultivators, returning from the dead, or in other words, obtaining a new life-like possession. However, Yi Xian obviously couldn't do this. What he was considering now was whether to immediately change his identity and change Sha Baofeng to Di Xiaofeng. In this way, if the authority corresponding to the identity of Di Xiaofeng was not completely revoked so quickly, then he could smoothly pass through the main passage of the northern region. Through the main passage of the northern region in front of him, he would enter the inner city where the Emperor's prison was located. Of course, this was also a gamble. If the authority corresponding to the identity of Di Xiaofeng had been revoked, then Yi Xian would not only be unable to enter the Emperor's prison, but also inadvertently alert the enemy. Perhaps Di's clone would immediately sense it. After all, he was the dictator of the entire Tianji city, the owner. At that time, even if Di's clone was still being delayed by the Emperor Old Monster and his nether skull, there would still be some countermeasures. This wasn't a good thing for Yi Xian. He didn't have much time left. However, if he didn't do this, he wouldn't have any chance at all. For a moment, Yi Xian hesitated and fell into a dilemma. However, this hesitation only lasted for less than 2 breaths before completely disappearing. It wasn't that Yi Xian suddenly made a decision, but that he didn't need to worry about this at all. In front of him, the giant alloy door of the northern region's main passage, which was incomparably sturdy, which even the Star Lord Old Monsters couldn't forcefully break through, actually opened. At this moment, it opened with a rumble. A figure rushed out of the Emperor's prison with a fierce aura around him. It was another Star Lord Old Monster. This was Dee's clone, who was overseeing the Emperor's prison. He had been summoned, and as soon as he rushed out of the giant alloy door, his figure had already used teleportation and disappeared. The opportunity couldn't be missed. Chapter 3608. Stop! Who goes there? Young clan leader. Just as Yixian's figure charged into the giant alloy door, a few stern shouts sounded out from the incomparably long and dark tunnel in front of him. At least 10 powerful auras of the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm, locked onto Yixian's figure. With Yixian's current strength, although he was only at the Mystic Light Realm level 8, he was confident that he could take care of 10 Void Realm Heavenly Legacy Race cultivators in a short time. Of course, he had to use some trump cards. However, there was no need for that. Other than Dee's avatar and Old Man Wenxing, there was no third person in the entire Tianji City Star area who knew about his identity. The news had not spread. Therefore, in the eyes of these 10 Void Realm Heavenly Legacy Race Guards, he was not a spy. He was the young clan leader who had just received a warning from clan leader De. It was said that a newly appointed clan leader had to be careful. Yixian did not believe that as the young clan leader who had just been appointed, all the other Heavenly Legacy race members in the Tianji City would not be suspicious. Therefore, he was not afraid at all. He stopped and put his hands behind his back. His expression darkened, and he sneered slowly. What? Could it be that the few of you still want to attack this young patriarch? We don't dare. It's just the clan rules. Without permission, you can't enter the Imperial prison. Young clan leader, Very quickly, the figures of 10 Heavenly Legacy clan members appeared in the dim and narrow passageway. They stood in 2 rows and respectfully bowed their heads as they explained to Yixian. Even the guards guarding the tunnel were Void Realm Level 12 Void Realm cultivators. On one hand, this showed the importance of the Imperial prison at the end of the tunnel. On the other hand, it also showed that the Heavenly Legacy race had a strong foundation. There were many powerful cultivators in the race. After all, they were all electronic life forms and had a long lifespan. Unlike flesh and blood life forms, their physical bodies would wither one day. These 10 Heavenly Legacy race guards might have developed their own consciousness tens of thousands of years ago and become electronic life forms. It would be strange if they were not strong. Yixian didn't listen to their explanation at all. His expression became even more gloomy. Without waiting for the last person to finish speaking, he sternly reprimanded, "How dare you? Don't you know that this young clan leader has just been appointed? Our clan leader did not have time to give me the authority of the young clan leader before our enemies came. The battle outside is so loud. Can't you hear it? Our clan leader was worried about the Imperial prison, so he sent this young clan leader to patrol. Good, you guys. You're doing your duty, right? All right, this young patriarch will go back now and ask Lord Patriarch to stop the battle and give me the authority. Only then can I come back to patrol." With that, Yixian was about to leave. The giant alloy door behind him was not closed yet. He still had time to leave. "Hey, don't. Io, young clan leader, what are you saying? Aren't we just blabbering a little? Damn it, we delayed our young clan leader's important matter. We really deserve to die." The 10 Void Realm Tianji Race Guard were so scared that they were trembling all over. For tens of thousands of years, the Tianji City had never encountered such a situation where foreign enemies had invaded the core area of the Tianji continent. Clan leader Di was so angry right now. It was obvious that he was furious. If the young clan leader went back and asked for the authority to be given first, all 10 of them would probably be slapped to death. In their fear, the 10 Void Realm Heavenly Legacy race Imperial prison guards finally realized that the young clan leader in front of them was just beginning his term. It was too stupid to provoke him like this. Wasn't this asking for the young clan leader to burn their own heads? In order to calm the young clan leader's anger, the 10 of them quickly surrounded him. They were all very obedient and carefully waited on him with words. Boom! At this time, the giant alloy door behind him finally closed. Yixian thought that he would have to rely on these 10 Imperial prison guards to open the door from the inside. As imperial prison guards, they had the authority to open the alloy door from the inside. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Yi Xian decided to bring these 10 fellows behind him and accompany him on his patrol of the royal prison. This way, he would be able to understand the situation from them at any time and would be able to find out where the 10 or so generations of royal uncles were imprisoned as soon as possible. After all, it was impossible for the imperial prison to hold hostages of the same race together. That way, it would be inconvenient to manage, and there would be great hidden dangers. If they really wanted to find all 10 of them, under the circumstances where they were pressed for time, they would more or less have to rely on these 10 fellows behind them. Soon, Yi Xian was led and followed by these 10 guards and walked into the depths of the long and narrow tunnel. The tunnel was very long. After a few kilometers, they could faintly see the exit at the end of the tunnel. The Heavenly Legacy continent had a diameter of 1 million meters, which was 1,000 kilometers. However, the interior used space folding technology, so it was very vast. It was like a huge planet and was divided into many layers. Just the layer where the imperial prison was located was vast and boundless. The entire imperial prison imprisoned important members of the imperial family of the first universe's slave races. There were more than 1,000 races enslaved by the Heavenly Legacy race in the first universe, and each race had several dozen important members of the imperial family imprisoned in the imperial prison. Therefore, the number of important members of the imperial family of the slave races imprisoned in the imperial prison was over 10,000. These weren't ordinary hostages. They were all members of the imperial family of the slave races. The Heavenly Legacy race treated them with respect and wouldn't isolate them like normal prisons. In fact, this entire layer of the imperial prison was not only vast, but the environment was also very good. After walking out of the long and narrow tunnel, Yi Xian stood at the exit at the end of the tunnel. Looking ahead, he saw a fertile plain with beautiful mountains and clear water. When he looked up, he even saw a virtual sky. It was extremely realistic. At a glance, he would have thought that this was the land of some life planet. A flourishing aura hit him in the face. The only thing that wasn't the case was that in this vast and fertile plain, there were huge energy barriers that were inverted in the shape of a half bowl. These energy barriers were equivalent to prisons that restricted the entry and exit of the hostages of the imperial family. It was obvious that the ground had been specially treated. Chapter 3609. Looking at the vast and boundless fertile plain in front of him, Yi Xian frowned, but he was even more confident in his heart. This place seemed to be full of vitality, with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Apart from the villas and small mountains in every protective cage, there was even a large river running from east to west on the plain. There were even mountains around it. Presumably, every once in a while, these members of the royal families of various races would be relieved in batches. Let them come out and breathe the fresh air outside the energy shield. But in fact, even compared to the ordinary void of the universe outside, the spiritual energy in this fertile field was extremely thin, only about 1% of the original. Compared to some secret realms or independent small spaces in the vast universe that were filled with spirit energy, it was far inferior. Which one of the people imprisoned here wasn't an important member of the royal family of the first universe's servants? Which one of the ancestral lands of the various races wasn't a place with relatively abundant spirit energy? Therefore, these pawned people lived in such a place that looked peaceful on the surface, but was actually sullen. It seemed to be a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, but in fact, even the spirit energy was only about 1% of the ordinary universe void. Even their cultivation was restricted, and their progress was slow. It would be strange if they didn't have the intention to leave. In this way, it was naturally more advantageous for Yi Xian to persuade them to collectively rebel. Previously, there was no chance, and even if there was a chance, they couldn't leave. Now, the external situation was different, and the opportunity to leave was in front of them. Presumably, except for a few existences whose servility was deeply rooted in their bones, most of the hostages would be determined to leave after Yi Xian's call for help. These energy shields are the prisoners, right? They can't enter and leave freely. Then how often do they have to take a break? Stepping out of the passage, Yi Xian walked on the fertile plain with his hands behind his back. Along the way, he occasionally stuck his head out to look inside the energy shields. At the same time, he asked the 10 followers behind him, "By the way, where are the hostages held by the demon race? Take me there. The Patriarch has a secret order. There's a mission. Leave it to them." Behind him, a response quickly came. "In addition to the 10 of us guarding the passage, there are 100 patrol squads in the Royal Prison Plain. Each patrol squad is in charge of 100 prisons. If you want to take a break, you basically open the number of prisons that a patrol squad is in charge of. You take turns every day. In other words, basically every 3 months, all the prisoners can come out for a walk. Since it's a secret order from the clan leader, it must be about Grand Master Mo. He has the highest prestige. All the prisoners give him some face. Young clan leader, this way please. Grand Master Mo's prison. Cave residence is in the Central Plain domain. He could only come out once every 3 months? This period of time was too long. Yi Xian's confidence increased by a bit. In addition, this Grand Elder Mo should be one of the imperial uncles of the Demonkin imperial family. From the way the 10 Tianji race guards had addressed him, even changing the name of his prison to a cave residence, this Grand Elder Mo's cultivation was definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, the captors of the other races wouldn't have to give him face. In a place like this, who cares about who? To put it bluntly, it was very likely that Grandpa Mo was an existence equivalent to a prison tyrant here, or at least in terms of their natures. This was even better. It was naturally more convenient to find a leader for this kind of thing. After all, Yi Xian didn't have much time. Very quickly, Yi Xian arrived at the central region of the plains under the lead of the 10 Heavenly Legacy clan guards behind him. In front of him was a slightly larger prison, but it was also sealed by an energy barrier. Yi Xian turned around and glanced at one of the guards behind him. The latter understood and immediately extended his right hand to stop him. The electronic consciousness was given the authority to open a door to the energy shield. "You guys wait outside. This young clan leader will go in for a while." Yi Xian ordered and then stepped in. Just as he entered the energy shield, a soft pop came from behind him. The passage that had just been opened disappeared, and even he was locked inside. Yi Xian did not turn around. The 10 guards stood outside obediently and waited. As long as his identity was not exposed, there should not be a problem. However, in terms of time, he really had to hurry. Is young clan leader here to patrol? A new official sets fire to 3 fires to actually burn the imperial prison. This old man is truly honored. Yi Xian walked towards the villa in front of him. Just as he arrived at the door, an old voice that clearly carried a mocking tone sounded from within. He smiled faintly and did not respond. He directly entered the living room on the first floor of the villa. The furnishings inside were similar to the residences of ordinary human experts. There was also a living room and a sofa, but they were all made of alloy, giving off a cold feeling. A demon cultivator expert with white hair and beard sat cross-legged on the sofa, meditating. Just as Yi Xian entered the living room and sat down on the sofa opposite him, the old man opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Although he could not sense the other party's cultivation, Yi Xian could clearly sense the other party's spiritual power level. His expression immediately changed as he cried out involuntarily, "Level 9 spiritual power? And it was just broken through not long ago? How did you?" The other party's expression froze for a moment before he cried out in surprise. After all, the Tianji clan could not sense a demon cultivator's spiritual power. They had to use some kind of equipment to detect it. However, Yi Xian had called out his spiritual power level at a glance, and even pointed out that he had just broken through not long ago. Even an ordinary demon cultivator expert would not be able to do this. To do this, one had to have at least level 8 spiritual power. Unconsciously, Grand Elder Mo's face filled with doubt as he tried to extend a strand of level 9 spiritual power to touch Yi Xian's body. Then, his body shook violently as he cried out involuntarily, "Level 8 spiritual power? You actually have a spiritual power source core? How is that possible? You even have the aura of a mad mosquito. Who are you? Senior, you also know about the mad mosquito emperor? That's great. I asked the Demon King, Duke 7, and the others, but they all said they did not know. Even that old monster star lord of your demon race, who controls spiritual power, said he did not know. As soon as he heard the mad mosquito emperor being mentioned, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He excitedly asked, "Hurry up and tell me. The mad mosquito emperor. Oh, right. And that wretched old thing mosquito butcher. What is their background?" Chapter 36:10. I was the one who asked the question first. Not only did you not answer, you even asked me back and wanted to attack me. You just opened your mouth and asked me to kill you. Are you taking advantage of your seniority? So what if you're a peak Star Lord? You've been trapped here by DE for years, haven't you? But now, seeing that my cultivation is weak, you want to flaunt your strength? You know, I'm not a member of the Heavenly Legacy clan. After all, I have level 8 mental power, and you're still treating me like that? You're too arrogant and heartless. Yi Xian became gloomy as those thoughts flashed through his mind. He then sneered and glanced at Grandpa Mo. Is this how the demons treat their allies? If that's the case, I'll have to cancel the rescue operation. Also, I'll have to terminate the cooperation with the demons. Besides, Yi Xian slapped the armrest of the sofa and roared, I don't believe that you haven't guessed that I'm not the real Sha Baofeng. I don't believe that you can't guess why I'm here. You're just strong, right? Do you think you can bully me just because I'm weak? So what if you're Star-Lord? I've killed more than one Star-Lord. Even if you're at the peak of the Star-Lord state, it'll only take me a little more effort. You can try if you don't believe me. While talking, Yi Xian drew out a trace of the aura of the Golden Crow remains in the Shinnon Cauldron and retracted it. Grandpa Mo, who was sitting on the opposite sofa, trembled and exclaimed in shock, The aura of a realm lord? Who? Who exactly are you? You have treasures and means that can release the aura of a realm lord? At the same time, the boundless level 9 mental energy that had been enveloping Yi Xian's body quickly retreated like flowing water. It was obvious that the other party was stunned by Yi Xian, regardless of whether or not he'd actually killed more than 2 Star-Lord old monsters. Just the aura that was emitted just now was enough. Grandpa Mo had to be cautious when dealing with the aura of a realm lord. If they were to really fight, even if the other party was suppressed in the end, he would probably lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. Moreover, this person was clearly not a member of the Heaven's Legacy race. To be able to utter the psychic battle cry and leave behind the mental brand of the mad mosquito emperor in his body, one that seemed to have a protective nature, there was no need to doubt his identity. This should be a new ally of the demon race, and his purpose for coming here should be the rescue that he said. Thinking of this, Grandpa Mo immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. He raised his hand and cupped it to Yi Xian and said apologetically, Young friend, please don't blame me. I've been here for more than 10,000 years, and this is the first time I've met someone from the clan. I was so excited that I lost my composure. I hope you can forgive me. As for what you just asked, I'm afraid I can't give you an answer. I can only tell you that Crazy Mosquito and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher are very deep. When this old man was still in the clan, they were already Star Master old monsters. At that time, this old man was only at the Universe Realm, and I had only seen them once. Because they're seniors, how would I have the ability to find out? As for the rescue you mentioned, Grandpa Mo shook his head and heaved a sigh. Let's just drop the matter. As a matter of fact, although the Heavenly Legacy City is a dangerous place, I'm 60% confident that I can escape with my level 9 mental power and peak Star-Lord cultivation if I want to leave. After all, DE's original aura disappeared almost 10,000 years ago. Only his 3 Star-Lord clones are in charge of the Heavenly Fate City. Of course, he has other clones, but they aren't in the city. The 3 clones, together with the power of the Heavenly Legacy City itself, can barely trap a peak Star-Lord in this place. Although I can't take anyone else with me, I can leave on my own, but it's meaningless. Even if you have the means to take away all the royal uncles of the demon race, it would be tantamount to inviting disaster for the entire race. The Heavenly Legacy race will be infuriated if that happens. It's possible that the entire race of demons will be wiped out. That's exactly why we're willing to be pawned here. Doesn't the current demon emperor know that? He's really out of his mind. Grandpa Mo became angry as he spoke, but it was obvious that he wasn't venting his anger on Yi Xian, but the current demon emperor, Mo Wentian. Humph. As a matter of fact, even if we didn't leave, once the fact that you were colluding with the demons to sneak into the Heavenly Legacy City to rescue them was exposed, it would be a disaster for the demons. To the human race, this is also a great calamity. Wentian, that child, has truly disappointed this old man too much. We understand what you're saying. Before I came to the Heavenly Legacy City, the Demon Emperor wanted to rescue the people so that they wouldn't have to worry about anything. However, you didn't show up, and the demons continued to pretend to be obedient while making arrangements in secret. When the time was right, they would take action. Yi Xian continued Grandpa Mo's words and explained, but the situation has changed. It's more advantageous for us now. The Heavenly Legacy continent above us is already in chaos. I brought the leader of the demons, Indi, here. That old guy has rebuilt his nether body and is now a Star-Lord. He even refined a nether puppet with a secret bloodline technique that is as strong as him. He's currently fighting with Di's clone and Wendy. It's safe to say that they don't have time to care about this place at the moment. The Imperial Prison is temporarily a blank area under the supervision of the Heavenly Legacy City. As long as we can persuade all the other prisoners to break out of the prison together, all the members of the royal family of the First Universe will escape. Even if the Heavenly Legacy race wants to settle the score, they won't be able to do anything about it. I'm afraid the law can't punish too many people. At most, they'll pick 1 or 2 clans to make an example out of them. Won't you resist then? I don't believe that after tens of thousands of years of enslavement, all the races in the First Universe will still be the same as before. You all have your own camps and are in a state of disunity. If you can unite, how can the Heavenly Legacy race, which only has 1 million people, dominate the entire universe? Grandpa Mo, who was sitting on the opposite sofa, had already opened his mouth wide when he heard those words. His face was full of shock. Chapter 36:11. Who are you exactly? You can even deal with the human race? You're from a major camp? Hearing Yi Xian speak so arrogantly, opening his mouth to speak of one of the 2 human camps, and having a 60% chance of winning, Grandpa Mo was once again stunned. Well, my identity is a bit complicated. Yi Xian awkwardly rubbed his nose, then smiled embarrassedly and said, currently, there are 5 relatively well-known identities in the outside world. The young patriarch of the Heavenly Fate clan, Sha Baofeng, is one, and the other 3 are young Master Linghu, the invincible war god, and Prince Xian. What? You're one of the 5 unparalleled geniuses in the world? Grandpa Mo's body shook violently. He almost lost his footing and slid off the sofa. Yi Xian, who was sitting on the sofa, felt awkward once again. After a long time, Grand Elder Mo finally dispelled this shocking news. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. No wonder. With your monstrous talent and methods, it's no wonder you dare to oppose the Tianji clan. In today's world, if you really have the guts to openly challenge the Tianji clan, it's only a matter of time. It's not that there aren't any. You're definitely one of them. Unfortunately, you're underestimating the situation. What you said does make sense, and it sounds feasible. The Heavenly Fortune clan is strong, but with the participation of the Eternal Dynasties and the resources of the slaves of the First Universe, as well as the fact that there are beings beyond the Star-Lord state in each of the races, it seems that the Heavenly Fortune clan is no match for the Heavenly Fortune clan. On the surface, they seem to be strong enough to fight the Heavenly Fortune clan head-on. However, there's a big problem that you can't solve, which is that you can't take away all the members of the royal family who are being held hostage in the Emperor's prison. It's possible to take a few of them, but only a few hundred at most. And if these hostages of the royal families of the various races cannot successfully escape, then everything is just empty talk. Even if the slave races of the first universe have the intention to rebel, they will be restrained everywhere. They will be filled with dread. You must know that those who can be held hostage in the imperial prison are the most talented royal families of the various races. They're the hope of all the races. As long as these people are in the hands of the Heaven's legacy race, they won't dare to act rashly. Do you really think that two Star Lords, Indi and Ming Hao, can throw the entire heavenly mystery continent into chaos and empty the Emperor's prison? Do you know how many Star Lords there are among the thousands of slaves in the Emperor's prison? Hundreds of them. There are even dozens of peak 9th rank Star Lords like me. The energy shield outside the villa can't trap us at all once we reach the peak of the Star Lord state. Why are the dozens of peak 9th rank Star Lords still here? They don't even think about joining hands to fight their way out? Because that's impossible. The Heavenly Fate City isn't as simple as you think. Even though DE's original body disappeared 10,000 years ago, as if he had gone missing, the dozens of horrifying beings who were above the Star Lord level in the Heavenly Fate clan also disappeared one after another in the past thousands of years. On the surface, it seems that DE's 3 Star Lord clones are the only ones guarding the Heavenly Fate City. But in fact, the entire Heavenly Fate City is an ultimate mechanical treasure. As long as the mechanical core is there, not just the hundreds of Star Lords, even the hostages of the royal family won't be able to break out of the Emperor's prison, even if they're all Star Lords. It doesn't matter if it's a small disturbance, as it won't activate the power of the mechanical core. However, if there are more than 1,000 hostages that leave the energy shield, the mechanical core will immediately sense it. The nearly 10,000 energy shield cages on the fertile plains are all powered by the mechanical core's energy, and at the same time, they will also be activated. They're monitored all the time by the mechanical core. Once more than 1,000 cages have an anomaly, the Emperor's prison will be completely sealed. Even the Realm Lords won't be able to break out. When he spoke to this point, Grand Elder Mo's face was filled with bitterness. He shook his head and sighed, no longer speaking. Yi Xian, however, was completely dumbfounded. He opened his mouth for a moment before he asked in a daze, "Mechanical core? What's that?" Grandpa Mo didn't respond. He simply rolled his eyes and winked at Yi Xian, telling him to figure it out himself. However, his expression was clearly saying that he didn't even know what the mechanical core was, and yet he had the audacity to threaten to break into the Emperor's prison. What a joke. Hum. It was also at this time that a faint buzzing sound suddenly came from outside the villa. It was continuous and densely packed like a tide. Yi Xian and Grandpa Mo were immediately stunned. Then, before Yi Xian realized what was going on, Grandpa Mo had already stood up and exclaimed in shock, "What happened? All the cages and shields are gone. Is there something wrong with the mechanical core? But how? Is it possible?" At this moment, if Yi Xian was outside the villa, he would be able to see that on this vast and boundless fertile plain, the tens of thousands of energy shields that were originally densely packed together, like countless yurts spread out on the ground all the way to the end, were actually disappearing one after another with a slight humming sound. All of them disappeared. The villas that were originally trapped within the energy shields were all exposed to the air outside. In some of the villas, there were already captives of various races walking out with faces full of astonishment as they looked up at the sky. As for the Tianji clan patrol squads patrolling the fertile plain, as well as the 10 guards of the Emperor's prison waiting outside Grandpa Mo's villa, their faces were filled with shock and astonishment. They also looked up at the sky, not knowing what had happened. Ever since the Emperor's prison was established, such a thing had never happened in the tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of light shield cages had all opened at the same time. Even in the previous mechanical grand competition, only a small portion of the hundreds of cages had been brought out from here and were lucky enough to observe them. Before Yi Xian could react, Grandpa Mo, who was in front of him, seemed to have suddenly thought of something. An incomparably excited expression appeared on his face, and his body began to tremble. Could it be that the legend is true? This is the mechanical core. Taking advantage of the fact that DE's 3 clones in Tianji City are temporarily tied down, did he finally catch a glimpse of an opportunity and want to? Regardless of whether that's the case or not, there's no doubt that there's something wrong with the mechanical core. At the very least, its power is no longer able to envelop the Emperor's prison. Chapter 36:12. Before Yixin could recover from his shock, Grandpa Mo had already rushed out of the villa. He soared into the air and roared, "Fellow Taoists, don't panic. If you trust this old man, quickly gather here. Move quickly. Young Patriarch Sha Baofeng, I have something to say to everyone." At this moment, Yixin just happened to be following behind him and also rushed out of the villa. When he heard this, he immediately rolled his eyes. This was because he instantly understood Grandpa Mo's meaning. This old fellow was a good-for-nothing. He actually wanted to trick the nearly 10,000 members of the imperial family out of the Emperor's prison. In fact, this was the best way to deal with it. If they were to tell the truth, they might not be able to make a decision immediately. As for the mechanical core, it had suddenly lost its power over the Emperor's prison. No one knew how long it had been, whether it was Yi Xian or Grandpa Mo. They dared to bet. The safest way was to use Sha Baofeng's identity as the young patriarch of the Tianji clan to trick all of them out of the Emperor's prison. Even if these fellows immediately understood everything after leaving the Emperor's prison, they would have already come out by then. There was no way they could go back even if they wanted to. Even if the servility in their bones was deeply engraved into their bones, they could only go with the flow and follow the army out. This was a drastic measure. Regardless of whether they accepted it or not, they would force these fellows to rebel together. As expected of an old fox, his temperament was resolute and his methods were ruthless. Even Yixin couldn't help but sigh. Soon, as Grandpa Mo's voice fell, the figures who had just walked out of the villas on the vast and boundless fertile plains, who were looking up at the sky in shock, all soared into the air one after another. They gathered in the direction of Yi Xian and Grandpa Mo. They came over. There were originally hundreds of 10-man patrol teams on the fertile plains. Just now, all the energy shields of the cages had disappeared. These guards were all extremely flustered and had no idea what to do. At this moment, they raised their heads and saw that young Patriarch Sha Baofeng had appeared. He didn't seem to be anxious. Instead, he stood with his hands behind his back. It floated in the air, quietly waiting for the prisoners around the plains to gather. The patrolling guards immediately calmed down. Even if they didn't understand, they couldn't be nosy. If there was really a problem, wasn't the young patriarch still here? Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone tall to hold it up. The 10 guards following behind Yi Xian all had faces full of bewilderment and even a little fear. However, after exchanging glances with each other, they didn't say anything in the end. They obediently rose into the air and stood behind Yi Xian with their hands folded. They stood there respectfully, waiting for orders. In fact, even if these prison guards and patrolling guard wanted to do something, they didn't have the guts to do so at this moment. There were only a total of over 1,000 people, and there were nearly 10,000 hostages for various races gathered around them. All of their cultivations were above theirs, so they could only tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. Soon, thousands of figures gathered in the surrounding void. The rest were also on their way, and their figures could be seen from afar. It could be confirmed that all the hostages had basically arrived. At this time, no one would still stay in the villa in the detention center. No matter what happened, whether it was an unforeseen event or for other reasons, they had to come and take a look. Even if it was just to take a stroll and get some fresh air, it was still good. Due to the urgency of time, Grandpa Mo looked around and saw that most of the people had already gathered around, and a small number of them were about to arrive. He didn't dare to delay any longer. Otherwise, if the mechanical core suddenly recovered its power at this time, he would be caught unprepared. Therefore, Grandpa Mo immediately turned his head and gave Yixin a look. The latter nodded, stepped out, and stepped in front of Grandpa Mo. With his hands behind his back, he still had the posture of the young patriarch of the Tianji clan. He coughed twice to clear his throat, and at the same time signaled the experts of various races to stop their private discussions. Then he patted his chest and said loudly, "Let me introduce myself. I am Sha Baofeng, the current young patriarch of the Tianji clan. I have just received my title. This matter had long been known in the imperial prison, so the hostages of the various races didn't have much of a reaction. Instead, they were all puzzled. Their gazes converged on Yi Xian's face, quietly waiting for him to continue. A new broom sweeps clean. You should have heard of this, right? Today, this young patriarch came to the imperial prison to burn the first fire. Just as Yi Xian finished speaking, the faces of many of the imperial family members that had gathered around him darkened. There were even cold snorts coming out from their noses. They had been sullenly held in the imperial prison for nearly 10,000 years. But it wasn't just because they were afraid of the Heavenly Legacy clan. One of them, these existences were more concerned with the survival of the entire race. Now, a mere young patriarch of the Tianji clan had actually come to the imperial prison after taking up his new position. He wanted to act like a tyrant and sweeps clean. This was truly laughable. There was an uproar in the crowd, and there were even some who mocked and ridiculed him. Some people didn't give him any face at all. They curled their lips and turned around, wanting to leave and return to the villa cave residence where they were being held. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian's next words were unhurriedly said. Therefore, this young patriarch has decided to grant amnesty to the entire world. All hostages of the various races detained in the imperial prison will immediately scram. The Tianji clan doesn't raise idle people. Why are you freeloading here and not working? Boom! The surrounding crowd instantly went into an uproar. Those fellows who were about to leave all stopped in their tracks and turned around to look at Yi Xian. Their faces were filled with astonishment, and they couldn't even close their mouths. At this moment, apart from Yi Xian himself and Grandpa Mo, everyone, including the patrols and guards in the imperial prison, wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. They actually heard such words from the young patriarch's mouth. Grant amnesty to the entire world? The Tianji clan doesn't raise idle people. All hostages of the various races in the imperial prison will immediately scram. Good heavens, this was the worst joke in history. With this thought, the surrounding hostages of the various races reacted even more strongly than before. Some of them even began to curse in disdain. They were certain that this newly appointed young patriarch of the Tianji clan was purely here to make fun of them. They all turned around and prepared to leave. Old Master Mo, however, raised his arm and shouted at this moment. His gaze swept through the crowd, and he looked at the dozen or so past imperial uncles of the demons, as well as a small number of hostages who were closer to him. He said loudly, "The young master has spoken. Don't you see that the energy barriers of all the cages have disappeared?" Chapter 36:13. This kind of thing was too inconceivable, so they naturally needed a leader. And now, seeing that all the groundwork had been laid, Grand Elder Mo immediately jumped out of his own accord and became the leader. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and shot toward the exit of the imperial prison. The other 10 or so imperial uncles immediately followed. Grand Elder Mo was their senior, the most senior among the imperial uncles of the imperial uncles. No matter what he helped, the others would definitely support him. Immediately after, the 10 or so people who were on good terms with Grand Elder Mo also followed behind without hesitation, charging toward the exit within sight. As a result, the crowd immediately became restless again. It was one thing for no one to leave, but now that someone had already taken the lead and rushed to the exit, this was another matter altogether. It could be said that the moment Grand Elder Mo turned around, everyone else's minds had already been shaken. Who would want to stay in this kind of place? Even if they were tricked with Grand Elder Mo in front of them, even someone as senior as him could bear it. So what couldn't the others bear? What if it really was a general amnesty? Wouldn't they regret it for the rest of their lives if they missed such a good opportunity just to avoid being tricked? Taking 10,000 steps back, if there really was something fishy going on, even if the Tianji clan shot the bird that stood out, they definitely wouldn't be blamed. If it wasn't this strange young clan leader in front of them, then it would be Grand Elder Mo and the others. It wouldn't even be their turn. Thinking like this, more people were shaken in an instant. Those fellows who were originally about to leave stopped in their tracks, then turned and followed. More and more people rushed toward the exit of the imperial prison. In the end, it completely formed a large group of nearly 10,000 people gathered together. They were all moving in the direction of the exit. The only difference was that some were fast and rushed to the front, while others were slow and had misgivings and just followed behind. This scene had long stunned the 1,000 patrolling guards on the ground. The 10 guards following behind Yixin were even more uneasy. They all looked at Yixin with pitiful eyes, wanting to say something, but didn't dare to make a sound. Seeing these 10 fellows standing in place without moving, Yixin's face immediately darkened. He scolded, "What are you still standing around for?" This young master said that he wants to grant amnesty to the entire world. Didn't you hear? Go and open the giant alloy door at the main exit. The 10 of them looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Obviously, they didn't want to take the blame. Although Sha Baofeng was indeed the new young clan leader, what he was doing now was too strange, which had already aroused the suspicion of the 10 of them. If there really was a problem, they were the guards of the exit. Once the giant alloy door of the exit was opened, they would be the first ones to be punished. Since that's the case, then all of you can stay in this imperial prison and accompany it in its destruction. Yixin sneered. He immediately turned around and followed behind the crowd, rushing towards the exit. Mr. Mo was a peak level 9 Star Lord, so it wouldn't have been difficult for him to blow open the alloy gate with brute force. However, that would have alarmed Liu Biao's DE in advance. However, if the 10 guards of the exit were unwilling to cooperate, he would have no choice but to do so. As he spoke, Yixin didn't even turn his head. With a wave of his hand, he activated the super death light bomb, which increased the size of the undying world in his body time and time again. After activating its self-detonation program, he allowed it to roll towards the fertile plains behind him. This super death light bomb was originally only made from the remains of Sha Baofeng's stronghold. Later on, Di Xiaofeng and the others' 8 large and small strongholds were added in. After that, Yixin continued to add in a few more things, even though they were all the remains of battleships and fortresses. However, these wreckages all had complete kinetic energy cabins, space oscillators, antimatter light energy generators, and the like. They were all piled up in a messy pile. Now, the size of the pile had reached a diameter of 500,000 meters, which was 1 or 2 times larger than the Void battlecruiser. Its size was absolutely terrifying. Its interior had also been modified by the devouring system. In any case, it was just connecting important equipment, such as the kinetic energy compartment and the antimatter light energy generator together, and detonating it crudely. Therefore, although it was large, the modification process was not complicated, and it took almost no effort to complete. Now that I've pardoned the world, there's no need for this emperor's prison to exist anymore. Both I and the chief will have to convince people with virtue in the future. After waving his hand to summon the super death light bomb, Yixin didn't even turn his head. He turned around and waved his hand again as he left, lightly saying, "This super death light bomb was created by combining the kinetic energy cabins, space oscillators, and antimatter light energy generators of more than a dozen large strongholds." Now, this super death light bomb was created by combining the kinetic energy cabins, space oscillators, and antimatter light energy generators of more than a dozen large strongholds. It will explode in a quarter of an hour. Then, the entire Emperor's prison will be blown up. You deserve to be praised for your vigilance. Since you've decided to die with the Emperor's prison, just stay. I'll make you heroes of the clan later. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Yixin could finish speaking, the sound of figures flashing through the air came from behind him. When they heard that the entire Emperor's prison was about to be blown up, the faces of the 10 guards turned green. They didn't hesitate and moved even faster than Yixin. In the blink of an eye, they passed by him and rushed to the front. "What lowly bones!" Yixin grinned, then shrugged his shoulders and muttered softly, "And they're a little stupid." Although this super death light bomb is terrifying, the entire Emperor's prison is so vast that it's like a huge planet. It's also a certain level of space within Tianji City, and it's one with the entire Tianji City. It's one body, so how could it be blown up so easily? At most, it'll blow up 70 to 80%. Before he could finish speaking, at the exit of the Emperor's prison, the 10 guards had already turned a corner and disappeared. Immediately after, just as Yi arrived at the exit, the rumbling sound of machinery came from the opening of the giant alloy door in front of him. Turning around to look, there were only a few figures that could be seen on the vast fertile plains of the Emperor's prison behind him. However, outside the exit tunnel beside him, there was a large crowd of people entering the tunnel in an extremely orderly manner. Even the 1,000 patrolling guards of the Emperor's prison had all gathered around at this moment. They also saw the huge super death light bomb rolling into the depths of the fertile plains. At this moment, all of their faces were pale with fright. They followed behind the hostages of the royal family, hoping to leave as soon as possible. Chapter 36:14. Although it seemed like a long time had passed, in reality, not much time had passed. From the moment Yi Xian entered the imperial prison passageway until the giant alloy gate opened again, the group of hostages from the various races in the first universe, led by Grand Elder Imo, rushed out one after another. It had only been a little more than 10 minutes. At this moment, Yi Xian had already blended into the crowd and was quietly and slowly changing his appearance. All of this was done by the so-called young clan leader, Sha Baofeng. Moreover, the 10 guards who opened the giant alloy gate at the front of the passageway must have followed closely behind Grand Elder Mo and the others and rushed out first in the crowd. If nothing unexpected happened, this matter would be exposed very soon. At that time, the news of young clan leader Sha Baofeng betraying the clan would spread throughout the entire Tianji city. Not only would the Tianji continent and the core area receive the news, but the inner defense circle and the outer industrial circle would also receive the news. Although the entire Tianji city-star region would be thrown into chaos after the tens of thousands of hostages from the various races in the first universe rushed out, the main target of the Tianji race fleet and patrol forces would definitely be the traitorous young clan leader Sha Baofeng. At this time, if he still used this identity to wander around and swindle others, he would only do so if there was something wrong with his brain. In any case, the northern region of the Tianji continent was already filled with hostages from various races. Yi Xian could casually change his appearance to that of a member of one of the races, which would be less eye-catching than Sha Baofeng, making it easier for him to fish in troubled waters and escape to the outer perimeter of the Tianji city. After reaching the outer industrial circle, Yi Xian still had one more thing to do, and that was to get within 100 li of the Void Battle Drum. Only then would he be able to activate the various beehive nodes of the Void Battle Drum and send in the tens of millions of Void Soldier ladles in his body. After that, Yi Xian would activate the Void Battle Drum and gather the power of tens of millions of soldiers of the Soldier Ladle clan to launch a final attack before swiftly escaping. The inner space of the Tianji city had many layers. Although they were combined together to form a large space, each layer was independent of each other and had different access rights. Those who had the authority to enter the royal prison might not have the authority to enter the other levels. 3 of those levels were only accessible to Di's clone and the dozen or so mechanical experts who were beyond the Star-Lord state. Among these 3 levels, the level that was located at the core of the Tianji city was definitely the most important one. Only a few of Di's clones could enter the core central region. Besides them, Old Geezer Wenxing and even the dozen region lords of the Heaven's Legacy clan didn't have the authority to enter. The reason for this was because Old Ghost Wenxing's main body was within the core region. His true form was the blue crystal the size of a human head that Yi Xian had seen at the top of the statue at the Bianyang Plaza on the Tianji continent. It was also the mechanical core that Grandpa Mo had mentioned. In Tianji City, there had always been a legend. Grandpa Mo had once exclaimed that the legend could be true. The legend mentioned was related to Old Geezer Wenxing's main body. Legend has it that the Tianji clan's patriarch, D.E., had a companion source core inside his body. When he was created by the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo, he had a body with self-consciousness. This companion source core was only a blue crystal the size of a grain of rice. As for its function, no one knew. Doubt. Later on, as D gradually grew stronger, the blue crystal also grew bigger. It was removed from De's body when he transformed his body again and again. However, it was left in Tianji City, which was not as big as it was at that time. In the end, when the Tianji City was built into a super fortress with a diameter of 1,000,000 meters, the blue crystal became the energy center of the enormous Tianji City. Moreover, like the other members of the Tianji race, it had developed its own consciousness, becoming a life form that was different from the other members of the Tianji race. It didn't have a humanoid body, or rather, its body was merely a blue crystal that had the consciousness of a life form. Wenxing was the consciousness of the blue crystal. It was a clone condensed from a wisp of consciousness that had been separated from the main body. That was why he had told Yixian that he and De couldn't be separated. They were one entity, because the mechanical core and De were of the same origin. The only difference was that De had removed the mechanical core from his body, but he didn't dare to throw it away casually. After all, De still didn't completely understand his own existence, whether it was his consciousness or his body that had been modified countless times. Since Xing Bo, the pioneer of the human race, had created him, how could he not have a backup plan? Before he understood everything, De didn't dare to throw away even a small screw that had been removed from his original body. What if that was the key to a backup plan? Over time, after tens of thousands of years of development, De became the patriarch of the Tianji clan, the undisputed overlord of the first universe plane. The blue crystal that was the size of a grain of rice that he had removed from his body controlled the entire Tianji City. In Tianji City, there had always been a rumor that the patriarch De had always been thinking of ways to completely refine the mechanical core and refine its consciousness so that he could regain full control of Tianji City. At the same time, he could use this to find out whether Xing Bo, who had created him, had any other plans. He knew that Xing Bo had a backup plan. At the same time, the crystal consciousness in the mechanical core was also waiting for an opportunity to refine the electronic consciousness that represented De's original body. Of course, no one knew what its motive was. The reason why the entire Tianji City was basically under the control of De's several doppelgangers after nearly 10,000 years was said to be because De's original consciousness had entered the mechanical core. On the surface, it seemed that he was conducting some kind of secret research with the crystal consciousness in the core, but in reality, the two sides had always been in the crystal, secretly competing to refine each other. However, this kind of secret battle seemed to have formed a kind of balance. No one had the upper hand, and no one was at a disadvantage. Therefore, everything seemed normal in Tianji City. The mechanical core was still operating as usual. The entire Tianji City was overseen by a few of De's doppelgangers on the surface. The crystal consciousness in the core was the crystal consciousness in the crystal consciousness had condensed Old Ghost when Xing as a clone and secretly cooperated with De to carry out everything. Chapter 36:15. That was why the mechanical core had suddenly lost all of its power, and why the energy shields of the nearly 10,000 cages in the Imperial prison had suddenly disappeared. Because at that time, Old Ghost Wenxing had already arrived at the core central region where his original body was. He wanted to participate and, together with the crystal consciousness in his original body, completely refine De's original body's electronic consciousness as soon as possible. If he succeeded, there would be no more De, and all of his doppelgangers' consciousnesses would instantly collapse. From now on, the entire Tianji City, as well as the entire Tianji clan, would have a new master. The crystal consciousness in the mechanical core would become the true master behind the scenes, and its doppelganger, Wenxing, would replace De as the supreme overlord who controlled the Tianji City and the Tianji clan on the surface. It could be said that ever since this grain of rice crystal that was removed from De's original body when he first developed his self-consciousness grew and strengthened, and, like the members of the Tianji clan, gave birth to the crystal consciousness that represented intelligent life forms. the hidden dangers of Tianji City and the Tianji clan appeared. It appeared. The crystal consciousness in the mechanical core and its doppelganger, Old Ghost Wenxing, wanted to replace Di and control the Tianji City of the Tianji clan. Di and his doppelgangers wanted to refine the crystal consciousness in the mechanical core. On one hand, they wanted to resolve the hidden dangers and not let this situation continue to worsen. On the other hand, they wanted to see if they could completely see the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, through refining this mechanical core. When Di was created, he left an unknown backup plan in his original body or in his electronic consciousness. For this reason, Di's original body found an excuse to enter the mechanical core nearly 10,000 years ago and started a secret battle with the crystal consciousness in it. Everything on the stage of Tianji City and the Tianji clan was controlled and handled by the doppelganger. But now, this balance was broken. Old Ghost Wenxing was the only doppelganger formed by the crystal consciousness. Once he entered the mechanical core, it was exactly the same as all of Di's doppelgangers entering together. And now, Old Ghost Wenxing had already entered, and the crystal consciousness had become a whole body, while Di's doppelgangers were bound, and their electronic consciousness was not a whole. Under this kind of competition, it was very likely that the electronic consciousness of Di's original body would be refined in the end. This was too dangerous. The severity of the situation far exceeded the final result of all the people in the imperial prison escaping at the same time. Once the crystal consciousness succeeded and refined the electronic consciousness that represented Di's original body, then all of his doppelgangers would be destroyed in an instant and vanish into thin air. Disperse. If he lost in one move, he would lose everything. Because of this, the 3D clones who were fighting against Emperor and Ming Hao outside the heavenly secret Great Road and had obtained an overwhelming advantage, realized that something was wrong, and Old Ghost Wenxing didn't show up for a long time. Immediately after, something happened to the mechanical core, and its power suddenly stopped. Di's 3 doppelgangers instantly understood what had happened. Their expressions changed as they raised their heads and roared at the same time. Old Ghost Wenxing, how dare you? You have ulterior motives. Have you finally gotten a chance today? Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Don't even think about succeeding. Screech, along with these 3 angry roars, everywhere inside and outside the heavenly secret Great Road, even the inner defense circle outside the Great Road, and the star fortresses in the industrial circle outside the Great Road seemed to be responding to the roars. At the same time, mournful screams rang out. At the same time, the members of the heavenly secret clan, the intelligent robots, and even some large fixed machines all fell to the ground. More than 10,000 members of the heavenly secret clan and tens of millions of intelligent robots all fell to the ground like humans who had lost consciousness. The large fixed machines on the ground seemed to have suddenly crashed and were completely motionless. They were all Di's doppelgangers, and Di had injected a wisp of his consciousness into them to secretly control the entire heavenly secret star area. But now, the electronic consciousness that represented Di's original body was in a bad situation. These doppelgangers, as well as the wisps of electronic consciousness that could not even be considered doppelgangers, were all recalled in an instant. At the same time, they all rushed to the core area of the heavenly secret star area through the star network that covered the entire heavenly secret star area. The 3-star Lord doppelgangers, who were fighting against Di and Netherskull and had the absolute advantage, all fell to the ground after raising their heads and roaring. The withdrawal of their electronic consciousnesses was like the withdrawal of a human being's soul. Naturally, they couldn't move at all. When that happened, Yi Xian, who had changed his appearance, happened to pass by the central square of the heavenly secret Great Road where the battle was taking place. He suddenly saw the 3-star Lord Yi's doppelgangers collapse to the ground at the same time. Yi Xian was also guessing that they had roared at the sky before they collapsed. Yi Xian had some guesses, but he still didn't know exactly what had happened. However, it wasn't the right time to investigate the matter at all. Yi Xian immediately glanced at the 3D doppelgangers who had collapsed to the ground. Those were the bodies of Di Yi's Star Lord doppelgangers, the leader of the Heavenly Secret Clan. They had been modified countless times. It was safe to say that all the materials used in the three bodies were of the best quality. It was a waste for them to lie there like dead dogs. Yi Xian had the electronic consciousnesses of 9 Heavenly Secret Clan members, including those of Baofeng Sha and Di Xiaofeng Di. He had also refined them and erased the marks of the Heavenly Secret Clan. They were completely under Yi Xian's control. These 9 electronic consciousnesses were equivalent to the primordial spirit. The 3 bodies of the first emperor, lying on the ground like dead dogs, could be seen as masterless flesh shells without primordial spirits. More importantly, they were of a high level. Di Yi's electronic consciousnesses could carry out the combat ability of a Star Lord when they were inside. If Yi Xian were to absorb the refined electronic consciousnesses of Baofeng Sha, Di Xiaofeng, and the others, he would have 3 more doppelgangers, and they would be robot doppelgangers. Even if they couldn't carry out the strength of a Star Lord, they should be able to reach the universe state, right? If they couldn't, the cosmic state, the 14th, or even the Genesis state, the 13th, would be fine too. They should at least be stronger than Yi Xian's original self, the mystic light state, which was the 11th. As these thoughts rapidly flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart immediately started thumping violently. He had always been completely unrestrained in this kind of matter of taking advantage of the situation. If there was an advantage, he wouldn't take advantage of it. In any case, it was an enemy resource. Chapter 36:16. Yi Xian had just collected the 3D-1 avatars, who were lying on the ground like dead dogs, into the undying world within his body. An emperor, who had lost his opponent, cast his gaze over. Then a few heaven-shaking roars resounded in the void. Roar. Too shameless. You can't beat this great emperor. So you actually used such a shameless method to escape. Your primordial spirit left first, and then you sent a small fry to collect your physical body. That's even more shameless than peeing. Roar. Following these furious roars, the dark green skull in the sky, which was originally caught off guard and stunned, suddenly opened its bloody mouth and directly charged towards Yi Xian, who was about to soar into the air. The blood-green nether puppet on the ground also strode over from the other side of the square. Its 10,000 feet tall body was like a giant mountain, and the ground of the square began to shake from the tremors. Its aura had already locked onto Yi Xian. Damn, what's going on? Ein Emperor and his nether puppet, 2 terrifying existences with Star Lord strength, simultaneously pounced over from the ground. This scene scared Yi Xian so much that he was stupefied on the spot. Then his face turned green as he cursed. Fuck, you old bastard. Why did you circle around this old man again? Can't you even pick up trash? Fine. Although he was dissatisfied, they were still 2 Star Lords. Although Yi Xian wasn't afraid, the location wasn't right. The current Tianji city wasn't a place to stay for long, and unexpected changes could happen at any time. Furthermore, that super death ray bomb in the Imperial prison was about to explode. Who knew what would happen? What's going on? Thinking like this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. With a thought, he directly teleported away from the Heavenly Secret Road. His figure appeared in the air outside the road, and he didn't even turn his head as he rushed towards the inner defensive perimeter. Unfortunately, with his mere cultivation at the 8th level of the Profound Light Realm, this kind of ordinary teleportation was clearly far from being able to escape the range of the Star Lord's perception. Almost at the same time that Yi Xian's figure appeared in the distant void, the enormous dark green skull that the Ein Emperor's original body had transformed into had already fallen. He quickly chased after him. Behind him, the blood-green nether puppet that was originally running wildly on the Heaven Secret Road also leaped up and followed closely behind the skull. It chased after him at a high speed. One side was a Star Lord, while the other side was only at the 11th level of the Mystic Light Realm, the 8th level of the Mystic Light Realm. With Yi Xian's strength, it was impossible for him to escape. He would be caught very soon, and if he was blocked from both the front and the back, he would have no choice but to reveal some techniques and abilities that he didn't want to reveal. He could only activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability that came with the system title and instantly leave the Tianji City Star region. As for the two interstellar coordinates that he had imprinted in the first universe, the closest one was in the root of all Evil Star region. It was a few days' journey away from Tianji City. By the time he rushed over, it would be too late. Right now, the Void Battle Armor was still placed in the star dock of a huge industrial planet in the industrial circle outside the Tianji City Star region. As long as Yi Xian rushed over, he could immediately take it away. However, if the Void Battle Armor was moved into the core Tianji City Star region in a few days' time, it would be difficult for Yi Xian to get it back. A few days' time was enough for the Tianji race to calm down the unexpected chaos today. When that time came, the entire Tianji City Star region would be more strictly patrolled. It would be difficult for him to even get close to the industrial circle outside, let alone the core Tianji City Star region where the Heaven Secret Road was. However, he couldn't abandon the Void Battle Armor no matter what. It was a killing weapon. It's just two old Star-Lord monsters. Since they're still a big problem, I might as well get rid of them today. At the very least, I have to severely injure them. Or I do they have to chase me around the world like a dog. Seeing that the dark green skull and the blood-green netherworld puppet behind him were about to catch up, Yi Xian's anger flared up. After thinking about it again, after leaving the Tianji City Star region, the truth about his identity would be revealed by the Tianji race soon. Now, he brought forward his plan to the Yin Emperor. It was not a big deal to expose himself in front of the monsters. He would just let him be a ghost who understood everything. Of course, even if he had made up his mind to expose himself, Yi Xian would not just stop and fight the other party head-on. To him, it was best to get to the industrial circle outside as soon as possible and control the Void Battle Armor. Right now, Tianji City gave him a feeling that it was a dangerous place. He could not stay for long. Therefore, what he needed to do was to distance himself from the two Star Lords behind him. As long as he was fast enough, he would be able to get to the Void Battle Armor ahead of time. At that time, the tens of millions of Void soldiers would enter the Void Battle Armor. Under a sudden attack, the Yin Emperor and his netherworld puppet would be caught off guard. Even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Thinking of this, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. Although the Starfield Life stronghold wasn't weak, its burst of speed in a short period of time was definitely weaker than the Dongshu shuttle. Whoosh! With a flash of light, the Dongshu shuttle quietly appeared in the void in front of Yi Xian. In less than half a breath, Yi Xian had already rushed into it and turned into a purple streak of light, instantly disappearing into the distance. Before it could rush out of the Yin Emperor's line of sight, the concealment formation had already been activated, and it completely disappeared without a trace. Oh, so fast. The old man jumped in fright. Even the old Star-Lord monsters were inferior to this kind of speed. The main reason was that Yi Xian's cultivation had increased too much compared to when he used the shuttle frequently. Of course, there was another reason, and that was that at this moment, he was using all his strength to activate the acceleration formation of the Dongshu shuttle without any regard for energy consumption. However, the methods of the old Monster Star Master were far superior to those of the Almighty Universe Master. Even if his speed was inferior and he had lost track of the other party, he could still rely on his subconscious intuition to chase after the old monster, Yin Emperor, from behind for a short period of time. He didn't run in the opposite direction and was able to keep up. Lost. At that moment, the Yin Emperor and the blood-green netherworld puppet behind him had already rushed into the defensive perimeter of the Tianji City star field. After passing through this star field, they would reach the industrial perimeter in front of them. However, with the Dongshu shuttle's extreme speed in a short period of time without any regard for anything, the Void Battle Puppet would undoubtedly have already made all the preparations and was waiting to give him a head-on attack. It was also at this moment that the enormous Tianji City star field in the void far behind them suddenly shook a few times. A huge explosion rumbled, as if the heavens were shaking and the earth was shaking. Rumble! This enormous explosion had never happened before. Although the point of explosion was clearly inside Tianji City, neither the flames nor any other light could be transmitted out. The entire Tianji City shook violently, and the muffled sound of thunder transmitted out through the alloy hull of Tianji's main road. Chapter 36:17. The entire Tianji City Star Zone, including the Tianji main road in the core area, the inner defense circle, and the outer industrial circle, was in complete chaos. Originally, although the electronic consciousness of DE's original body had entered the mechanical core nearly 10,000 years ago, it had started a long-lasting confrontation and competition with the crystal consciousness in the mechanical core. However, on the surface, DE Star-Lord clones were in charge of the overall situation. One Xing, who represented the crystal consciousness in the mechanical core, cooperated with DE's clones and did some things in secret. They were quite harmonious with each other and maintained the most basic harmony. They complemented each other and kept the Tianji City Star Zone peaceful for almost 10,000 years. However, everything had fallen apart at the moment. The most dangerous and tense place at the moment was naturally the interior of the mechanical core. Apart from the electronic consciousness of DE's original self and the main body of the crystal consciousness, Old Devil Wenxing, who was his clone, and all the consciousness clones that DE had left in the Tianji Star Zone were there at the moment. Inside the deep blue crystal, the competition between them wasn't something outsiders could understand, but it was easy to imagine how intense it was. As for the entire Tianji Star Zone, the three areas seemed to be in chaos on the surface, but in fact, the atmosphere wasn't oppressive or heavy at all. Of course, panic was inevitable. Since the most serious accident had happened in the mechanical core, all of DE's clones' electronic consciousnesses had rushed there as soon as possible. The entire Tianji Star Zone was instantly without a leader. The 10,000 slaves of the First Universe who had rushed out of the Emperor's prison in the Tianji City realized that they had been tricked the moment they saw the chaos outside after they rushed out of the giant alloy door of the passage. Some of them didn't care at all, while others cursed in exasperation, feeling that they had been forced to board a pirate ship. However, either way, they couldn't turn around and go back now, even if they wanted to. Besides, such a serious disturbance had happened in the Tianji City. Even if they obediently went back and locked themselves up, there was no guarantee that DE's clones wouldn't kill them to vent their anger in their fury. Therefore, regardless of whether they were willing or not, these tens of thousands of captives from the royal family immediately scattered in groups and began to flee as soon as they broke out of the royal prison. Regardless of how the subsequent matters were dealt with, for now, it was best to leave this star field that was in total chaos because of the change. Although all of DE's clones had retreated, some core members of the Heavenly Fortune clan, who were Star Lords, soon arrived from various regions or seclusion to maintain the situation. However, they had no idea what was going on. They were more worried about the clan leader, DE, and the chaos within Tianji City. Therefore, even though the three major districts of Tianji City had set up blockades almost immediately, the ones leading these blockades were the higher-ups of the Tianji clan. However, his true thoughts were not on this matter at all. It was just a matter of convenience. One side had no desire to continue fighting and only wanted to leave as soon as possible. The other side was worried about the inner city of Tianji City and only stopped them perfunctorily. The final result was that the tens of thousands of royal family captives who were being held hostage in the imperial prison of the First Universe quickly left. As far as the eye could see, in the three major districts of the Tianji City star field, there were very few people who were still lingering. Perhaps there were still interception scenes of battles going on. Yes, most of the core members of the Heavenly Fortune clan, without exception, changed their expressions drastically after the terrifying explosion that shook the heavens and the earth. They all withdrew and rushed toward the Tianji Road in the core area. Those who stayed in the inner defense circle were fleets led by some ordinary clansmen. As for the outer industrial circle, it was basically just some intelligent robots that carried out orders to the death. They operated densely packed battleships and set up layers of defenses. Yi Xian arrived at the outer industrial circle under such circumstances. Although the Dongshu shuttle had activated the concealment array, it still emitted some energy waves as it rushed over at full speed. After being caught by the densely packed battleships in front of it, beams of star cannon energy light pillars of varying thickness were instantly shot over and intertwined in the void. The void was like endless fireworks blooming in the Milky Way. It was incomparably dazzling. Although Yi Xian was depressed, he did not want to be angry with a bunch of intelligent robots that only knew how to carry out orders to intercept. He could only carefully pilot the Dongshu shuttle and pass through the countless intertwining energy light pillars as fast as possible. Fortunately, the distance between them and the industrial giant where the Void battleship was located was not far away. It was not far away. Soon, they were within 100 miles of the Void. At this point, Yi Xian heaved a long sigh of relief. He stepped out of the Dongshu shuttle and waved his hand to keep it in the undying world in his body. The countless battleships and fortresses of various sizes that were spread out in the void suddenly lost their target. The countless star cannon energy light pillars that were intertwining in the void gradually stopped. Yi Xian did not dare to waste any more time. After entering 100 miles from the Void battleship, he immediately waved his hand and activated the directional teleportation arrays in the thousands of beehive nodes of the Void battleship. He sent the entire group of star cannon, which was tens of millions of soldiers, into the beehive nodes. 2 8-star cannon were sent into the core beehive node of the 9th layer of the Void battleship. Yi Xian himself was the same as well. He stepped into the core node. He was still a little worried about just relying on these 2 8-star king ladles to control the overall situation. However, if the Void essence crystal that was suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness was added, then this matter would be absolutely foolproof. The Void battleship didn't leave the enormous star dock of this industrial planet. Instead, it stayed inside and adjusted its direction, making the 300,000 meters in diameter in front of it face the direction he had come from with extreme speed. Very soon, the 10,000 zhong long, dark green skull formed by Emperor's true body, as well as the blood-green netherworld puppet that followed closely behind, appeared in his line of sight one after another. Without any hesitation, the tens of millions of soldiers and the thousands of beehive nodes of the Void battleship began to move at Yi Xian's thought. There were a total of over 1,000 beehive nodes of 3,000 meters in diameter. Inside every one of them, there were tens of thousands of Void soldier ladles standing guard, fully activating the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladle clan. These unique biological frequency were transmitted uniformly under the guidance of the soldier ladles in charge of every beehive node. Chapter 36:18. Wang. Before this majestic and terrifying biological frequency completely gathered, the outer industrial circle where Zhan La was located had already had a dense and weak trembling sound of the void. Its effect was far beyond the movement that a large number of void oscillators could create at the same time. Yi Xian even had an illusion that the entire vast and boundless star field was trembling under this sudden high-frequency, buzzing sound. Immediately afterward, the mysterious wave energy that had completely gathered into one instantly poured out under the huge tremor of the void essence crystal. Xiao. The terrifying sound of the air breaking was sharp enough to tear apart the sky, instantly making Yi Xian temporarily deaf. This feeling was far more shocking than the deafening sound of the huge explosion. His eyes widened in shock. In the void in front of him, there was clearly an invisible tide like an ocean of stars leaking out from the core node. It followed the outer 9 rings of the void battle claw and continued to expand. In the end, it turned into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it was about to explode. In an instant, it completely enveloped the vast void facing the huge mouth of the huge horn. Chilala boom! Rumble! Like the last time, the clear sound of tearing silk resounded everywhere. A void hundreds of thousands of miles away was torn apart inch by inch. A large amount of void turbulence blasted out. In several of the larger void cracks, a large amount of void turbulence directly formed a void like a black hole. Void vortex. Last time, when Jean-La activated the spiritual power of the demon, there were a total of 3 such void vortexes after a full blow. All of them were located in the void in front of the huge horn, separated by a certain distance from each other. This time, there were as many as 9 void vortexes. In the void where these 9 void vortexes appeared at the same time, the originally densely packed battleships and fortresses were completely swallowed and disappeared as soon as the vortexes suddenly appeared. A large number of battleships at the edge were also sucked in by a terrifying force that was too powerful to resist. In the blink of an eye, they were sucked into the void vortexes and were annihilated. Roar. Hiss. Just as the Void War Claw was about to attack with all its might, the Emperor Old Monster and the Nether Skull behind him, who had already rushed out of the inner defensive perimeter, roared angrily at the same time as they rushed in the direction of the battle. At this moment, they had already locked onto Yi Xian's aura, so as soon as they arrived, they were incomparably clear. He immediately sensed the location of this strand of qi. Unfortunately, before they could even get close, the void battle drum displayed its might. Because they were too close, the giant space vortexes that appeared in an instant were still some distance away from Emperor and Nether Skull behind him. But even so, the invisible hurricane of the mysterious creature wave frequency still blew thousands of holes in the enormous dark green skull at the first moment. Its shape was about to become unstable and completely shatter. This kind of invisible mental storm, or creature wave frequency hurricane, was originally the best attack method to restrain illusory spirit bodies. On the other hand, the blood-green nether puppet, which had a physical body behind it, was actually able to withstand the blow of the invisible wave for a short period of time. Although it was also covered in wounds and had retreated tens of thousands of miles, it was still able to maintain its form. Compared to the enormous skull that was almost unable to maintain its shape, it was obviously much better. After all, it was a Star Lord with a physical body, and it was quite far away from the area where the 9 void vortexes spread out. The blood-green Nether Skull's current state could only be considered to be slightly injured at most. Roar! Screech! Emperor roared miserably. The tattered, dark green skull, which was like a candle flickering in the wind, didn't hesitate and immediately plunged into the body of the blood-green Nether Skull that was rapidly retreating. It was originally Emperor's clone, and 30% of his nether primordial spirit had entered it. Since they were of the same origin, there was naturally no distinction between them. In the blink of an eye, the blood-green Nether Skull had retreated thousands of kilometers. It was obvious that it wouldn't be able to catch up for the time being. Yi Xian felt a little regretful that the attack didn't kill Emperor and had only seriously injured his main body. The Nether Skull clone was slightly injured, and there would probably be a lot of trouble in the future. However, he couldn't stay any longer. The cooldown time of a great killing weapon like the Void Battle Carapace was too long. He couldn't launch a second attack before the entire Soldier Ladle race recovered. He didn't hesitate any longer and immediately stepped out of the battle carapace. After waving his hand, he collected the battle carapace and the entire Soldier Ladle race inside its thousands of beehive nodes into his body. He immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability and disappeared from that star zone in the blink of an eye. At the same time, in the core area of the inner city of the Heavenly Secret City, where the mechanical core was located, this layer was the most important core area of the entire Heavenly Secret City. It was located in the most central area of the colossal Heavenly Secret City, but its area wasn't vast. It only had a radius of 100 miles. This area of 100 miles was pitch black, and the visibility was very low. They could only rely on the light emitted by the blue crystal that was the size of a human head to illuminate the area. In fact, in the entire core area, other than the blue crystal that was floating in the middle of the air, there was nothing else. At this very moment, this sealed space of 100 miles was flickering with blue light. The blue crystal that was floating in the middle of the air was like a candle flame swaying in the wind. It It was sometimes bright and sometimes dark, affecting the space and reflecting a kind of oppressive atmosphere. This strange situation lasted for about 6 to 7 minutes. Then, the blue crystal that had been flickering all along suddenly burst out with intense light, without any warning. A few cold lights rushed out of the blue crystal in an extremely hurried and embarrassing manner. It gave people the feeling that they were forcibly squeezed out. After landing, these cold lights instantly turned into 4 figures. One of them was Old Devil Wenxing, whose face was extremely gloomy. The other 3 figures were the 3 clones of Di who had fought against Emperor and Ming Hao. The only difference was that they were now in energy form, because the shells that they had forged for many years had been directly thrown away in the central territory of the Heavenly Secret City when the situation was extremely urgent at that time. In the plaza, after forcibly pushing these 4 figures out from the inside, the blue crystal that was blazing with blue light started to flicker again. However, the frequency and degree of fluctuation were far less intense than before. Moreover, it seemed to be gradually stabilizing. At this moment, the 3 clones of Di who had appeared immediately surrounded Old Devil Wenxing, whose face was extremely gloomy, and laughed sinisterly. "Old man, you've failed. After all, this mechanical core is your main body. Your main consciousness wouldn't want us to torment it too much and cause it to collapse." Chapter 36:19. Both Di's doppelganger and Old Man Wenxing, who was the doppelganger of the mechanical core, knew that their original bodies, or rather, their main consciousnesses, had been fighting each other in this blue crystal for nearly 10,000 years. However, this layer of cloth had not been torn apart. Therefore, Di's doppelganger and Old Ghost Wenxing, while quietly waiting for the result of the confrontation between the original body and the main consciousness, tacitly maintained a harmonious appearance on the surface, either in the open or in the dark, to maintain the Tianji clan and the normal operation of the Heavenly Legacy race. However, as time went by, Old Man Wenxing couldn't hold back anymore. When he thought that the opportunity had arrived, he participated in the battle between the true forms and main consciousnesses of both parties, eventually involving Di's clone as well. The only result now was that the window paper used to cover up the embarrassment between the 2 sides and maintain the surface amiability had finally been completely torn apart. Under such circumstances, putting aside the 10,000 years of battle between the true forms and main consciousnesses of both parties, Di's 3 Star Lord clones, who were currently in the Heavenly Legacy race, and Old Man Wenxing, who represented the mechanical core, were obviously unable to tacitly communicate with each other like before. They could no longer maintain it. The battle immediately began. The 4 of them didn't leave the dark secret chamber that was only 100 square kilometers in radius. Although it was a battle between 4 Star Lords, the mechanical core floating in the sky of the central region was extraordinary to begin with. Also, the true forms and main consciousnesses of both parties were inside, so they would be restrained during the battle. The blue crystal wouldn't be affected by the battle. Boom! Boom! Old Man Wenxing fought 1 against 3, but in the end, he still lost. That was already a foregone conclusion. A huge explosion echoed. After only a dozen minutes, Old Man Wenxing was blown into a cloud of mysterious and unknown energy, completely vanishing into thin air. It had to be said that this kind of crystal life form was still very miraculous. Old Man Wenxing, as an avatar of this kind of crystal life form, had perfectly evolved all of the characteristics of the demon cultivator. Yi Xian originally thought that he was the first outsider in the history of the demon cultivator to successfully infiltrate his clan. But in reality, Old Ghost Wenxing had already completed this matter long before he had arrived. It was a pity that Old Man Wenxing had finally disappeared. It was not because he was not strong enough, but because Di's 3 doppelgangers were not weak either. Now, because of the efforts of Di's original body in the mechanical core, the 4 of them were temporarily sealed in this small space with a radius of 100 miles. Unable to escape, Old Ghost Wenxing could only sullenly be killed and turned into ashes. Soon, with the complete death of Old Devil Wenxing, the temporary seal on the core area of 100 miles was completely lifted. Di Yi's original consciousness still had to contend with the crystal consciousness of the core from time to time. In order to eliminate Wenxing, he was able to buy a short 10 minutes. Still, it was already very difficult to prevent him from escaping in this area. It was difficult to do more. Old Ghost Wenxing was already dead, so there was no need for more. Then, Di's 3 doppelgangers rushed out of the core area. One of them stayed outside the core area. Its responsibility was to guard this place and not let anyone get close. At the same time, it paid close attention to the changes in the situation inside the core area. Even though the Tianji City Star sector was in chaos, Di's doppelganger did not leave. After all, the confrontation in the mechanical core was the most important. Of course, the doppelganger that was left behind did not have a body. It was temporarily condensed from its electronic consciousness. Its original body had been thrown on the Tianji Road's Central Territory Square when the accident happened. Naturally, another doppelganger of Di would be sent over later. At this time, the electronic consciousnesses of the other 2 doppelgangers of Di had already arrived at the Central Territory Square on the Tianji Road's Central Territory Square. The 2 of them were responsible for guarding the royal territory and commanding the entire Tianji City Star sector to maintain its normal operation. Now that the royal prison was empty, all the slaves of the first universe had escaped. Even the interior of the royal prison had been blown up. There was no need for the doppelganger of Di guarding the royal territory to go there. The 2 of them would work together to clean up the aftermath of this breakthrough. A punitive expedition was launched. After reorganizing the internal order of the Tianji City Star sector, the Tianji clan would begin to deal with the mass escape of the slaves of the royal family. However, before that, the 3 doppelganger shells that had been thrown on the Central Territory Square on the Tianji Road had to be found first. As Star-Lord's electronic consciousnesses, they could still move freely without the shells, but their combat ability would be greatly affected. Unfortunately, they couldn't find the 3 top-level shells at all. Di's doppelganger retrieved the surveillance images of the Central Territory Square and its surroundings after the incident, and soon found something. The 3 top-level Star-Lord shells had been taken away by someone else. At this point, news came from the industrial sector that Sha Baofeng's psychic battle talisman, which he had brought from the demons, had been taken away. Also, the enemy had activated the battle talisman and launched a terrifying attack before leaving, severely wounding Di and his Nether Skull clone. In the end, both parties left one after another, leaving behind 9 terrifying void turbulence vortexes in the outer industrial sector. They were slowly expanding outwards, and 2 of them had already fused together. It would probably be difficult for them to stabilize again. In addition, the terrifying attack launched by the psychic battle talisman before it left wasn't driven by the mental power of the demons. The energy left in the void was very similar to the unique biological frequency of the void soldier ladles. Di's 2 doppelganger immediately understood what had happened. The soldier ladles had fallen into Prince Xian's hands, as had the psychic battle talisman, as well as the 3 top-level Star-Lord shells that had been built after years of hard work. Apart from that, the guy had a lot of treasures and fortunes. Prince Xian, the invincible god of war, the young master of Linghu clan, and the young master of the Netherworld clan. Every identity represented a lot of treasures and secrets that even they couldn't ignore. At this moment, Di's 2 clones recalled everything that had happened. For a moment, just like old Ghost Zhan Tu and the ancestor Wu Mei, they developed an incomparably strong interest in everything that was hidden in Yi Xian's body, as well as an extremely strong desire for it. Chapter 36:20. Kacha, Kacha. As Chanez opened his eyes, the sound of bones mending and connecting could be heard from his body. This was a sign that the injuries in his body were rapidly recovering. Previously, this guy had been sent flying back from the entrance of the passage at the top of the stronghold in a fit of anger by the Yin Emperor. If not for his decent cultivation, he would have died on the spot. Even so, it would take at least half a month for him to fully recover. Now, In just a short period of 10 days, although Chana's injuries had mostly recovered, he was still unable to get up. Now, all his injuries had healed in an instant. For a moment, an aura similar to that of the one Xing old man was emitted from his body. However, it was fleeting and quickly disappeared. His cultivation had also stabilized at the initial stage of the cosmic realm, the 14th realm. Compared to Chana's original cultivation, it had risen by nearly 2 realms in the blink of an eye. However, he still seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with this. After getting up, he first checked his body and then sighed. Although the original owner of this body was seriously injured and the crystal consciousness seed hibernating in his body instantly occupied the source core in his brain and took over his physical body, this cultivation strength is still too weak. Even if the crystal consciousness seed was used to grow, it would only be able to climb to the initial stage of the cosmic realm. This won't do. It seems I can only hibernate for a period of time. At the very least, I have to grow to the 15th realm of the universe realm, the pinnacle of the 9th realm. Fortunately, this body's identity and background are not bad. Not only does he hold a high position in the demon race, but he is also the commander of the demon imperial guards in the imperial city. He is also related to that mysterious brat. Although they are not together now, I can think of a way and wait for an opportunity to mix in with him again. Let's go. There is still no progress in the confrontation between the main consciousness and Di's original body. Based on what I saw when I went in this time, if there are no accidents, I'm afraid it will continue for tens of thousands of years. Di's original body's electronic consciousness does not have any advantage, so there is no need to worry about that. However, as a crystal consciousness clone of the main consciousness, I have to continue trying to push this process forward in the outside world. It's good that Tianji City has fallen. Now, it seems that the most valuable and potential to be exploited in the current era of the 3 major planes is that mysterious little one. Luckily, when he brought Chana's into Tianji City for the first time, this old man took precautions and planted a crystal consciousness seed in the bodies of the people around him. Once the first clone fell, this crystal consciousness seed would immediately awaken. Otherwise, the main consciousness would not be able to split into the same crystal. In the case of a consciousness doppelganger, the subsequent situation is not optimistic. Fortunately, we can see hope again. This time, Tianji City is in chaos. I'm afraid that the allied army of the slave races will withdraw one fleet after another under the orders of the various races. The entire allied army will fall apart very quickly. The first universe is going to be in chaos. It will enter a new situation where the various races compete for supremacy. In this kind of environment, this old man's new avatar can take advantage of the chaos and quickly grow. As he muttered to himself, Chana stood up, pushed open the cabin door, and walked out. At the same time, in Tianji City, as the Star Lord avatar of the Tianji clan's leader, it was naturally impossible to prepare only one shell. The 3 avatars of DE, who were stationed outside Tianji City all year round, each had a spare shell. Now that the main shell had been stolen, DE's 3 avatars had no choice but to temporarily reside in the spare shells. Although they still had the strength of a Star Lord, they were far less powerful than before. Some of their skills were restricted by the shells, and they could not use them. Of the 3 avatars, one had to always be stationed outside the sealed space where the mechanical core was located in the core area of Tianji City, to observe at all times in case of any unusual movements. The remaining 2 avatars of DE were now jointly guarding Tianji City. Since the avatar guarding the Emperor's prison and the entire Emperor's prison were almost completely destroyed, there was no need to take care of the other avatar. At this moment, the 2 avatars of DE were having a secret discussion in a secret chamber in a certain area of Tianji City. Now, I highly suspect that the kid's identity as Prince Xian is most likely fake. The Eternal Dynasty is only concerned about their reputation and reluctantly admitted it. If that's the case, it can explain why he was immediately sent away as soon as he returned to the immortal planet. That's right. Although the Eternal Dynasty reluctantly admitted it, they didn't want to let him take too much advantage, nor did they want to keep him around and be an eyesore. That's why they sent him to the Death Star region and ordered him never to return to the Eternal Imperial City without an order. It seems that even if we announce his identity, it won't affect the overall situation. The greater situation won't have much of a positive effect. The undying Imperial Court can abandon him at any time, so there's no meaning to it. If that's the case, let's just let him take a little more advantage. This kid's identity will be kept a secret for the time being. This way, it'll be easier for us to make arrangements for him and seize all his secrets. This matter is settled. Besides, now that the Emperor's prison is empty, the capture hostages of the various slave races will probably all return to their races soon. The situation in the first universe is already chaotic. Tianji City must prepare for this matter. Should we immediately send out troops to suppress them, or it's not appropriate to send out troops to suppress them? The slave races will probably wait and see. If we send out troops now, we'll force them to unite and rebel. Don't forget how we took over the entire first universe back then. Nibble. Destroy them one by one. We could do it back then, and we can do it this time too. Even if they suffer losses, they might not realize it. Once bitten, twice shy isn't suitable for everyone. Let's evacuate. It just so happens that the space turbulence whirlpools in the outer industrial circle are too troublesome. We can only give up on the star region. However, a full-scale evacuation can only be carried out step by step. First, we'll start with Tianji City, then the countless fixed space fortresses in the inner defensive circle, and finally the countless construction bases in the outer industrial circle. All these years, because of the existence of Old Man Wenxing, Tianji City has always been floating in this void space in the first form of the space road. But now, the main consciousness of the crystal life in a mechanical core can't even take care of itself. It's been held back by the electronic consciousness of the original body. The other body has been completely annihilated. For tens of thousands of years, the complete authority of Tianji City is in our hands for the first time. This kind of opportunity is too rare. It just so happens that the other bodies have been exploring other unknown universes these years, and they found a sealed miniature universe that's extremely valuable. Chapter 36:21. Although the Heavenly Legacy main city was not like the Starfield Fortress, which was a living battleship with the ability to repair and grow, it was still the main base of the Heavenly Legacy race. Its ability to repair damage was also astounding. There were countless intelligent robots of the mechanic class in the Heavenly Fate clan. That was why the Emperor's prison had been mostly destroyed by the Super Death Ray bomb, and even the folded space support structure of that floor had been seriously damaged. However, as the overwhelming number of mechanical robots moved to the Emperor's prison, it was quickly restored to its original state in half a day. So far, the entire space zone of the Heavenly Fate clan had been restored to order. The industrial circle, the defense circle, and the main road of the Heavenly Fate clan were all peaceful and orderly. Only the turbulence vortexes at the edge of the industrial circle, which had been left behind by the terrifying Void Battle LA's attack, were still there and were slowly expanding. The Celestials' legacy race had no intention of repairing it. They were already preparing to carry out a planar migration to a recently discovered small, sealed, independent universe that was of great value. Naturally, they wouldn't spend the effort to deal with this matter. The first universe used to belong to the Overlord Heavencraft race, but for some time in the future, it would belong to the various races of the first universe. Since that was the case, these space vortexes would be left for them to repair. They could also delay the efforts of these races. Although the Emperor's prison had been repaired, it was empty. There was no need to guard it. Of the 3 Star Lord clones that DE had stationed in the main city of the Heavenly Secret City, apart from the one that was guarding the core area, the other 2 were guarding the main city at the same time. Crack, 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 crack. The never-before-heard sound of machines grinding echoed throughout the vast space zone of the Heavenly Fate clan. The Tianji main city was located in the core region of the Star region. It had been floating in the void like a steel continent for almost 10,000 years. On that day, after almost 10,000 years, the main city of the Heavenly Fate clan finally started to change. It would return from the first form of the Void Continent to the second form of a super fortress. The former was the regular form. The latter, on the other hand, was in combat form. As the Tianji main city entered its second form as a super stronghold, this also meant that the Tianji main city and the entire Tianji clan had experienced a huge increase in strength for the second time after the clan's strength had exploded when they occupied the first universe. After nearly 10,000 years, they had finally reached their current level of strength. Once again, the ground began to expand. After all, it was a colossal object with a diameter of 1 million meters, which was equivalent to 1,000 kilometers. Just this transformation alone took more than an hour. Finally, this steel continent that was suspended in the core area of the Tianji City Star sector transformed into a circular silver super fortress. It had a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, and its interior was equipped with a large amount of space folding technology, as well as various cutting-edge technologies of the Heaven's Legacy race. This was definitely a terrifying space-killing machine. Even a terrifying existence like the Void Battle Kara would not be able to withstand a single blow from it. A single beam of light from the main cannon could completely obliterate it, leaving not even a single strand of hair behind. This was because the main cannon of this super fortress had a diameter of 500,000 meters, which far exceeded the diameter of the Void Battle Car's diameter of 300,000 meters. A single beam of light from the main cannon would completely cover the entire fortress. In addition to this super antimatter light energy main cannon with a diameter of 500 kilometers, the Tianji fortress also had a large number of other secondary cannons. Some used antimatter light energy, while others used other driving energy. They were all cutting-edge star-sky technology. Some of them had even been kept a secret. Even the immortal dynasty of the third universe's human race had not mastered them. This was the only one among the three universes. It could be said that as long as this super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters still existed, the Tianji clan would never be wiped out. Just this Tianji fortress alone had the combat power to challenge all the starry fleets of the immortal dynasty. Another half an hour later, the grinding sounds of machinery in the void gradually disappeared. The internal transformation of the Tianji fortress was also completed. Immediately after, a dense and weak buzzing sound rang out in the void. The terrifyingly colossal Tianji fortress was activating its space jump ability. A colossal object of this level could traverse an extremely terrifying distance in space with a single conventional space jump. Even so, the Tianji fortress still needed to perform 3 conventional space jumps in a row before it could reach a relatively remote wormhole in the universe. After entering there, it would then perform a wormhole jump that was even further away. All of this was completed in half a day. Another half a day later, when the Tianji fortress rushed out from another exit of this remote wormhole, it had already reached the border area of the first universe's deepest region. There was not even a single slave race of the first universe here. It was really too remote. In the next half a day, the Tianji fortress continued to perform conventional space jumps of terrifying distances. In the end, it entered a small wormhole that had just been discovered to be relatively stable and was not marked on the star map of the first universe. Although this wormhole was relatively small in scale, it would not have been discovered by a fleet of the Tianji clan not long ago otherwise. However, its specifications were not low. It was actually a wormhole at the level of a plane. The universe void that it was connected to was not the plane of the first universe. Instead, it was another relatively small independent plane. Although it was relatively small, it was far beyond the level of a so-called secret territory. Its territory was so vast that it was equivalent to 10 Tianji star zones. More importantly, within this small universe plane, there were only 2 wormholes that were like passageways to enter and exit the universe. One was the wormhole that the Tianji fortress had just entered. It was a small wormhole at the level of a plane that was connected to the void space of the outermost star zone of the first universe. The other one was connected to an even more secretive universe plane. The main reason why DE's two bodies had decided to carry out the Great Migration of Planes and move the headquarters of the Tianji clan to this small universe plane was because there was a wormhole that was connected to this even more secretive universe plane. They could not wait to explore this mysterious universe plane that they did not even know how dangerous it was. The last wormhole jump took an entire day. After all, the void space that this small wormhole was connected to was no longer the plane of the first universe. This was a wormhole jump at the level of a plane. Chapter 36:22. These two clones couldn't hold back their excitement as soon as they arrived at their new base. They immediately sent an exploration fleet to the wormhole in the depths of the plane. This wormhole was connected to a mysterious void. It was pitch black inside. However, when an exploration fleet of the Heavenly Fortune clan discovered that place not long ago, they found a lot of remains of primordial creatures that had long ceased to exist in that mysterious void. Those remains of primordial creatures were very powerful. The ones at the outermost edge were all at the Star-Lord state. The deeper they went, the more powerful the remains floating in the void became. That exploration fleet of the Heaven's Legacy race was simply unable to penetrate. In the end, it was completely wiped out, and not a single ship returned. For this reason, the Heaven's Legacy race had not only lost 10 fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, but also lost 10 members of the Heaven's Legacy race. However, at the last moment, the crew of the exploration fleet fulfilled their mission and sent out some information and images without caring about anything else. They only went a little deeper, but they found the remains of primordial creatures that were beyond the Star-Lord state. In other words, they were terrifying existences at the level of domain lords. That was only the deepest part of the periphery. It was certain that they would definitely find the remains of sector lords or even more powerful primordial creatures if they went any deeper. That was a boundless treasure trove. It was definitely a great opportunity for the Heavenly Fortune clan. Some of those powerful primordial creatures were still bleeding golden blood, and their remains hadn't decayed after billions of years. Any of their flesh and blood would definitely be the best materials that the Heavenly Fortune clan could use to build the bodies of their clansmen. However, great opportunities also represented great horrors. The pressure contained within the remains of primordial creatures was simply too terrifying. Even a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters could not withstand the pressure and would completely collapse upon reaching a certain depth. Dee's avatar even suspected that in the deepest part of this mysterious void, there might be ancient creatures who had not yet fallen and were only hibernating here to recover from their injuries and recuperate. All in all, that was a land of treasures, but they couldn't enter it recklessly. They had to get in touch and slowly develop it. This was also the real reason why DE's two bodies had decided to move Tianji Fortress to this miniature universe outside the void space. In this way, it was equivalent to building their base at the entrance of this void treasure land. They could explore it at any time and slowly nibble away at it. At this moment, after the arrival of Tianji Fortress, the first exploration fleet formed by 10 starry sky fortresses entered the mini-universe wormhole that connected to the mysterious void one after another. The two avatars of DE who were guarding Tianji Fortress were filled with hope. Watching the exploration fleet of this big fortress disappear into the wormhole entrance, the 2D doppelgangers muttered to themselves, "Right now, the three planes of the universe merely represent the current universe." However, countless years ago, there was a primordial era that was even more mysterious and powerful. Now, in the three planes, we've discovered some secret areas or starry sky ominous lands that still have traces of the primordial era. For example, the origin of all evil is one of them. If I'm not mistaken, the races of the Federation of the Second Universe are invading the First Universe on a large scale because they're aiming for the origin of all evil. Let them fight each other and fight for the good fortune of that starry sky, ominous land like a swarm of bees. Our Tianji clan sits alone in a mysterious void space. In time, once we uncover the secrets of the primordial era, we'll rise again and dominate the three planes. From today onwards, all of this will begin in full swing. In one night, the Tianji continent disappeared and transformed into the second battle form of the super fortress, leaving the first universe. Apart from the Tianji clan, no one in the three planes of the universe knew about this. With the departure of the Tianji fortress, it could be said that the main camp of the Tianji clan was basically completely relocated. The inner defensive circle and the outer industrial circle that were left behind in the Tianji Star sector could only be regarded as subsidiary parts of the Tianji fortress. Even if they were to abandon all of this, the Tianji fortress would be able to rebuild an even more powerful and terrifying defensive circle and industrial circle in that miniature universe in the near future. From now on, that miniature universe had a name. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it the little universe of Tianji. With the departure of the Tianji fortress, the inner defensive circle and the outer industrial circle of the entire Tianji Star sector began to be dismantled and dismantled. All the large-scale machinery and equipment were dismantled by countless intelligent robots from one star after another and loaded into the countless battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various sizes in the various star docks of the industrial circle. Every time a fleet was loaded, it would immediately set sail. The Tianji clan was using this method to take away all the technology and basic facilities that they had left behind in the Tianji Star sector. Before long, there would not be a single scrap of alloy in the entire Tianji Star sector. All traces of the Tianji clan, the overlords of the first universe, living here for tens of thousands of years, would be erased. This place would become an incomparably desolate star sector. Other than the abandoned stars that had been stripped of their alloy battle suits and terrifying weapons, there would only be a few gigantic space turbulence whirlpools left. By the time the outside world learned of this, the Tianji clan would have completely disappeared. There would not be any trace of them left in the three universes. The slave races of the first universe, who had just been freed, could only helplessly ally with each other and clean up the mess left behind in this part of the starry sky after the disappearance of the main camp of the Tianji clan. To the races of the first universe, this universe was their home. It was the foundation of their existence. Even though the formation of the gigantic space turbulence whirlpools in the Tianji Star sector had nothing to do with them, they could only pinch their noses and think of ways to resolve it. Otherwise, if too much time passed, it would evolve into a supermassive black hole, and there would be no possibility of mending it. In the end, the entire first universe would be swallowed up by this supermassive black hole. Of course, all of this would happen later. Currently, in the Tianji city, countless intelligent robots were nervously dismantling all the equipment and facilities on the star fortresses in the inner defense circle and the outer industrial circle. In the outside world, no one had realized that an unforeseen event had happened in the Tianji City Star sector that was destined to shake the three universes in the future. However, this was only referring to the migration of the entire Tianji clan. As for the unexpected commotion that had occurred in the Tianji City Star sector, news of it had already spread throughout the three universes. The hostages of the royal families of the first universe that had been held hostage in the Tianji City Imperial Prison had all escaped. Chapter 36:23. The ancestral land of the ferocious race was located in the western part of the first universe, which was called the Ferocious Star Zone. The 10,000 members of the ferocious race who were stationed on the Ferocious Star Zone at the edge of the Tianji Star Zone were only a branch of the race. In the giant ferocious star field, there were several hundred administrative planets where the giant ferocious race lived. Although this slave race couldn't compare to the powerful demon race in the first universe controlled by the Heaven's Legacy race, they weren't too weak. The news that the 10,000 members of the ferocious race who were stationed in the Tianji Star Zone had all been killed had reached the Ferocious Star Zone, the royal planet of the ferocious race. The Tianji race didn't care about the death of the 10,000 members of the branch at all. They didn't even send a message of condolence, which infuriated the royal family of the ferocious race, but they didn't dare to say anything. That race's nature of fearing the strong and bullying the weak had long been ingrained in their bones. The Tianji race was the overlord of the first universe. Even the ferocious king didn't dare to talk about the Tianji race in private in his territory. It would be a disaster if there were spies planted by the Tianji race on the ferocious star. He would never know that the Heaven's Legacy race had always believed that it was a waste to plant spies in a race with such a strong servile nature. Even so, there were still hostages among the ferocious giant tribe's royal family who were held captive in Tianji City. Every ferocious giant tribe's royal family would be asked to send the most talented ferocious giant tribe's royal uncle to Tianji City. Generation after generation, the old and the dead. There were 6 royal uncles of the ferocious race who were still alive in the hands of the Tianji race. Of the 6 royal family members of the ferocious race, 3 were at the peak of the 9th rank of the universe state, and the last one was a Star Lord. Today, the 6 powerful members of the giant ferocious royal family had all returned to the giant ferocious planet. Right now, they were in the giant ferocious royal city, discussing important matters with the giant ferocious emperor and the elders of the giant ferocious royal family. At this moment, the 6 royal uncles of the giant ferocious royal family were speaking one after another. Although the 6 royal uncles had successfully escaped from Tianji City and returned to the giant ferocious planet safely, the 6 of them had incomparably worried expressions. Everyone else in the palace was the same. The entire palace was filled with gloom. This time, we were indeed too careless. We were tricked by the devil race, and were actually tricked out of the imperial prison by him. Alas, who would have thought that the demon tribe would be so powerful that they could even bribe the new young patriarch of the Tianji clan, Sha Baofeng, to participate in this conspiracy? As expected of the number 1 slave clan, their methods are too ruthless and sinister. This time, the weaker races of the ferocious race have suffered because of him. Now that the royal prison is empty, the heavenly fate race will definitely annihilate us. Unfortunately, there was no way to turn back. Even the imperial prison was blown up. Otherwise, for the sake of the entire race, this old man would have turned back. No matter who came, they wouldn't leave, even if a blade was at their neck. Who could afford to offend the Heaven's Legacy race? It's too late to say anything now. Everyone, regardless of whether they were willing or not, could only escape under the circumstances at that time. Now that we've returned to the giant ferocious star, even if we go back now, it's useless. Maybe the Heaven's Legacy race is thinking about which races to pick out and exterminate. If we go back now, we'll definitely be the first ones to stand out. What should we do? What should we do? As the 6 generations of ferocious race imperial uncles said these words, the atmosphere in the entire ferocious royal palace became even more oppressive. After a while, the ferocious emperor seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out involuntarily, "Not good. I'm afraid we're really in trouble this time." The real trouble isn't just the heavenly fate race, but also the fiendish races of the Second Universe Federation. A crisis is coming. Hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they all agreed, "You haven't forgotten about the great battlefield at the front of the demon domain, right? Our ferocious race also has a fleet there, and it's not small either. There are several members of the royal family guarding it. Now that such a big change has happened in Tianji City, the main fleet will most likely not go there. Anyway, Tianji City is in the central region, and there are many ancestral lands of the servant races along the way. They will be happy to see how we are dealt with. The Second Universe's Alliance Army is not easy to deal with. After they learn about this situation, they will know that the races of the First Universe don't have the support of the Heavenly Fate race behind them. They will definitely be like wolves and tigers. Under such circumstances, if our ferocious race's powerful fleet still stays at the front line, won't that attract hatred? Now that we have already angered Master's Heavenly Fate race, if we offend the races of the Second Universe, I'm afraid we will really be completely exterminated this time. The powerful Alliance Army of the Second Universe will soon arrive at the ferocious star. Don't look at how many races there are in the First Universe. There are also many powerful races like the demon race. They will definitely take the lead to form an alliance, but there's no need for us to stay at the front line and attract attention. Evacuate. We have to evacuate. At this point, the ferocious royal family members in the surrounding halls all seemed to wake up from a dream and echoed one after another. Soon, the ferocious race's secret edict to urgently recall their vanguard fleet at the front line was sent out at the first moment. It could be imagined that not long after this secret edict was sent through the First Universe's Starry Sky network to the Ferocious Legion's royal commanders at the front line, the entire Ferocious Legion. The Ferocious Legion would soon withdraw unconditionally. This scene in the Ferocious Star Emperor City was not a special case in the First Universe. In fact, many of the royal hostages of the First Universe's servant races who had been held in the hands of the Heavenly Fate race had all carried out secret negotiations with the upper echelons of their races after returning to their respective races. Although there were only a few soft-hearted races like the Ferocious race, in general, all the major races had made the decision to withdraw their vanguard fleet at the front line. This included the demon race. They were the same as most races. The reason why they made such a decision was not because they were afraid of the alliance army of the Second Universe, but because the overall situation of the First Universe had changed. Even if they wanted to form an alliance army to resist the invaders of the Second Universe, it should not be led by the Heavenly Fate race. The temporary withdrawal of the vanguard fleet of the various races was mostly to wait for the new alliance army of the First Universe to be officially established. Then, they would send out a new fleet of battleships to form a brand new alliance army of the First Universe. Chapter 36-24. Counting the time, it had only been less than half a month since Yi Xian had left the frontline battlefield of the Demon Domain. A plane-level space war like this could easily take years or even decades. Sometimes, after a regional war, the two camps would need several years to rest and reorganize. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, before Yi Xian left, the alliance of the two universes had just finished a great battle of the Vanguard fleet. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses, especially the alliance of the Second Universe, which had suffered heavy losses. Half a month was not even enough to rest and reorganize after the war. Therefore, since Yi Xian left, not to mention a full-scale war between the two camps, there had not even been a small-scale probing war between them. However, in half a month, both camps had basically rested and reorganized. The alliance of the First Universe was full of fighting spirit. After half a month of boredom, they were already restless and wanted to fight. Especially with the departure of Yi Xian, Yi Luo, who was originally only the deputy commander of the Vanguard fleet, was promoted to the front line and became the new commander of the alliance of the servant races of the First Universe. The commanders of the Vanguard fleet of the servant races in his camp were still looking forward to a great victory. This matter was to curry favor with him. Unfortunately, the change in the situation was too unpredictable. It was simply too unexpected. In just half a day, the alliance of the servant races of the First Universe had all left. The fleets of the various races that had originally formed a long line of defense in a vast area of the starry sky were all gone in just half a day. Before Yi Luo could recover from his shock, he was separated from the alliance of the Second Universe by a few kilometers. Of the battleships confronting each other in the void, only the 10,000 or so battleships of the Vanguard fleet of the Tianji clan headquarters were left. In the past 2 days, Yi Luo had been in high spirits. When he had nothing to do, he would deduce the situation of the battlefield in the flagship fortress of Expel. The feeling of controlling nearly 1 million starry sky battleships under his command made him intoxicated. He would often be immersed in his deduction for most of the day. In addition, the Vanguard fleet of the servant races of the First Universe that had retreated one after another did not greet him. He had already fallen out with the Tianji clan, so what was there to greet? Therefore, even after all the fleets of the other races had left, Yi Luo was still in the dark. He was immersed in the deduction of the situation of the war with excitement. It was not until he was ready to order a probing attack that he realized that the void to his left and right was basically empty. The long line of defense that stretched for millions of kilometers in the void was now as if a dog gnawed on it. Yi Luo was, but then the tens of thousands of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of the vanguard fleet of the Tianji clan that were suspended alone in the void began to frantically retreat as if they were fleeing. In the face of this strange scene, the alliance of the various races of the second universe that was 100,000 kilometers away in the void was dead silent. Not a single battleship chased after them. In fact, half a day ago, when the fleets of the alliance of the first universe retreated one after another, they had already noticed it. At first, they did not pay much attention to it, thinking that it was just a routine adjustment of the defense line. It was not until the number of battleships in the void on the other side that the vanguard of the various races of the second universe's alliance, that the alliance of the vanguard fleet finally took it seriously. However, they were certain that this was a conspiracy of the alliance of the first universe's servant races. No matter what the other party's true intentions were, it was obviously not a good thing. It was the same now. Such a huge and long line of defense in the void was completely gone in the blink of an eye. Were they trying to fool a little kid? If they advanced rashly at this time, they would be fooled. In the end, they might even fall into a trap. Even the headquarters of the myriad Luo Federation, hidden in the darkness in the void far behind the enormous alliance line, as well as the upper echelons of the human race's cultivation and technology camps, were all secretive about this scene. They looked at each other, and no one dared to make sound. They did not understand what had happened. What was the ultimate goal of the other party's strange actions? When the tens of thousands of battleships of the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet, led by Yi Luo, had completely left, there was not a single enemy battleship to be seen in the vast void of the universe in front of them. Then, another half a day passed. The alliance of the second universe, the myriad Luo Federation, and the human race had settled down in their respective camps. The informant inserted in the first universe continued to send the news over. Great changes in the Tianji city. Sha Baofeng, the newly appointed young clan leader, had colluded with the former clan leader of the Yin Demon clan, the Yin Emperor, and caused havoc in the Tianji city. Not only did they blow up the imperial prison in the inner city of the Tianji city, but they also released tens of thousands of slaves from the first universe who had been held hostage by the Tianji clan in the imperial prison. In this complete chaos, 9 vortexes of space turbulence appeared in the industrial area around the Tianji city. The entire star area was in chaos. This was a shocking piece of news that no one had expected. Everyone was shocked beyond words. The upper echelons of the Federation, the human race, and the vanguard fleet of the alliance of the second universe even thought that this news was fake. They thought that it was one of the baits used to confuse them and lure them into the enemy's trap. It wasn't until all the major powers communicated with each other and confirmed that all the secret channels in the hands of the major races and powers were in agreement that they suddenly realized that all of this was actually true. After all, it was reasonable and acceptable for 1 or 2 clan spies to be discovered and fake news to spread. However, if the entire Federation, the human race, the races of the second universe, and all the spies of the first universe, and even the Tianji clan were all captured, then that would be absolutely unrealistic. Soon after, this news spread throughout the 3 universes. Even the Tianji clan's officials issued a joint arrest warrant for the crippled young clan leader, Sha Baofeng, and the Yin Emperor in the first universe's Starry Sky network. This matter was finally settled. It was confirmed. The commanders of the vanguard fleet of the second universe's alliance were filled with regret. They beat their chests and stamped their feet. They had missed an excellent opportunity to beat a drowning dog. Unfortunately, this kind of opportunity was fleeting. If they missed it, they would never get another chance. Chapter 3625. When he left the Tianji star field, Yi Xian used the interstellar coordinate jump ability. The destination he chose was the black hole of life in the Demon Star field, which was quite far away from the Tianji star field. Ever since the Tianji race sent out a fleet to capture the Void Soldier Ladle race in the black hole of life, it had been empty. Perhaps there were some forces or races in the first universe that wanted to use the empty black hole of life. After all, this was a unique void that was equivalent to a secret realm. Although it was called a black hole, it was different from other black holes formed in the universe. It was completely made up of void soldier ladle race. The ladle race was formed by the void devourer beast slowly eating away at the void. Not only did it not devour light and heat, it was filled with all kinds of void turbulence and had the characteristics of a constantly expanding black hole. Instead, because of the departure of the void soldier ladle race, it stopped expanding slowly and stabilized. It was definitely a good place for a race to live. Earth. However, this was the Demonkin star region after all, and the Demonkin race was ranked in the top 3 among the slave races of the first universe, even if they weren't the strongest. Therefore, some small races didn't even dare to think about the black hole of life. The demon cultivator race might have thought of this before, but ever since they formed an alliance with Yi Xian and found out about the relationship between him and the Void Soldier Ladle clan, the demon cultivator race gave up on the idea of developing a black hole of life and entering it. During this time, the black hole of life had always been quiet. It was a stark contrast to the turbulent situation in the Demon Star field and even the entire first universe. It was like a quiet and peaceful paradise. After Yi Xian completed the interstellar coordinate jump and arrived at the black hole of life, he was not in a hurry to leave. After thinking for a while, he decided to set up camp in the black hole of life for the time being. Following the unforeseen events in Tianji City, the overall situation of the first universe would obviously be greatly affected. The slaves of the first universe, who had been held hostage by the royal family of the Tianji race, had all fled. This could not help but directly affect the plane that was erupting at the edge of the Demonkin Star region. A great battle in the stars. It was impossible for Yi Xian to predict how the specific situation would develop, but he had a plan ahead. Even if the general situation of the first universe had nothing to do with him, the Tianji clan would reveal the secret of his identity in a fit of anger. Yi Xian and Triumph City would be sent to the tip of the waves. Before all of this happened, he had to increase his cultivation as much as possible. Right now, he was at the 11th realm, the 8th level of the Mystic Light realm. He only needed a small breakthrough before he could consume the level 12 liquid and break through to the 12th level, the Void realm. Even if Yi Xian was only a Void rank 1, the overall combat strength he could display at that time would be completely different from what it was now. It was not like the difference between heaven and earth, but it would definitely cause people to raise their eyebrows. After all, Yi Xian still had a lot of potential in the various supreme treasures and powerful divine abilities he possessed. Their power would increase along with Yi Xian's cultivation base. Therefore, to Yi Xian, every small increase in his cultivation base was significant. It was definitely not just a small increase in his combat strength. If the outside world was chaotic, then so be it. According to Yi Xian's estimation, it would only take him 2 or 3 days to break through another small realm. After ending this round of closed-door cultivation, he would leave the black hole of life and investigate the situation of the first universe, as well as the identity of the planes of the 3 universes. The various reactions after the secret of the Void realm was revealed. As a Mystic Light realm expert, Yi Xian was no longer an ordinary Starry Sky expert. He was only 4 realms away from becoming a Universe realm expert. At this level, breaking through a small realm was no longer as easy as it was before. Ordinary people would only be able to break through once every few years. Even if Yi Xian had a huge amount of resources in his hands, it was not realistic for him to break through consecutively in just a few days. In fact, his last breakthrough was just around the corner. So, for the sake of ensuring the success of his breakthrough this time, Yi Xian had pondered for a moment before he withdrew a huge amount of cultivation resources from the undying world within his body. 10 level 99 colored stellar core quintessence. A drop of evil liquid. A huge piece of the corpse of a region lord. Of course, the latter was for roasting. The flesh and blood of such formidable primordial beings were precious cultivation resources. Even if they had perished countless years ago, they were still precious flesh and blood. So, even if a small amount of energy remained within them, it was extremely precious to Yi Xian right now. Ding! 10 level 99 colored stellar core quintessence have been discovered. Will you take them immediately? As soon as he withdrew those 10 top-grade stellar core quintessence, the familiar sound of system notifications resounded in Yi Xian's mind, and he immediately gave an affirmative answer. However, he didn't utilize the energy of those 10 top-grade stellar core quintessence right away, and he stored it within the Devour system instead. After that, Yi Xian placed the piece of flesh he'd sliced off from the corpse of the region lord into the farmer god cauldron, and then he directly activated the orange flames within the furnace volcano in the central region and started roasting it. This scene immediately alarmed the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru within the farmer god cauldron. Yi Xian's mind was connected to the farmer god cauldron at this moment, so the voices of the three women had entered his mind with extreme clarity. Time to eat. Time to eat. Wow, what an amazing act. He directly roasted it with earthen flames. I know it's definitely extremely delicious. Big scoundrel, everyone gets a share. Is it going to be a share every single day from now on? If that's the case, then the three of us won't be leaving and will help you train those animals locked up at the bottom of the volcano. Their voices hadn't finished resounding through the air when strands of blood and low curses that dared to be furious yet didn't dare speak faintly resounded from the depths of the furnace volcano in the farmer god cauldron. Moreover, it actually faintly revealed sobbing sounds. Yi Xian instantly laughed bitterly when he heard this. Looks like Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, and the other almost 20 geniuses of the various clans in the second universe who were locked up within the numerous cages at the bottom of the volcano had definitely suffered a great deal from these three little girls. When they were captured and locked up within the cages at the bottom of the furnace volcano, Yi Xian hadn't searched for the cultivation resources and treasures they carried with them because there were too many of them. Moreover, Yi Xian's current level of vision had increased as well, so unless it was an almighty figure in the world, it was practically impossible to arouse his interest in plundering them. When the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were taken into the farmer god cauldron by him, Yi Xian had given the three girls a certain amount of authority in order to facilitate their activities in the cauldron. Except for the sealed space at the bottom of the volcano used to store all kinds of flesh and blood ingredients, the three girls were very. Chapter 36-26. The corpse of a primordial being at the Region Lord realm still carried a formidable aura of pressure. So, not to mention roasting it, ordinary experts would be heavily injured if they just approached it. However, after it was roasted by the orange flames of the farmer god cauldron, not only had all sorts of impurities been expelled, the formidable pressure had been refined and fused into the flesh and blood, and it wasn't sharp and oppressive any longer. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian was able to devour the head of that golden crow at the World Lord realm. At this moment, Yi Xian had no choice but to leave behind 3 portions for Xian Yuanxing and the others after he'd finished roasting this large piece of flesh and blood that belonged to a region lord. After that, he withdrew the largest portion from within the farmer god cauldron, and then he directly utilized his knife and fork to eat to his heart's content. After he finished eating the golden and oily region Lord Realm corpse, Yi Xian's entire body started to heat up. Now, he'd recovered his human form, and coupled with the fact that he was within the black hole of life that wasn't affected by external disturbances, he wasn't able to control his body at all. The golden and oily flesh transformed into energy as soon as it entered his stomach. Waves of multicolored light surged out from within him, and it caused a myriad of pores throughout Yi Xian's body to glow brightly. A myriad of rays of light shot into the sky, and he simply seemed like an invincible god of war that had come from the other side of space. After that, Yi Xian raised his head and swallowed the drop of evil liquid that he'd prepared. In the end, he sat down cross-legged in midair and closed his eyes before he issued an order to the devouring system. It slowly poured the energy absorbed from the 10 top-grade stellar cores into his body. At this point, his breakthrough had finally begun. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through in the cultivation of the vital blood of your body. Current cultivation. Perfection in the 9th rank of the mystic light realm. After an unknown period of time, when the extreme heat within Yixian's body had finally vanished, the familiar sound of the system notification resounded in his mind. He'd finally broken through. Opening his eyes, Yixian checked his body. His blood and qi were surging, and his strength had increased by a large margin. However, even though the energy within the corpse of that region lord and the quintessence of those 10 level 99 colored stellar cores had been completely exhausted, Yixian still felt like countless cells throughout his body were being torn apart. This wasn't unfamiliar to him. It was the sign of the origin elixir of all evil tempering his body, tearing apart the shackles of his body, and unearthing the potential of his body. Although he had only ingested a single drop of all evil origin elixir this time, it was truly extraordinary, and its subsequent effects were still spreading. Yixian did not hesitate and decided to strike while the iron was hot. He swallowed a bottle of level 12 liquid and broke through to the 12th realm, the Void Realm. Even if he could only stabilize at Void Realm rank 1, he would be satisfied. Soon after, Yixian swallowed a vial of level 12 liquid and entered seclusion once more. What was different was that this time, he was advancing towards another major realm and not breaking through a minor realm within the same major realm. At the same time, in the space within the Farmer God Cauldron within Yixian's undying world, the golden meat roasted from the corpses of 3 region lords had been eaten a long time ago. It was the first time that the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had enjoyed the flesh and blood of such a living being, so the effects were even more obvious. Coupled with the fact that their cultivations were inferior to Yixian, breaking through was comparatively easy. As such, this time, just by eating a large piece of roasted domain lord level meat each, the 3 girls broke through one after another. In a short period of time, their cultivations all rose by 2 small realms. After they finished cultivating, the 3 of them cheered with joy, and they were delighted to the point of jumping up and down. This scene and the entire process were seen clearly by Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ritian, and the rest who were in the prison walls at the bottom of the Central Region Furnace Volcano. These fellows all had envious expressions on their faces at this moment. However, it wasn't only because Xin Yuanxing and the other 2 girls had advanced by 2 small stages in succession. More importantly, it was because they were envious that they could actually enjoy this level of supreme treasure meat. They were locked up at the bottom of the volcano. Every time Yixian used an orange-red flame to roast all sorts of precious meat, they were the closest witnesses. The pieces of supreme, precious meat that were roasted until they were golden and dripping with oil emitted an intoxicating fragrance. Unknowingly, their appetites had long since completely fallen. Slurp. It was unknown which one of them was drooling, and it seemed like there was quite a lot of saliva, and when it was sucked back into his mouth, it actually made a crisp sound. The 3 girls were alarmed, and their gazes all turned towards the prison walls at the bottom of the Central Region volcano, and just happened to meet the envious gazes of the 20 or so guys. Sometimes, when the light of appetite and lust was ignited in the eyes, it was very difficult to distinguish between spiciness, and it was so hot, staring straight at the ground, making one's heart tremble. And this time, the 3 girls clearly misunderstood. They were obviously greedy, but the faint green light in their eyes made them think of a bad thing. Being stared at by 20 or so big perverts at the same time, with the temperament of the 3 girls, they were originally going to flip out. Furthermore, the former were prisoners, and they were prisoners, so the 3 of them immediately rushed to the bottom of the volcano below, shouting incessantly. Damn guys, they are really a bunch of animals. They're already prisoners, but they are still so disobedient. How dare they stare at this young miss like that? They don't want to live anymore, do they? We must teach them a good lesson. They haven't been taught a lesson for only 1 day, and now they are disobedient. What a bunch of wretches. In my opinion, we should just blind their eyeballs so that they don't roll around every day, which is annoying. Play or not, blind or not. If not, all of you can change into your original form. so that this young miss can see which part of your body is more pleasing to the eye, then cut a piece for us to roast and share, as an apology otherwise. Humph. Oh, didn't you hear? I'm talking to you. Jiaori Tian, you're obviously a big fat cow. What's the point of pretending to be a human? Show your original form immediately. This young miss is going to cut a big piece of cow meat. You don't want to move, right? Fine. Roast you alive is the same. As soon as she finished speaking, Duanmu Xiaocha had already made a spell to control a wisp of orange flame, which shot toward the prison walls where Jiao Tian was. These days, they had used this method to show off their power, which had already frightened the 20 or so young talents of the Federation of the Second Universe. Moo! Before the orange flame rushed into the prison, there was a monstrous angry moo from inside. With tears in his eyes, Jiao Tian hurriedly showed his original form of the first time, a black strong cow about 1,000 feet in size, standing in the prison with its head down, its body full of scars. Chapter 36-27. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi and Blood Realm. Current Realm. Void Realm Level 1. As the familiar system notification rang in his mind, Yi Xian opened his eyes. His eyes glowed, and the system notification rang in his mind again. This time, it had nothing to do with the breakthrough in his cultivation level. It was to remind Yi Xian that he still had a chance to use a random system ability that he had not yet used. When Yi Xian upgraded the Devouring System's subsidiary title to Level 5 Interstellar Raider, the benefits he gained were that from then on, the number of interstellar coordinates that Yi Xian could imprint on any dimension in the universe had increased from 1 to 2. There was also the halo effect that came with the title. On the basis of the previous 4 titles, Interstellar Traveler, Interstellar Adventurer, Interstellar Explorer, and Interstellar Pathfinder, a brand new system ability would be activated randomly. However, due to the various things that happened after that, Yi Xian didn't use this opportunity to the point that he almost forgot about it. Now that he heard the system's reminder, his eyes lit up and he immediately gave the system an instruction. Using this opportunity, he obtained a new ability of the system that was randomly selected. Power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the forging system. Soon, a short system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind, indicating that this opportunity had been used. The devouring system in his body had activated another ability, which meant that a new subsidiary system had been activated. However, the forging system that had just been activated caused Yi Xian to be stunned for a moment before frowning. Forging system? It did not sound like much. Was it forging a treasure? If that was the case, then it was too useless. Yi Xian already had the fusion system. He could fuse any treasure with the same type of treasure or other suitable materials to increase its level and quality. Wasn't that what the forging system meant? It was not even as good as the fusion system. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, a trace of disappointment surfaced in Yi Xian's heart. As expected, this was a random chance given by the system. It was cheap and not good, so giving it away for free was even less worth looking forward to. After sighing a few times, Yi Xian still felt a little unwilling to give up. He also felt a little hopeful. In his opinion, the devouring system was so high and mighty. Even if the system randomly activated a new auxiliary system, it shouldn't overlap with the previous system, right? This was too stingy. Could it be that this so-called forging system has some other advantages or tricks? Anyway, since it had already been activated, it wouldn't take much time to carefully study it. At most, he would come up with nothing. That way, he could completely give up. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately perked up. He began to search for all the information about the forging system in the newly updated database due to the activation of the system's new subsidiary system. He immediately began to study it in detail. Not long after, Yi Xian thoroughly researched all the information regarding the forging system. He was extremely excited. It was indeed different from the fusion system. Not only was it different, it was completely different. It shouldn't be called the forging system at all. It would be more appropriate to call it the personality replication system. Simply put, The function of this system was to replicate a certain artifact that Yi Xian already had. Furthermore, it was a personalized replication. There were options to keep or remove the personality. Of course, this kind of replication was not done out of thin air. It required a large amount of various materials. It felt as if these materials were used to reforge a new artifact. That was why it was called the forging system. But in fact, it was completely different in nature. How could simple forging be the same as rough replication? Not to mention a simple forging. Even a complicated fusion would not be as rough and direct as the other party's replication. To give a very simple example, Yi Xian's personal small battleship, the Dongshu Shuttle, was now a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure. However, to reach this level, Yi Xian had gone through a total of 7 fusions. Furthermore, he had succeeded each time before reaching this level. During these 7 fusions, he had to carefully choose the same type of artifact that could be used to carry out the fusions, or the various materials that had unique abilities or attribute effects. A total of 7 fusions. It could be said that it was exhausting and time-consuming. If there was a lack of similar type of artifact or material that could be used to carry out the fusions, then he could only wait until there was a suitable one. Only then could he carry on with the fusions. However, if he let the forging system do this, it would be different. Of course, this was under the premise that Yi Xian's Dongshu Shuttle had reached the quasi-starry sky supreme treasure level after 7 fusions. If he did not have such a reference object, or rather, a model, the forging system would not be able to use it. With the Dongshu Shuttle model in hand, if Yi Xian wanted to make a similar personal battleship that had completed 7 fusions and was a quasi-starry sky supreme treasure, he could just directly use the model, which was the Dongshu Shuttle, and the various materials required for the forging. He could just throw them to the system. Yi Xian did not need to care about anything else. The length of time it would take was still unknown, but in the end, he would definitely be able to obtain a similar small personal battleship and complete in one go. More importantly, this kind of duplicated forging, which was like cheating, actually had the option to be deleted and could be customized according to one's personality. For example, if Yi Xian felt that a certain function of the Dongshu Shuttle was useless, then he could just delete it during the replication forging process. As for another function, if Yi Xian felt that it was too weak and needed to be strengthened, then he could just select this option during the replication forging process and specially strengthen it. This was simply heaven-defying. Unfortunately, the more heaven-defying a system function like this was, the more stringent it would be in other aspects. The forging system that had just been activated this time was the same. Its stringent requirement was that the amount of materials required for replication forging was too terrifying. Yi Xian tried to throw the Dongshu Shuttle to the forging system, then gave it a command to forge it. He also gave it access to the vast amount of resources and materials he had collected in the undying world in his body. In the end, the forging system's final evaluation almost made Yi Xian fall to the ground in shock. With the vast amount of resources collected in Yi Xian's undying world, even Star Lords would tremble in fear if they saw it. Only 4 Dongshu shuttles with identical functions could be forged. If there was a need for customization, such as deleting or strengthening a certain function, the cost would be even greater, so only 2 or 3 could be made. Chapter 36:28. After a moment of excitement, Yi Xian gradually calmed down and shook his head with a bitter smile. All this time, he had never lacked any kind of resources. Furthermore, he was extraordinarily wealthy. This gave him a sense of pride, as if he was the richest man in the world. Only now, after activating the almost man-eating forging system, did he realize that he was actually still a pauper. The vast amount of resources in his undying world was only enough to create 3 to 4 Dongshu shuttles. He could not afford to use such a luxurious forging system. If Yi Xian wanted to forge a Thunder Emperor's seal, the Shinnong Cauldron, the ancient Desolate Inheritance Tower, or other treasures from the Desolate Era, like the Thunder Emperor's seal, the Shinnong Cauldron, or even the Desolate Era's Inheritance Tower, wouldn't that be enough to bankrupt him? At the end of the day, he still had to work hard and get more resources. Otherwise, he could only take it one step at a time. He could forget about enjoying this luxury to the end. However, the forging system had already been activated. If he did not use it to create a treasure and see how it worked, Yi Xian would not be satisfied. No matter what, he had to use it at least once. Otherwise, he would be letting himself down. Thinking of this, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and began to choose from the various treasures he currently had. Treasures like the farmer god cauldron were out of the question. He could not afford to play with them, so he directly skipped them. Quasi-starry sky treasures like the Dongshu shuttles, undying glass armor, and withered demon blood blades were also out of the question. Using so many resources just to test the effects, and in the end, creating a treasure with the same function was not worth it. However, he could not just randomly create a piece of junk and give it to the forging system. That would be meaningless. In the end, Yi Xian's gaze locked onto the void battle armor. After thinking for a while, his eyes lit up. Although the void battle armor was huge, its power was mainly reflected in the tens of millions of void soldier ladles that drove it. Before it was modified, its power was reflected in the tens of millions of demon dwellers. Without the tens of millions of void soldier ladles and demon cultivator experts, it was actually not a very precious magic treasure. The current void battle armor was only at the epic star grade, which was actually quite good. For Yi Xian, this grade was just right for him to test the effects of the forging system. However, the void battle talisman was only suitable for the void soldier ladle. Yi Xian already had one, so there was no need for him to get an identical one. In any case, the forging system could be customized. Since it could be targeted to delete or strengthen a certain function, it could also be targeted to make a small change to a certain function. Also, the forging system had a very convenient function before replicating and forging a certain piece of magical equipment, which was to perform an automatic search based on the current situation and propose personalized customization suggestions to the host based on the final result of the automatic search. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian handed the void battle armor to the forging system and gave it an order to start a personalized automatic search. The results were out very quickly. What surprised Yi Xian was that there were actually two personalized forging suggestions from the system. They were the Weeping Soul battle armor and the Flowing Time battle armor. From the names of the two battle armors to be forged, it could be seen that the personalized choice targeted the driving force. For example, the Void battle armor was previously a spiritual battle armor, which was suitable for the demon dwellers to drive. Now that it had become a Void battle armor, it was suitable for the Void Soldier ladle to drive. Similarly, if Yi Xian decided to forge the Weeping Soul battle armor or the Flowing Time battle armor, the driving force would also change. The demon dweller's spiritual power would not be suitable, and the Void Soldier ladle would not be suitable. These two battle armors would be suitable for the Weeping Soul Beast and the Golden Slime respectively. The Weeping Soul Beast Yi Xian had captured tens of millions of Weeping Soul Beasts in the Weeping Soul Cave on the Black Mountain Star, the main star of the Black Mountain tribe. Although he had used some of them to enhance his spiritual power, he still had a total of 40 to 50 million Weeping Soul Beasts. It was more than enough to occupy one Weeping Soul battle armor. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was instantly moved. Although the resources and materials required to forge two personalized war drums were quite expensive, it was still acceptable. More importantly, Yi Xian had already witnessed the powerful might of the Spirit War drum and the Void War drum. Currently, he still had the effect of the Weeping Soul War drum. He was looking forward to it. Since the Weeping Soul battle armor was driven by tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts, its power should be about the same as the spiritual battle armor. After all, Weeping Soul beasts were all made of spiritual energy, but there would definitely be differences. According to Yi Xian's estimation, compared to the spiritual battle armor, the Weeping Soul battle armor would only be stronger. Its strong point should be the Weeping Soul beast's unique Weeping Soul effect. The terrifying attack of tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts driving the Weeping Soul battle armor would be a fatal blow to any flesh and blood life form. An attack at the level of the primordial spirit, and consciousness. Thinking of this, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. He immediately gave the forging system the right to draw resources. In short, all the resources collected in his undying world were at the disposal of the system to forge the Weeping Soul battle armor. Everything unfolded quickly, and Yi Xian did not stop. While the forging system was forging the Weeping Soul battle armor, he began to study the Weeping Soul beast stored in the various spatial pagodas. The spatial pagodas were originally refined by Old Devil Wen Xing and provided to the Black Mountain tribe's great commander. They were specifically used to store the Weeping Soul beasts. The Weeping Soul beasts were very unique. Normal spatial treasure would not be able to store them, and even directly store them in one's body would not work. However, after absorbing them as spiritual energy, the remaining tiny Weeping Soul blood horn could be directly stored. With regard to this, Yi Xian had always been very curious. He had studied it before, but to no avail. In the end, he could only attribute it to the fact that everything in the world had its own unique characteristics. There was really no need to investigate the cause of everything, so he did not investigate further. However, now that he wanted to make use of these tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts and make them as obedient as the Soldier Diao tribe, once they entered the Weeping Soul battle armor, they would be able to follow Yi Xian's orders at any time. They would gather the Weeping Soul beast's spiritual energy and launch a powerful concentrated attack. Then, Yi Xian would have to study this matter again. Once. Otherwise, if these tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts did not listen to his orders, either all of the Weeping Soul beast's spiritual energy would not be able to gather, or they would not be able to condense into a concentrated attack and be shot out. Chapter 36:29. The Weeping Soul beast was a spiritual energy life form that was related to the Weeping Soul blood ape. The Weeping Soul blood ape was the supreme primordial lord. This guy was mysterious and strange. During the primordial war, it didn't belong to the camp of the headless infant corpse, nor did it belong to the camp of the heavenly eye. Yi Xian inherited the heaven-falling bow. In the image, it was lurking in a dark corner of an abandoned planet, spying on the entire primordial galactic battlefield insidiously. This guy was definitely up to something. Perhaps the countless Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul cave on the Black Mountain Star had something to do with it. But that didn't matter anymore. Back then, the remnant soul of the Weeping Soul blood ape lived a second life and turned into a Weeping Soul bloodhorn. Unfortunately, this Weeping Soul blood ape didn't manage to grow into a new Weeping Soul bloodhorn. However, before it could grow into a new Weeping Soul blood ape, it met Yi Xian and was eventually refined by the headless infant corpse. Today, it was transferred to the devouring body by Yi Xian and the venerable Void Ladle clone through the Tower of Ancients' inheritance. It was also the body of the invincible war god that was still struggling in the territory of the human cultivators. In short, even if these Weeping Soul beasts had some secrets, they couldn't do anything now. The source of their bloodline, the Weeping Soul blood ape, had been completely subdued. How could they cause trouble? Yi Xian had collected a large number of Weeping Soul beasts and kept all the miniature Weeping Soul bloodhorns. Now, there were nearly 10 million of them. At this time, the nearly 10 million soul bloodhorns were all taken out by him, and he threw them to the devouring system to refine them. At the same time, according to the system's requirements, Yi Xian also provided some special materials. This was similar to refining the Dongshu shuttle, the undying glass armor, the withered demon bloodblade, and other treasures, but it was more thorough. After a short while, the refinement was completed. Tens of millions of Weeping Soul horns and other precious materials were finally refined into a single Weeping Soul blood crystal. It was completely blood red and almost completely transparent, like the highest grade of blood red amber. Within it, I could faintly see a miniature Weeping Soul blood ape. It was exactly the same as the Weeping Soul bloodhorn, except that it was countless times smaller, only the size of a palm. Yi Xian only needed to refine this Weeping Soul blood crystal and place it in the core beehive node of the Weeping Soul battle tala. Then, he would be able to use it to control the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts residing in the Weeping Soul battle tala. He would make them obey his orders like the Void Soldier Dipper Horde and unleash a terrifying Weeping Soul Strike at any time. Coincidentally, the shape of the Weeping Soul blood crystal was a curved horn, just like the horn. Yi Xian muttered in his heart as he played with it. He didn't know that the Weeping Soul blood crystal, which was the center of the kinetic energy, was made into such a shape, but it was gathered from the bodies of tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts. In the end, it would turn into a mental fluctuation that shot out through the Weeping Soul blood crystal. Would there be an additional amplification effect? If the answer was yes, then this Weeping Soul battle Tala, which was about to be completed, would definitely be more terrifying than the Void battle Tala. In addition to its Weeping Soul effect, TSK, 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 Yi Xian couldn't wait any longer. After half a day, the Weeping Soul battle Tala was finally completed. Yi Xian checked the consumption rate of the vast amount of resources collected from the undying world in his body. Although it was still within an acceptable range, he couldn't help but feel his heart twitch. It seemed like he had to collect more resources in the future. The system really didn't dare to use it carelessly. Such a useful item, but it couldn't be used frequently. This was simply driving people crazy. Yi Xian definitely wouldn't be able to accept it. After shaking off these thoughts, Yi Xian waved his hand and brought out the completed Weeping Soul battle Tala. In the void in front of him, a huge battle Tala with a diameter of 300,000 meters suddenly appeared before his eyes. In terms of external appearance, this Weeping Soul battle Tala was exactly the same as the Void battle Tala. The only difference was that the materials used were more suitable for the Weeping Soul beast to move. The internal structure of all the honeycomb nodes and connecting pipes had also been adjusted to be more suitable for the transmission and amplification of the Weeping Soul beast's spiritual energy. From the looks of it, these two were completely identical space-killing machines. The only difference was the color. The Void battle Tala was completely gray. The Weeping Soul battle Tala was completely soaked in the blood of the Weeping Soul. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but mutter. From the looks of it, the time battle Tala that is going to be forged later, won't it be completely made of time metal? The time metal he was talking about was the golden color of the golden slimes. Yi Xian had tens of millions of golden slimes in his hands. Moreover, he also had a golden slime mother nest, which was currently placed in a certain layer of the S Starfield Life Fortress. At every moment, new golden slime would be born. The substance secreted from their bodies was the same substance that formed the entire world of Life Fortress. These golden slime derivatives were the favorite nutrients for growth. Yi Xian had thrown 2 prime life crystals that he had won from the system's competitive missions into the mother nest twice. After the energy of the second prime life crystal was depleted, the evil spirit slime's life form underwent another great leap. They had already reached a very high level. On the backs of all the evil spirit slimes, there was an additional golden line that ran from head to tail. Moreover, on their entire bodies, there was also a golden line. There were specks of golden spots on their bodies. Even the mucus secreted by their bodies had turned a faint gold color. From then on, it was no longer appropriate to call them evil spirit slimes. It would be more appropriate to call them golden slimes. At that time, Yi Xian was quite curious. He wanted to research whether this golden slime had any other characteristics. Perhaps he would be pleasantly surprised. However, he didn't find the time at all. Until recently, when he decided to duplicate and forge the Void Battle Talisman, he let the forging system follow the forging requirements of the Battle Talisman. Based on all of Yi Xian's existing resources and foundation, after an automatic search, he came up with the 2 results of the Weeping Soul Battle Talisman and the Time Battle Talisman. Only then did Yi Xian pay attention to the golden slime again. The reason why it was called the Time Battle Talisman and not the Golden Battle Talisman was because this golden slime's unique biological frequency was suspected to be related to the starry sky's time law, and it carried the power of time. Of course, the biological frequency of a single golden slime was too weak. This effect of time erosion was not obvious at all. It was so weak that it couldn't be sensed at all. However, if tens of millions of golden slime were to be like the Soldier Ladle and the Weeping Soul Beast, they would enter the Time Battle Talisman, which was completely golden in color, and gather their unique biological frequency of time attribute to launch an all-out attack. The power would definitely be heaven-defying. The law of time was originally the most mysterious law. If one didn't set foot in this field, no matter how powerful one was, they wouldn't be able to reverse time. At that time, the war of time would rumble, and it would instantly cause countless experts in the starry sky to wither away as if they had experienced tens of thousands of years in a short instant. That scene would definitely be shocking. Chapter 3630. As Yi Xian gave the order to forge the flowing time war talisman, the vast amount of materials and resources in his undying world instantly decreased. Moreover, because the power of the Time War was clearly stronger than the Weeping Soul War, it required more special materials, rare crystals, and minerals. For example, the Star Tier Crystal and other epic-grade crystals, some of which Yi Xian only had 3 to 5 in his hands, but this time, they were cleared in the blink of an eye. All gone, all gone. This caused his heart to twitch in pain. However, when he thought about the corrosive effect of the Flowing Time War Talisman after it was activated, Yi Xian felt that it was all worth it. This kind of Flowing Time War Talisman might not be the only one in the 3 universes, but at least since Yi Xian entered the Flowing Time War Talisman. Until now, he had never encountered a similar type of treasure after entering the universe. The power of the Flowing Time Talisman was too terrifying, especially the Flowing Time Talisman of a universe level. It was not a domain that ordinary existences could set foot in. Compared to it, the Flowing Time Talisman of the universe was rather ordinary. However, in reality, among the almighty existences and star lords that Yi Xian had come into contact with, there were only a few who had a superficial understanding of the Flowing Time Talisman of the universe. As the forging of the Flowing Time War Talisman began, Yi Xian began to ponder about another problem. That was the activation of the Flowing Time War Talisman. There are still tens of millions of golden slimes. They could be directly transferred over from the Wild Star Life Fortress. After all, there was a golden slime mother nest there, and new golden slimes were constantly being born. Yi Xian moved tens of millions of golden slimes, and after a period of time, this number would be increased again. It would be replenished again. However, there was another problem. That was the activation of the core. Yi Xian had the 2 8-star king ladles to guard the core of the Flowing Time War Talisman, and he also had the Void Essence Crystal to control it. The Weeping Soul Bloodhorn originally had this problem, but now, with the Weeping Soul Blood Crystal that was refined by the Devouring System, Yi Xian placed it in the core of the Flowing Time War Talisman. There was no problem in controlling the tens of millions of Weeping Soul beasts in the Flowing Time War Talisman. However, the Flowing Time War Talisman was different. All golden slimes were of the same level, and there were no kings among them. Yi Xian did not have the Time Origin Crystal that contained the Flowing Time Essence Crystal could be used to control them. Thus, the activation of the core of the Flowing Time War Talisman was empty. As a result, the Battle Claws of Time couldn't be used at all. Even if the time biological frequency of tens of millions of golden slimes could be gathered together, it couldn't be shot out in a concentrated manner. There were only 2 ways to solve this problem. The first was to obtain a Time Origin Crystal similar to the Weeping Soul Blood Crystal. However, that kind of thing was extremely rare. Even Yi Xian had never heard of it. It was something that could only be found by chance. Now, it was basically impossible to even think about it. The other method was to obtain a Slime King ladle similar to the 8-star King ladle and let it guard the core of the Flowing Time War Talisman. Yi Xian would have to completely subdue it. Otherwise, if it did not listen to his orders, it would be a waste of effort. This method had a certain possibility of being realized. The reason why there was only one mother nest that specialized in reproduction among the golden slimes was a high-level existence of this race, while all the other golden slimes were of the same level, was because they had always been treated as a battery after they were born. They were like batteries, secreting a special liquid for the countless micromolecules of the world's slimes to absorb. Over time, they would die. At the same time, new golden slimes would be born, repeating the cycle of life and death. Although there was always a certain number of golden slimes, there was no single golden slime that could receive special care, apart from the overall increase in quality due to the absorption of prime life crystals. What Yixian needed to do now was to obtain a golden slime and nurture it on its own. He would find a way to raise its level of life as quickly as possible, creating a slime king and subduing it. Through it, he would be able to lead the tens of millions of golden slimes in the Flowing Time Talisman. As soon as he thought of it, Yixian immediately picked out the largest and most active golden slime from the Life Stronghold. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and took out a drop of all evil origin liquid. When it came to raising the level of life and promoting the evolution of life forms, the all-evil origin elixir was the most heaven-defying of all the resources in Yixian's possession. After all, it was refined using the 9-colored flesh paste in the Netherworld Cauldron as its raw material. The 9-colored flesh paste was also a mixture of the remains, blood, and flesh of many powerful primordial life forms. From this, one could see how terrifying the quality of the all-evil origin elixir was. This was something that even those terrifying existences from the primordial era who were now hibernating to recover from their injuries needed. Some existences even only had a single drop per year. Now, Yixian had directly tossed a drop to this golden slime, greatly raising its level of life in a short period of time. This was something that was set in stone. At this moment, as Yixian took out the drop of all evil origin elixir and let it float in front of him, the golden slime that was only a meter long and about the size of an average void soldier's ladle immediately began to tremble. Its glowing golden eyes stared fixedly at the drop of all evil origin elixir. It was not afraid. Instead, it was excited. It was eager, extremely eager. Yixian could clearly sense these emotional fluctuations. As a matter of fact, he even had the misconception that the golden slime was trying to curry favor with him, or even beg him. Its objective was to devour this drop of all evil origin elixir that was endlessly tempting to it. This greatly roused Yixian's spirits. He was even more confident now. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and poured the drop of all evil origin elixir into the golden slime's forehead. It vanished in a flash, disappearing into the golden slime's forehead. As the drop of all evil origin elixir entered its body, the golden slime shuddered violently. The transformation of its level of life immediately began vigorously. It was so intense that even Yixian leapt in fright. He subconsciously took a few steps back because he was afraid of the great effects of the drop of all evil origin elixir. The golden slime was unable to endure it. It would be depressing if it exploded and was covered in filth. The golden slime was originally a faint golden color, and only its abdomen had a dazzling golden line. However, at this moment, the golden line was expanding at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, its entire body had become a dazzling golden color. Subsequently, a golden line appeared where the golden line was at its abdomen, a violet gold line. Although this purple gold thread did not rapidly spread out like the golden thread before and completely covered his body, it extended out countless purple gold threads and gradually spread out. In the end, it covered his entire body and formed a layer of dense purple gold patterns that were like countless mysterious runes. During this process, the purple gold pattern that covered his entire body. During this process, the golden slime's body was ceaselessly expanding. In a short few minutes, when its body was around 10 meters tall, a powerful aura rumbled out from its body. Shockingly, it was the great figure of the universe. Yixian was shocked to the point his mouth was agape. His mind was thunderous. Chapter 36-31. A sound that sounded like the cry of a baby came out of the mouth of the purple gold slime that was floating in the void ahead. At the same time, the powerful aura of a universe almighty enveloped Yixian's entire body. It faintly revealed a hint of ferociousness. Moreover, the purple gold light that burst out of its eyes clearly revealed greed and a sense of threat. It was obvious that this guy hadn't had enough and wanted another drop after tasting the sweetness. From a golden slime that hadn't even reached the black hole realm, it had grown into a purple gold slime that had reached the universe realm in such a short time. Its body had even grown from 1 meter to 10 meters tall, and its entire body was covered in purple gold runes that looked like runes. It looked extremely mysterious. One had to admit that the effects of this drop of all evil origin elixir were truly amazing. It was indeed heaven-defying. However, it was obviously far from enough. The universe realm was only the 15th great realm in the universe. As far as Yi Xian knew, there were Star Lords, Region Lords, and Sector Lords after that. Obviously, this purple gold slime wanted to continue growing. However, that was obviously impossible, at least not for the time being, because one universe slime was already enough for Yi Xian. Moreover, it hadn't been subdued by him, so how could Yi Xian continue to help it grow and increase its ferocity? Besides, this guy didn't look like a nice guy at all. He had just given it a great fortune, and now it was threatening him. It was turning hostile faster than Hondo Live Foam. This kind of thing definitely wouldn't be useful if he didn't teach it a lesson. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. He sneered and scolded, "You bastard! You want to turn on me after receiving benefits, right? So what if you're Universe Almighty? Do you believe that I can destroy you in minutes?" As he spoke, Yi Xian had already guided a wisp of the Sector Lord aura from the remains of the one-legged golden crow in the Shinnon Cauldron. At the same time, he waved his hand and released a dozen drops of all evil origin elixir, which floated in front of him. The moment the terrifying might of a Sector Lord appeared, the universe slime in the void ahead immediately retreated. The universe slime that was originally enveloping Yi Xian retreated like a tide. Immediately after, when the dozen drops of evil origin elixir entered its line of sight, the Cosmos Slime's eyes instantly flickered with purple light, and its rapidly retreating figure came to a halt. However, even though the strand of World Lord pressure that had been drawn out by Yi Xian vanished in the blink of an eye, and even the dozen drops of evil origin elixir were quickly put away once more, the universe slime in space a few dozen kilometers ahead continued to float there. It didn't dare make any sudden movements, yet it was unwilling to leave. In the end, a wave of emotions, similar to the initial fawning to the point of almost begging, carefully extended towards Yi Xian. Under Yi Xian's coercion and enticement, the other party finally submitted to his fate. From now on, you will help me lead the tens of millions of golden slime hordes. You must obey my orders without fail. There will naturally be benefits for you in the future. I will occasionally provide you with a drop of that evil origin elixir, depending on the situation. Greatly satisfied, Yi Xian nodded. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. In the end, he threatened, "If you don't listen to me, you can try. Since I have the ability to nurture you, I also have the ability to erase your existence." It was also at this moment that a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. The war cry of time had finally been completed. With a wave of his hand, the void war cry and the war cry of time were summoned by Yi Xian at the same time. They lay across the void together with the weeping soul war cry that he had summoned earlier. The three war cries were lined up in a row. Their appearance was the same, but their colors were different. The gray void war cry, the blood-red weeping soul war cry, the golden war cry of time. Looking at the three great weapons of mass destruction, Yi Xian was filled with pride. At this moment, there were already tens of millions of void soldiers in the void war cry, but the other two war cries were still empty. Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately sent all of the weeping soul beasts into the weeping soul worship. Then, he moved tens of millions of golden slimes out of the Starfield Life Fortress and entered the thousands of beehive nodes of the Time War. After doing all this, Yi Xian turned to look at the universe realm purple gold slime floating in the void. The other party was clearly hesitating. Its intelligence wasn't low, and it was currently weighing the pros and cons. Yi Xian didn't rush it. He had decided that if this universe realm purple gold slime really refused and turned to leave, Yi Xian would definitely kill it at all costs. In the end, the purple gold slime didn't disappoint Yi Xian. Or rather, it couldn't resist the allure of the all-evil origin fluid. Just now, Yi Xian had casually released a dozen drops, so he obviously had a lot in stock. As long as it behaved well, he could trust him to give it a drop from time to time in the future. With such expectations, the purple gold slime's figure flickered and turned into a purple gold light, entering the core of the Warcry of Time's honeycomb nodes. At this point, the 3 Warcribes were all ready, and Yi Xian could release either one of them or all of them at any time. If it was the latter, the 3 Warcribes could release a terrifying power when fired at the same time. Even Yi Xian didn't dare to imagine it now. Even if he was facing a Star-Lord, it wasn't impossible to kill him in one shot. It's been a few days since I secluded myself in the black hole and forged the Warcribes. I don't know what's going on outside. It's time for me to go out and take a look. While mumbling to himself, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the 3 Warcribes into his undying world. Then, he rushed to the exit of the black hole. Before he left the heavenly mystery continent, Yi Xian had stolen 3 of Di's clones, including Di Xiaofeng's and Sha Baofeng's. He had refined a total of 9 electronic consciousnesses whose mark of the heavenly mystery race had been erased. If nothing went wrong, 3 of the 9 electronic consciousnesses would enter the 3 bodies of Di's clones, and Yi Xian would have 3 more clones. Even if they weren't Star-Lords, there was still hope for them to reach the universe state. He had planned to implement this matter before he left, but it seemed that the forging of the Weeping Soul Warcribes and the Warcribes of Time had taken up a lot of his time, so this matter would have to be put on hold for the time being. After all, although he had completely refined the 9 electronic consciousnesses in his hands and erased all the marks related to the heavenly mystery race, he hadn't handed over the 3 bodies of Di's clones to the system for a comprehensive inspection and refinement. What if something had been done to the 3 bodies, leaving behind some sort of secret or backup plan? Once the electronic consciousnesses chosen by Yi Xian enter the bodies, it was very likely that an unexpected accident would happen. Chapter 3632. A few days later, the vanguard fleet of the Tianji clan, led by Yarrow, had just arrived at the central area of the Fiend Star Zone. The demonic Emperor planet was not far ahead of them. After all, it was a 3,000-meter-long, star-level battleship, fortress, and stronghold. There were more than 10,000 of them in total. It would take at least a few days to get here from the front line of the Fiend Star Zone. However, at this moment, the entire fleet was gradually slowing down, as if they were about to stop. In the command cabin on the top floor of the Expulsion flagship fortress, Commander Yarrow had a solemn expression on his face. He furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Right now, his only thought was to immediately return to the Tianji star field. After all, Tianji City was in chaos, and the situation in the first universe was different. Now, there's a possibility that all the slave races would rebel against the Tianji race. He was merely leading a vanguard fleet to wander around the first universe, but he could be surrounded at any time. Dumplings. However, to return to the Tianji star zone, he had to leave the Fiend Star Zone first, and the demonic Emperor planet was the only way. But now, more than 10 of the Fiend Imperial uncles who had been detained for generations had returned to the demonic Emperor planet. Among the slave races in the first universe, the Fiend Star Zone was ranked in the top 3 in terms of overall combat strength. Now that all the races were about to rebel against the Tianji clan, would they let them go? This was exactly what Yarrow was worried about. However, behind him, in the direction of the front line of the Fiend Star Zone, the allied forces of the Second Universe had started to chase after him. The situation was not good for Yarrow. There was a tiger in front of him, and there was a wolf behind him. When he thought about how this lousy commander of his had not fought a single battle after taking office, and only cared about cleaning up the mess, Yarrow had the urge to bang his head against the wall and kill himself. Comparisons were odious. Compared to Sha Baofeng, he was so pathetic. Sir Yarrow, what are you worried about? Right at this moment, Chanas walked over with a smile on his face full of concern. You're so lucky. Even the Star-Lord didn't kill you with one slap. Just like that traitor Sha Baofeng, you're alive and kicking again in half a month. Yarrow frowned, and his face was full of disgust. "You're really a scourge who lives for 1,000 years. You're right, I am indeed a scourge, but 1,000 years isn't enough." The corners of Chanasi's mouth curled into a strange smile that could make one ponder. Before he finished speaking, he had already made a move. "Since you are troubled and don't know how to make a decision, why don't I help you make a decision?" Boom! Before he finished speaking, a terrifying and majestic oppressive aura swept out from his body. It immediately bound Yi Luo's body, causing him to be unable to move. The latter was only in the 12th Grand Realm, the Void Realm. Now that the crystal life seed in Chanas's body had awakened and taken over Chanas's body, it was equivalent to Old Ghost when Xing being reborn. With the cultivation of the 14th Grand Realm, the early stage of the Cosmic Light Realm, suppressing Yi Luo was a piece of cake. "Aren't you investigating?" This sudden turn of events shocked Yi Luo. He seemed to have realized something, and his expression changed abruptly. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, his body had gone limp. "You will also become a traitor of the Heavenly's legacy race, because this old man has this need." The corners of Chanasi's mouth curled into a cruel smile. An invisible crystal consciousness extended from his body and drilled into Yi Luo's forehead. He was refining, just like how Yi Xian used the devouring system to refine the electronic consciousness of Sha Baofeng, Emperor Xiaofeng, and the others. However, as the clone of the mechanical core, Old Ghost when Xing understood the electronic consciousness of the Heavenly's legacy race too well. Even without the help of the devouring system, he could still do it easily. At this point, he erased the imprint of the Heavenly's legacy race in Yi Luo's consciousness and turned him into an electronic clone outside of his own crystal consciousness. A few minutes later, Hiero opened his eyes and got up from the ground expressionlessly. He stood next to Chanas respectfully with his hands behind his back. He was as obedient as a loyal dog, waiting for his orders. "In the future, you will still be Master Yi Luo, and I will just be a flatterer who fawns over you. However, you cannot go to the Heavenly's legacy city. Find a reason to stay in the Demon Dweller Star area." At this time, Chanasi's face was already cold. He glanced at Yi Luo, who was standing respectfully with his head lowered, and turned to leave. "If there is no other choice, learn from Sha Baofeng. Betray the Heavenly's legacy race and cooperate with the Demon Dwellers. In short, you have to stay here until this old man waits for that brat to come to me." Demon Imperial Star, inside the royal palace of the Demon Imperial City. Grand Elder Mo and more than 10 Demon Dweller royal uncles had returned safely a few days ago. At this time, they were gathered together with Demon Emperor Mo Wentian, the current royal uncle Mo Qigong, and a few old monsters of the Demon Dweller race who had not appeared for a long time to discuss important matters. Demon Emperor Mo Wentian, royal uncle Mo Qigong, and the others were still in shock about everything that had happened in the Heavenly's legacy city. Although they had confidence in Yi Xian and felt that he would most likely be able to rescue all the Demon Dweller royal uncles who had been imprisoned in the Demon Dweller race this time, Yi Xian had made such a huge move. However, the commotion that Yi Xian caused in the end was so great that not only were all of the captured members of the royal families of the First Universe expelled from the Imperial Prison, but even the Imperial Prison was blown up. The entire Heavenly Secret City was in chaos. However, no matter what, they couldn't imagine it. They could never have imagined. If it wasn't for the fact that all of this had already become a fact, Mo and Tian, Mo Qigong, and the others wouldn't have dared to believe that Yi Xian, just by himself, had completely messed up the situation in the First Universe in such a short period of time. Without a doubt, as the slaves of the royal family who had been imprisoned by the Heavenly's legacy race returned to their respective races, the situation that the Heavenly's legacy race was facing was unprecedentedly severe, coupled with the approach of the allied army of the Second Universe. Even if they wanted to change all of this and send troops to conquer the slave races, they were powerless. At least, they would not be able to do so in a short time. For the Demon Dweller race, they had originally thought that after the royal uncles who had been held hostage by the Heavenly's legacy race were successfully rescued, the entire Demon Dweller race would have to face pressure from the Heavenly's legacy city. Even if the rescued royal uncles did not appear in the Demon Imperial City, once the Heavenly's legacy race questioned them about this matter, the Demon Dweller race would have to give an explanation no matter what. But now, the situation was completely different. The Heavenly's legacy race had been thrown to the back of their minds. At least, they did not have to worry about it in the near future. Now, the problem that the higher-ups of the Demon Dweller race were considering was how to unite the slave races of the First Universe to face the approaching Demon Dweller Star region's frontline battle. And the allied army of the Second Universe was coming. In addition, there was also the Heavenly's legacy race's vanguard fleet that had just arrived at the edge of the Demon Dweller Star region and seemed to want to cross the border and return to the Heavenly's legacy city. Chapter 36-33. No matter how one looked at it, the vanguard fleet of the Tianji race had at least 10,000 stellar-level ships, large and small fortresses, and fortresses of all sizes. At this time, they were all at full speed, and when they arrived at the Demon Emperor planet, the entire defense circle of the Demon Emperor planet immediately tensed up. Demon Guard 1, Demon Guard 2, and the star docks of the Demon Emperor planet, a large number of battleships set out and spread out, as if the entire race was welcoming the arrival of the enemy. However, the subsequent development took a turn of events, and everyone's eyes fell to the ground. The commander of the Vanguard fleet, the core upper echelon of the Tianji race, the second most talented of the younger generation, actually walked out of the flagship expulsion almost alone and headed toward the Demon Emperor planet. Behind him, only the commander of the Demon Emperor Guards, Shinas, who had left with Yi Xian not long ago, followed. What? Alliance? Cooperation? Or even surrender to the demon race? After a while, when the upper echelons of the demon race heard Yerua's words, the current imperial Uncle Imo Qigong immediately exclaimed in surprise. He stared straight at Yerua, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Aren't you going back to Tianji City? Don't forget, you're the younger generation of the Tianji race, the publicly acknowledged second most talented existence. Didn't Sha Baofeng, who threw me 8 streets away, betray the Tianji race? He even caused such a big commotion. Now that the situation of the First Universe has changed, the Tianji race's luck is about to run out. Only a fool will walk the same path as them. You also said that the younger generation has their own ideas, so we have to keep up with the times. At this time, Yerua was equivalent to Old Man Wen Xing's electronic consciousness clone, and his consciousness had long been completely affected. In the face of this situation, with his cunning, it was completely nothing. He responded with ease and spoke frankly with assurance. He waved his hand and said, "Do you think I'm born with milk?" In short, in my opinion, the great luck of the First Universe basically has nothing to do with the Tianji race. It will fall into the hands of the top 3 slave races. The reason why I chose the Demonkin race was partly because the fleet under my command is in this star field, and I can't pass without forming an alliance with you. Partly, it was Brother Chinaska's persuasion that made me grit my teeth and make the decision. All in all, my fleet will not enter the inner defense circle of the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor, but will deploy defenses outside the 3-star defense circle. As long as we join hands, we will be able to resist the first wave of attacks from the coalition army of the Second Universe that is hot on our heels, and even force them to retreat. Then, I'll be able to buy some time to cooperate with the other slave races in the nearby star areas and form a solid alliance. Then, I'll have the foundation and strength to compete for the position of Overlord of the First Universe. It had to be said that Yi Luo's words were very pertinent. Whether it was Imo Qigong, the Devil King Imo Wentian, or great-grandfather Imo, none of them could find fault with it. Their fleet did not enter the inner defense circle of the Demon Emperor 3 stars and only set up defenses on the periphery. Moreover, they immediately faced the incoming Second Universe Coalition army together with you. They only hoped that after repelling them, they would be able to buy a certain amount of buffer time to allow the demon tribe to unite horizontally and vertically with some slave races in the nearby star field. Reaching a consensus and forming an alliance, to be honest, Even if this alliance won the general trend in the future and became the new overlord of the first universe, at that time, it would be the demon race who would be in charge. They would just drink a little soup, but now they had thrown out all their battleships and put their lives on the front line. This kind of deal was simply impossible to find. In the end, after thinking for a while and confirming that they could not find any suspicious points, the upper echelons of the demon tribe exchanged glances and could only shake their heads and sigh. The thinking of young people is indeed advancing with the times. We are old and can't understand. But it's not completely incomprehensible. The Tianji clan is basically done for this time. Boy, you are a smart person. Yes, follow our demon tribe to fight for the world. Although the one who takes the peach in the end may not be you. At least, it is much better than being annihilated by the giant wheel of history together with the Tianji clan. At this point, the demon tribe had basically accepted Yi Luo's surrender, and the latter did not go back on his words and did not move. He immediately ordered more than 10,000 battleships outside the inner defense circle of the Demon Emperor 3 stars to turn around and point their cannons at the star path they came from, which was the place where the pursuers were about to appear. The front line of the Demon Tribe star field. At the same time, a large number of battleships also sailed out of the inner defense circle of the Demon Emperor 3 stars and mixed with the vanguard fleet of the Tianji clan that had just surrendered, building a void defense line that stretched for millions of miles. As soon as the allied forces of the Second Universe arrived, thousands of cannons were immediately fired, opening the curtains of the first battle in space after the big change in the First Universe. When Yi Luo successfully surrendered to the demon tribe under the control of Old Devil Wenxing, it was also when the Tianji main city activated its second battle form. It turned into a terrifying super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters and entered the wormhole at the edge of the First Universe. From then on, it completely migrated and left the plane of the First Universe. Outer space. And with the departure of the Tianji Fortress and the disappearance of the plane of the First Universe, the star network signal of the first-level star network of the plane that originally covered the vast star field of the First Universe finally disappeared completely. As the overlord of the First Universe, the Tianji clan's core of the first-level star network of the star network that covered the entire plane was the immortal-level star superbrain inside the Tianji city. There were only 2 immortal-level star superbrains in the 3 universes. One was in the immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology camp. That immortal-level superbrain built the first-level star network of the 3rd universe. Even the Federation network of the Thousand Luo Federation headquarters was attached to it. The other one was the immortal-level star superbrain in the Tianji main city of the First Universe. With the departure of the Tianji main city from this plane, the central signal of the First Universe's first-level star network was cut off by the universe plane barrier. Then, the first-level star network of this plane was naturally completely paralyzed in an instant. Since then, all the star fields in the First Universe, except for the neighboring star fields that could still communicate with each other within a certain distance, all the star fields and races that were too far away from each other were cut off directly from each other. In other words, the entire First Universe's plane had degenerated from the previous state of real-time communication to the current state of regional real-time communication. The consequences of the lack of information, or the inability to achieve real-time, smooth communication, were very difficult to predict. At the very least, the thousands of races that lived in this plane could no longer communicate with each other at any time like before. The war of the warring states of the First Universe, the era of heroes, had arrived in full swing. Chapter 36-34. In today's flourishing era, in the starry sky environment, if the information exchange of a star field was not smooth, the result would be a small area of unease, and if the information exchange of an entire universe plane was not smooth, the result would be a large area of panic and chaos. Under normal circumstances, it was already like this. Not to mention that before the information exchange was suddenly interrupted, almost all the major races in the First Universe had received a piece of shocking news that was like a heavy bomb to them. The demon race had colluded with the Tianji clan, and they were in cahoots. This was not hearsay. Before the signal of the Level 1 Starry Sky main network of the First Universe was cut off, the information received by the servant clans included some video information. It clearly showed that the vanguard fleet of the Tianji clan, led by Yi Luo, was outside the Demon Emperor planet, fighting against the demon race. The live scene of the fleet's mixed defense. The facts were all there. There was no doubt about it, and there was no way to refute it. After this news was confirmed, the angry roars of some supreme beings and star lords sounded one after another in the major star fields of the First Universe. Basically, they were all the upper echelons of the royal families who had just been tricked out of the Tianji Inner City's Emperor Prison not long ago. Especially the giant ferocious clan and some other clans with deep servility, they did not want to rebel against the Tianji clan at all. At this time, they were even more resentful. They had a sense of grief and indignation that they had been used as a stepping stone by the demon race. Demon race, you are too shameless, too shameless. Conspiracy. There's a conspiracy. There's definitely a conspiracy. Grand Duke Missouri, what a great scheme. That side just tricked us out of the Emperor prison. And here, they turned around and sold all their cellmates. Damn it, they're simply not human. I'm so wronged. This old man was deceived. Tricks, it's all tricks. This old man only understands now. Ruthless. Roar. Almost all the slave races in the First Universe were furious. Immediately after, except for a few weaker races, more than half of the other races sent out more or less fleets and headed towards the demon race starfield. In their opinion, the demon race had indeed gone too far this time. It's fine if you want to curry favor with the Celestials' legacy race in order to rise up, but we're all fellow sufferers, so you can't do this. They were clearly stepping on the heads of the other races to climb up. As they climbed, they were also ruthlessly stepping on the heads of the other races. This was the rhythm of trampling all the other races to the bottom of the water and drowning them alive. In short, such actions had already aroused public anger, and the general trend was irresistible. Such a shameless race, the slave races of the entire First Universe, should join forces to kill them. Regarding all of this, the demon-human race was completely in the dark, completely unaware. Today, in the First Universe, the signal of the Level 1 Starry Sky main network covering the entire plane was cut off. The Demon Emperor Star could only get in touch with a few slave races around the demon domain, and these races were obviously not on good terms with the demon race. The policy of befriending those far away and attacking those near them was also applicable in the Starry Sky environment. Not to mention that the Demon Emperor Star didn't take the initiative to contact these races. Even if they did, they might not tell the truth. They were all waiting for the fleets of the other slave races from the other Starry Sky main networks to arrive, and then the fleets of these races would form an allied force to attack the Demon Emperor Star. At the same time, the allied forces of various races from the Second Universe also arrived at the Devil Emperor Star area. The soldiers were stationed in front of the city and spread out in the void. The fleet was majestic and mighty, and the line of defense extended for millions of miles. A large part of the void of the universe was covered. The allied forces were led by 9 races: the Blood Dragon clan, the Cyan Ra clan, the Warrior Lion clan, the Inji clan, the Barbarian Bull clan, the Golden Eagle clan, the Colorful Python clan, the Greedy Wolf clan, and the Tree Spirit clan. The fleets of these 9 races were located in the center of the defense line, and the fleets of the other races were on the 2 sides of the defense line. Up until now, only one battle had broken out in this intergalactic war on the level of the universe plane. In the opening battle, the allied fleets of various races from the Federation of the Second Universe suffered a great loss, and even a few supreme beings of heaven and earth were killed. Although a Star Lord tried to help, in the end, he was scared off by Sha Baophone, the young master of the Tianji clan. All of this had been spread out, and countless people in the 3 universes knew about it. For the races in the allied forces of the Second Universe, this was a disgrace. Not only the commanders of the Vanguard fleets and the old masters in charge of the Vanguard fleets, but also the higher-ups of the races in the base camp in the rear. He had no face left. It was too shameful. But now, the situation in the first universe had changed abruptly. The Tianji clan had an accident. Sha Baofeng, the young master of the Tianji clan, who had just been conferred a title by the Line of Fire, turned against the Tianji clan on the spot when he returned to the Tianji city to accept the conferment ceremony. Even the imperial prison inside the Tianji city was pardoned by him, and then he directly blew it up. After this matter was confirmed, the higher-ups of various races in the allied forces of the Second Universe were very happy and felt that they had vented their anger. Some people who were gnashing their teeth at Sha Baofeng immediately changed their impression of him. They felt that this guy was too cute and pleasing to the eye no matter how they looked at him. It was really strange. Yes, why didn't they notice it before? There were even some people who were secretly vigilant, feeling that this was the birth of another devil incarnate. This guy's actions were enough to prove that not only was he a monstrous talent, but his temperament and means were also not inferior to young Master Linghu and young Master Netherworld. They were all lawless masters. The day before, he was fighting against the races of the Second Universe Federation at the front line of the Demonkin Star area, and the entire allied forces of the Second Universe were suppressed by him. He was definitely the hero of the Tianji clan. As soon as he turned back to the Tianji clan, he immediately turned his nest upside down. This kind of thing was impossible for ordinary people to do, let alone actually do it. They didn't even dare to think about it. Such an existence couldn't be provoked. They had to avoid him if they saw him in the future. He was definitely a devil incarnate. But now everything was fine. That brat had rebelled against the Tianji clan, and it was likely that he wouldn't show his face for a while. And now, the situation in the first universe was in chaos. Although the slave races hadn't made a clear stand against the Tianji clan, this matter was basically set in stone. The entire first universe plane was now in chaos. The true period of chaos was about to arrive. For the allied forces of the second universe, this was definitely a great opportunity that could only be encountered but not sought. Previously, their purpose was only to use the excuse of starting a war with the Tianji clan to push the front line forward until they reached the source of all evil star area. Then, they would stop and follow the instructions of the clan's ancestors, explore, and even occupy the source of all evil. Chapter 36-35. Even though it was only a vanguard, the allied forces of the various races of the second universe still gathered millions of battleships. However, in the first battle at the front of the demon domain, the various battleships, fortresses, and even fortresses that had been destroyed by the young patriarch of the heavenly fate race's hidden great killing weapon, the Spirit War Talisman, had destroyed all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and even fortresses. There were nearly 200,000 battleships. Now, this allied force only had 800,000 battleships. However, the number of slave races in the first universe had reached nearly 1,000. When the total strength of more than 1,000 races was added together, it was definitely an astronomical figure. Even so, the various races of the Federation in the second universe were determined to seize half of the first universe in one fell swoop, while the Tianji clan was at its weakest. They would then divide it among the various races of the Federation and establish interstellar colonies. After this decision was made, on the other side of the wormhole at the front of the demon domain, the follow-up fleet of the races of the Second Universe Federation had begun to gather. Soon, they would pass through the wormhole and arrive. Right now, the vanguard fleet of the Second Universe Coalition Army, which had a total of about 800,000 soldiers, had received the latest order not long ago. It was to completely take down the first obstacle before this expedition, which was the demon race, regardless of everything else. Either annihilate this race, or drive the demon race out of this star field. In short, after the second battle, the entire demon domain had to be swept clean and completely controlled by the Second Universe Alliance Army. Although the demon race was powerful and ranked in the top 3 among the slave races of the first universe in terms of overall combat strength, even so, their total strength was only hundreds of thousands of battleships. After all, the total number of the demon race was only tens of millions, and they were not like the Tianji clan. A single clansman could control a large number of intelligent robots. The number of clansmen limited the size of the demon race's fleet. Although the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet was also on the outer defense line of the Demon Emperor's star, it was only a scale of more than 10,000 battleships. In the overall situation of the battle, it did not play much of a role. In short, in this battle, the races of the Second Universe Federation were full of confidence, and they were determined to take down the Demon Emperor's star. The great battle soon began. The 800,000 battleships of the Second Universe fired their cannons at the same time. The entire void was filled with dazzling fireworks. Countless energy light pillars of different sizes shot forward and intertwined into a giant net of destruction, covering the outer defense line of the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor. On the outer defense line, in addition to the 10,000 Tianji clan vanguard fleet led by Yi Luo, there were more than 400,000 battleships of the demon race. All the battleships activated their energy shields at the first moment. At the same time, some large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters activated the Void Oscillator, creating a chaotic void barrier area in front of the outer defense line to prevent the enemy's battleships from activating space jumps and launching suicide attacks. 400,000 versus 800,000. The disparity in the number of battleships between the two sides was too great. The 400,000 battleships of the demonic Emperor 3 stars had been suppressed from the very beginning. Battleships were being destroyed at every moment. They were no match for the enemy at all. It was only a matter of time before they were defeated. In the face of all this, the higher-ups of the demon race in the inner defense line of the 3 stars of the demon emperor behind the outer defense line were worried. At this time, a higher-up of the demon race in charge of the demon satellite, too, suddenly sent a message. From behind the 3 stars of the demon emperor, in the direction of the inner void of the first universe, huge fleets of the servant races were coming from all directions. There were at least 1 million of them. At least half of the thousands of servant races in the first universe had sent out a fleet. Right now, they had gathered into a powerful alliance army, heading toward the Demon Emperor star to jointly suppress the demon race. The Demon Emperor Mo, Wen Tian, was overjoyed, thinking that reinforcements had come. With the scale of 400,000 battleships of the demon race and the million-strong alliance army of the servant races coming from behind, it would not be a problem to swallow the 800,000 vanguard fleet from the second universe in one fell swoop. However, before the higher-ups of the demon race could recover from this surprise, the million-strong alliance army from the inner void of the first universe behind them stopped steadily in the void thousands of miles away. Then, led by the fleet commanders of a few relatively powerful slave clans, the slave fleets all declared their stance and shouted at the 3 stars of the Nephilim Emperor through the directional broadcast system of the flagship of the fortresses, waging a war against them. Demon race, the time for your destruction has come. Yes, this time the overall situation of the first universe is in chaos, and you demon race are the culprits. First, you deceived all the hostages of the royal families of our races out of the imperial prison, putting our races in a disadvantageous situation, and then you immediately turn around to curry favor with the Tianji clan. This is the rhythm of killing our races. We will never agree to this. Now, all the races have sent troops and formed an alliance army to suppress. Demon race, you are doomed to die for your unjust deeds. Your retribution has come. As these voices of suppression came from afar through the directional sound transmission equipment, they resounded in the void. All the demon race clansmen around the 3 stars of the demon emperor were dumbfounded. Even in front of the outer defense line, in front of the galactic battlefield, in the second universe's allied army, the high-ranking commanders of the big races heard these voices. After being stunned for a few seconds, they were all overjoyed. This was really a pleasant surprise. They didn't expect the situation in the first universe to be so chaotic. The demon race had become the target of public criticism, and a million-strong alliance army in the void behind them had actually come to suppress them. Now, the demon race was simply being attacked from the front and the back. There was no doubt that they would be able to take them down in one go. As long as they could take down the demon race and completely occupy the entire demon domain, the mission of the Vanguard fleet would be completed. They would immediately be able to use the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor as the front line, changing from offense to defense, and quietly waiting for the reinforcements of the second universe to arrive. At that time, as long as the reinforcements of the other races arrived, the million-strong army of the first universe's servant races in the void tens of millions of miles away from the demon domain was just a group of chickens and dogs. In the face of the invasion of the outerverse plane, they could fight back in their own nest. What was there to fear from such an enemy? Soon, the Vanguard fleet commanders of the 9 races of the second universe, led by the Blood Flood Dragon clan, issued orders to attack with all their strength. No matter what, at all costs, they had to take down the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor as soon as possible. The situation deteriorated in an instant. Being attacked from the front and the back, the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor were in danger, including the Demon Emperor Mo Wen Tian, the current Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, and the Imperial Uncle Mo who had just returned to the clan. All the previous generations of Imperial Uncles had no idea and were completely in a mess. Chapter 3636. Yarrow, what are you waiting for? It's all because of you that the slave races are attacking us. The 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor are under attack. Don't you have anything to say? You won't be able to survive once the demons are destroyed. What's the point of guarding your fleets at such a critical moment? They're just some intelligent robots. Could it be that they are more important than the lives of our demon race? Is it more important than the survival of our demon tribe? Now is the time. Do it now. Chanas roared the last sentence with all his might. The Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian and the other members of the royal family of the demon tribe were stunned. Vaguely, they seemed to have guessed what Chanas meant. They looked at each other, feeling as if they had been struck by lightning. Nobody understood how Chanas had managed to manipulate Yarrow, the commander of the Vanguard fleet of the Heavenly Fortune clan. Although Mo Wen Tian was a peak 9th-rank Star Lord, what was lurking inside Chana's body had been possessed by a seed of life derived from the mechanical core. The crystal consciousness was so mysterious that not even a peak Star Lord could see through it. Chanas had done that only to gain a foothold in the 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor. He was certain that the mysterious guy would show up, but he wasn't sure when. Nothing could happen to the 3 stars of the Demonic Emperor before he arrived, and his identity as Chanas couldn't be erased. He also had to earn as many credits as possible so that he could regain the trust of the demons and enter the core decision-making circle. That way, he would have a chance to approach the mysterious guy again after he arrived. Then, he would have to carry out his subsequent arrangements and plans. Hum, hum. Dense, feeble noises echoed from the 400,000 warships in the outer defense line, but it wasn't caused by the activation of the space oscillators. In fact, at this moment, the hundreds of fortresses that were originally in charge of fully activating the space oscillators and forming a chaotic void defense line in front of the outer defense line had all turned off their space oscillators at the same time. The noises came from the 10,000 warships, fortresses and fortresses of the Heavenly Fortune clan. While Chanas was roaring, Yarrow had already given the order for all the warships of the Heaven's Legacy Race Vanguard fleet to activate their space jump ability and launch a suicide jump attack without exception. There was not a single member of the Heavenly Legacy clan in the tens of thousands of warships, fortresses, and fortresses. In the entire Vanguard fleet, only Sha Baofeng and Yi Luo were real members of the Heavenly Legacy clan. The others were all intelligent robots. Even if it was a suicidal jump attack order, they would carry it out without hesitation. All of this happened too quickly. The high-level commanders of the fleets in the Second Universe United Army Camp did not expect Yarrow to be so decisive. Before this, he had even activated the space oscillator to build a chaotic void defense line in front of the outer defense line. Such a move was to guard against the Second Universe's allied forces, who would launch a suicide jump attack. But now, in the blink of an eye, they had directly turned off the space oscillator, and more than 10,000 warships, fortresses, and even fortresses of different standards did not hesitate to perform space jumps at the same time. Boom! Rumble boom! A huge roar sounded. In the blink of an eye, More than 1,000 fortresses and warships completed space jumps and appeared in the camp of the Second Universe's allied forces. They immediately self-destructed. This enormous allied force, which had more than 800,000 warships, immediately fell into chaos. In the area where the suicidal warships and fortresses landed, all the warships in the vicinity retreated as if they were avoiding ghosts. As the giant fireballs kept appearing one after another, the entire Second Universe's allied forces fell into chaos. Activate the space oscillator. Activate the space oscillator immediately. Stop these lunatics. We must stop them. Don't panic. We can't let the following suicidal warships complete the jump. Otherwise, more than 10,000 warships and fortresses will explode, and the entire allied forces will be annihilated. This move was too ruthless and too sudden. The higher-ups of the various races in the fleet of the Second Universe were completely thrown into disarray. No one had expected Yi Luo to be so ruthless. Was this just giving his life to the demon race? He was practically protecting the demon race as if they were his father and grandfather. When did the positions of the Tianji race and the demon race switch? Who was the master and who was the servant? The demon race was just a servant race of the Heavenly Legacy clan. Yarrow was recognized as the second most talented person in the younger generation of the Heavenly Legacy clan. In the situation where the newly appointed young clan leader, Sha Baofeng, had betrayed the demon race, he was the most likely existence to become the next young clan leader of the Heavenly Legacy clan. It was necessary to protect the demon race, regardless of everything. As huge fireballs rose in the huge allied forces of the Second Universe's allied forces, these thoughts immediately emerged in the minds of the high-level commanders of the allied forces. Even in the void thousands of miles behind the Demon Emperor 3 stars, the high-level commanders of the First Universe in the huge fleet were all dumbfounded at this time. They didn't understand how all this had happened. In the end, in the chaotic allied forces of the Second Universe, hundreds of fortresses and fortresses of various sizes activated their space oscillators one after another, successfully constructing a chaotic void defense line in front of the long allied forces. Of the more than 10,000 battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of the Heavenly Legacy clan's vanguard fleet, less than 3,000 of them successfully completed the space jump, entered the enemy's camp, and then self-destructed. The other 7,000 battleships, because of the appearance of the chaotic void barrier, had their space jumps interrupted. They had no choice but to stop this shocking large-scale suicide jump and self-destruct. But even so, the first round of attacks launched by the 800,000 battleships of the Second Universe's allied forces was successfully controlled. The final result was that both sides suffered losses. The allied forces of the Second Universe lost tens of thousands of battleships of various types, and the 400,000 soldiers of the demon race's outer defense line in front of the Demon Emperor 3 stars also suffered heavy losses. The situation was still not optimistic because the other side was obviously enraged. This time, the allied forces of the Second Universe suffered a small loss only because they were successfully ambushed. After they reorganized and became angry, the upcoming second round of attacks would be even crazier and fiercer. Chapter 36-37. 3 war drums stretched across the void. The huge mouth of the drum, with a diameter of 300,000 meters, was facing the direction of the allied forces of the Second Universe. And behind them was the outer defense line of the 3 stars of the demonic emperor. From left to right, there was a gray void battle talisman, a gold time battle talisman, and a blood-red weeping soul battle talisman. This was Yi Xian's handiwork. After leaving the black hole of life, he rushed straight to the demonic emperor planet. Along the way, he even used his personal interstellar communication system to capture the signals of the star network in the void and inquire about the current situation of the First Universe. The disappearance of the signal of the first-level main network of the First Universe, which originated from Tianji City, shocked Yi Xian greatly. In his opinion, although the super death ray bomb that exploded in the Imperial prison was powerful, it was definitely not powerful enough to cause chaos in Tianji City to the point that it could not reach the star network that covered the entire first-level universe. The first-level main network was to the extent that the signal was cut off. Vaguely, Yi Xian felt that there must be something fishy about this. He originally wanted to secretly approach and see what the Tianji clan was up to, but then he learned about the crisis of the 3 stars of the demonic emperor. The Tianji clan's vanguard fleet, led by Yi Luo, had actually gotten involved with the demonic clan. Yi Xian could not understand this matter, but he had a comprehensive understanding of the consequences of this by capturing the weak signals of the second-level network from other races outside the demonic star region. In addition, the huge fleet of the allied forces of the second universe that had come from the demonic star region was pressing in. This time, something big was definitely going to happen to the 3 stars of the demonic emperor. In desperation, Yi Xian could only temporarily throw the doubts of the Tianji city to the back of his mind and rush to the demonic emperor planet with all his strength. At the same time that the Tianji clan's vanguard fleet launched a suicide jump attack, he arrived at this void battlefield. Seeing the Tianji clan's battleships, fortresses, and strongholds, under Yi Luo's orders, unhesitatingly launched a suicide jump, Yi Xian's doubts grew stronger and stronger. With his understanding of Yi Luo, unless this kid had lost his mind, he would never do such a thing that would harm himself. Here comes the matter. But now is not the time to delve into the suspicious points. Taking advantage of the fact that the huge coalition army of the Second Universe, which still had 800,000 battleships, was in chaos, Yi Xian felt that he could not miss this opportunity. The moment both sides temporarily ceased fire and prepared to reorganize themselves, he did not hesitate to rush into the void battlefield. With a wave of his hand, he summoned out the 3 battle talons that had just been forged and had already formed a fighting force. It was clear that they wanted to take advantage of the chaotic situation in the second universe to launch a destructive attack and completely defeat the enemy's huge vanguard fleet. At this moment, with the sudden appearance of these 3 huge warships, everyone who saw this scene, whether it was the second universe's coalition army in front of the battle line or the first universe's slave fleet in the void behind the demon emperor 3 stars, without exception, all fell into a daze. After a moment of stagnation, cries of surprise rang out one after another like a tide. Spirit warrior? The demon's spiritual battle cry? Heavens, there are actually 3 at once. That's not right. What happened? According to our intelligence, doesn't the demon race only have 1 spiritual battle cry? And has already been brought to Tianji City by Sha Baofeng. Why did they make 3 in the blink of an eye? This old man understands. Conspiracy. This is AF * King conspiracy. Too bad. The demon race is too bad. They are simply prepared to face any danger. They have already dug a hole with the Tianji clan and are waiting for us to jump into it ourselves. Too shameless, too despicable. The demon race has indeed completely colluded with the Tianji clan. These 3 spiritual battle talons were definitely not made by the demon race. It is clear that the Tianji clan rushed to make them day and night, and specially sent them here from Tianji City by secret means. We have been fooled. This is a trap from the beginning. The retreat of the first universe's slave clans and the chaos of the Tianji clan are all part of a conspiracy. Even Sha Baofeng's betrayal of the Tianji clan and the emptiness of the Tianji inner city's imperial prison is very likely to be part of their plan. It is for this moment. The 3 battle talons are across the void. The entire huge camp of our coalition army has already penetrated deep into the demon race star field. Even if we turn around and retreat, we won't be able to. It's time. This is the rhythm of a pot. That's right, it must be like this. Don't you see that there is an army of millions of slave clans in the void behind the demon emperor 3 stars? Bullsh * T Crusade. They are in cahoots with the demon race from the beginning. After the 3 battle talons are destroyed, they will rush forward together with the demon race's fleet. They are beating a dog in the water. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Retreat at full speed. We have been fooled. As these exclamations sounded one after another, the long camp line of the Second Universe Alliance army was completely messed up. Nearly 800,000 battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of all kinds were in chaos again before they could break free from the chaos of the previous wave of jump-type suicide attacks. All of them were in chaos. They quickly retreated. In the void, thousands of miles behind the Demon Emperor 3 stars, in the First Universe's Slave Clan Subjugation Coalition Army, in the flagship of the Slave Fleet, the upper echelons of the various clans looked at each other, their minds in chaos. The exclamations from the Second Universe's Coalition Army made too much sense. Even they were stunned at this moment. Was it really like this? Was the chaos in the Tianji city fake? Was Sha Baofeng's betrayal of the Tianji clan fake? The escape of the hostage members of the royal family of the various slave clans, so that the imperial prison of the Tianji inner city was completely empty. Was all of this fake? Was it just to set up this trap in front of them and completely wipe out the million-strong Vanguard fleet from the Second Universe? These thoughts flashed through the minds of the high-level commanders of the slave clans. One after another, their minds were all in a mess. Even Mo Qigong, Grand Elder Mo, Demon Emperor Mo Wentian, and the others in the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor were stunned when they suddenly heard these words. Of course, what made them even more confused was, what the hell was going on with the 3 battle talons in the void of the central region of the front position? Demon Emperor Mo Wentian, Mo Qigong, and the others naturally recognized the void battle talon on the left. They had just finished remodeling it not long ago and handed it to Prince Xian to bring to the Tianji city. It seemed that it had fallen into Prince Xian's hands again. But this wasn't right. If that was the case, where did the other 2 battle talons come from? Prince Xian was alone, so he couldn't build them at all. On the other hand, if the Tianji clan worked overtime in the outer industrial circles, it was more or less possible.